That's what I'm talking about.
Wait! Okay, now, from the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
Smoking big cigars. I hope you're ready for what's coming now. I'm the one, I'm the lady that will bring you down. There's a joint on the corner where the big boys play, where the whiskey's running like the river, but they all never come for the booze and bass. I'm the one, I'm the lady that'll rock this place. That'll rock this place. That'll rock this place. Rock this place. Rock this place. Rock this
From the beginning. Okay, now.
Are you ready?
on the corner where the big boys play.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and everyone who's watching us live, especially to everyone who's also connected and watching us on Facebook and YouTube. I'm sure you'll agree with me when I say that investing in knowledge pays the best interest. Let me tell you that this quote is by someone who is a leading writer, printer, political philosopher, politician, a Freemason, a postmaster, a scientist, inventor, humorist, civic activist, statesman, and a diplomat, Benjamin Franklin. So, with this, we understand that building a community of people with the same goal to keep learning is so enduring that the possibilities with what you can choose to become endless. My name is Imanshi Chatwani, and on behalf of Event Capital, I'd like to welcome all of you to the 8th edition of Edutainment Show Live 2020, Asia's largest design and media education fest. Edutainment Show Live 2020 is a 10-day education seminar with 150 plus industry stalwarts sharing insights through webinars and panels, workshops throughout the day. We've hosted 7 seasons of this show since 2013, and through the participation of several institutes and several accomplished experts, in the past, we have proudly guided lakhs of students through exciting career choices in creative studies. We strive to continue our tradition this year, and we are hosting a virtual edition of Edutainment Show from the 11th of June to the 20th of June 2020. This is the day 4, and it promises to be an absolutely exciting day. I'm also going to be encouraging all of you to register since there is an exciting virtual event which is happening simultaneously. You can log on to www.edutainmentshow.in and register there. It is India's first 3D virtual education exhibition event for media and design, and it's going to be absolutely interesting for all of you to join in. Also, let me tell you that we have a giveaway alert, and you can win prizes in this giveaway. All you have to do is you register for the 3D Virtual Expo on www.edutainmentshow.in. You log on and enter the Virtual Expo. You visit the stalls and look for cookies in the documents section. So make sure that you're looking out for that. Collect all 3 cookies and send the screenshots to us on edu_giveaway@eventcapital.in. I'm going to repeat that for you. edu_giveaway@eventcapital.in. And guess what? 3 lucky winners stand a chance to win Amazon vouchers worth ₹1,000 each. So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, let me introduce our first session for the day. To begin this program, we have a session curated by Amity University on creative paradigm in higher education, which is powered by Amity University. And for the same, I'd like to invite our panelists and the moderator to your screens. Our moderator for this session is Professor Abhijit Shirodkar. He's the director, Amity School of Architecture and Planning. Our first panelist joining him is Mohadesa Dehgani, Professor, School of Fashion Design and Technology, Amity University. Our next panelist joining them is Professor Bhuvanesh Gowda, Professor, Amity School of Fine Arts, Amity University, and Dr. Neema John, Associate Professor, Amity School of Communication, Amity University, Maharashtra. It promises to be an exciting panel, and I'm going to hand it over to the moderator now.
Thank you, Imanshi, for a wonderful introduction. And for what Indigo normally says, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is almost an Indigo announcement. I'll change that slightly to good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and prospective professionals. I think Edutainment and the group that organizes Edutainment a very commendable job. They actually take the stress out of learning. That's in their name itself. We call it Edutainment, education and entertainment combined together. As you know, we are all going through unprecedented times, and we do not intend to dwell on this since there is a lot of water that has flown below the bridge, and we do not intend to harp on this at all. The education sector has been a bit more fortunate. If you compare it with, say, travel or hospitality or the transport section, that is including airlines and railways, they have taken a major hit. But that is also because we could conduct into inverted commas our business online and digitally. We all adapted to the new technology a tad more quicker than the rest, of course. There were hiccups, no doubt, but then there will always be hiccups when we try out anything new. However, the creative design field has faced a lot more challenges than the rest. We will try and take a peek at these later in this session. The session was aptly titled Creative Paradigms in Higher Education. We will be focusing on the creative model in our respective design fields, and we also intend to explore a little the paradigm shift that was mandated by the global pandemic vis-a-vis the creative design profession. Ladies and gentlemen, and prospective professionals, it gives me immense pleasure to moderate this discussion that has on its panel three experts, colleagues from three diverse fields from Amity University, Mumbai, fields like fashion, media and communication, and fine arts. And of course, yours truly will be covering up for architecture, interior design, and planning. So going on first is Ms. Modesa from the Amity School of Fashion Design and Technology, who will be presenting her views on creativity and design thinking models by means of a PPT. Modesa, can we have you on, please?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Abhijeet, sir. Very good afternoon to all my co-panel members and the audience present today. I hope all are doing well. I'm Mohad Disa, an assistant professor at School of Fashion Design and Technology, Amity University, Mumbai. As the topic for today's discussion is creative paradigms in higher education, I would like to take you through my presentation. My presentation on screen. Okay, so I would like to elaborate its relevance in the fashion and textile industry, but definitely these concepts can be applied to all other courses, not necessarily design and creative courses. Next, please. Next slide, please. Let me start with the core basics. Our brain. Our brain is made up of these components, right? Logical, analytical, realistic. Next slide, please. But one equally important part of our brain is the creative thinking part. Creativity is basically seeing things differently. It's backed with talent that is innate or inborn, skills that are acquired or trained, and also originality. We just need to polish our creativity side. Next slide, please. But most importantly, creativity is backed with design thinking attitude. Now, design thinking is problem solving with empathizing, or actually means placing yourself in that position and finding solutions to problems. Our education system needs to integrate design thinking into teaching as well as learning to keep up to the current and future industry requirements. It is thinking creatively, taking inspirations, doing research. Design thinking and problem solving mind will push students to go and innovate, to come up with ideas, concepts, to empathize in the process while they are doing it, and to also develop and finally invent new ideas. So it's not just about inventing new products or new designs, but training your mind into finding solutions to problems. We need to train students to find solutions to problems and coming up with creative measures to solve them. Next slide, please. So why creativity? This is basically a learning pyramid that shows the rate of knowledge retention level of any average student. As we see, the percentages of any traditional system of teacher, that is of teaching, of lecture, is the least, while the more creative methods are much higher in percentage. So the focus needs to shift towards activities placed at the base level of this pyramid. Say demonstrations, discussions, audiovisuals, and so on. Next slide, please. So why schools or institutes or design schools need to prioritize creativity and design thinking? The main reason being how times are changing and shifting because of advances in technology, and these advances in technology has created a new environment for learning, an environment of learning, that is our infrastructure. Our schools, our classrooms are no longer just one subject for all classrooms. Our environment needs to change along with the student of what subject they are doing. With that, we have a new learner. The student, that is the new learner, has developed in the process of this new technology development. And the student of this generation has more easy access to knowledge and information. He is more agile, more flexible to adapt. And this has led us teachers to become facilitators, or you can say mentors, and not the sole provider of knowledge. So we are adapting too. And with that, the system needs to integrate future ready creative teaching and learning models that will facilitate students in generation of this generation to stay up to mark and in trend with the industry requirements. Next slide, please. So as you see, all design schools can have this creative teaching learning model concepts in their education system. Then I'm going to discuss each of them in further. And as it said, practice before you preach. I'm glad to be telling you here that we at School of Fashion Design and Technology practice almost all these systems into our education, into our curriculum. So let's take it further. Next slide. So firstly, industrial exposure. Industrial exposure is the key role to play in a student's career. They need to be trained during the college how to be ready to face the industry by using industry projects in their curriculum, internships, guest lectures from industry people, so that students, pass out or graduate, they are not taken as a shock in the industry. They are well groomed already how to handle industry well during their course of curriculum. The next is experiential and hands-on learning, which is basically practicing while you are learning. Maybe through, if you're a design student, then fashion shows. While you're putting up exhibitions, you learn while you put it up. Peer group learning, learning through workshops, practice your skills. Maybe if you have magazines and blogs in your college, practice content writing or designing for those. Next slide, please. Next is bringing international curriculum and opportunities for students and to make them more globally competent to face challenges of the world, and which is actually the need of the hour today. So that could be done by training them through international portfolio development, the basic code being degrees have to be internationally recognized, sending them for exchange programs and so on. Also, providing flexible curriculums by giving options for students in certain subjects that they can opt for. Also, choice-based projects. Also, minor track courses that usually Amity follows, all Amity campuses, where you can pick up a subject from another institute and do a minor degree in that while you're studying your own program. So all these systems will holistically develop a student. Next slide, please. Regular field visits are a very important point. Sending the students in the market to study the trends, to see actually what the trends are, what the market is saying, relevant market visits, educational tours, it could be national, local, going to design studio visits, visits to exhibitions, to actually study the current trends of the industry and the standards of the industry. The next is high-tech infrastructure. That's again the need of the hour. You have to support the teaching learning with well-equipped, high-tech and industrial level of instruments and infrastructure. No longer we need equipments different for college and different for, say, industry. It has to be at the same level so that students are trained during their college to be industry ready. Yes, so also providing them with libraries, more importantly, e-libraries and resource centers and institutes. Next slide, please. The last 2 points being one very important point, holistic development curriculum. Our core should not be only to develop students to be creative or to be good in their own subject, but to develop them holistically. And this could be achieved by imparting them with courses that are, say, foreign languages, environmental studies, behavioral sciences, communication skills, providing opportunities for, say, co-curricular and extracurricular activities, extension activities where students can go and teach, and in that process of learning they go out and extension activities where you can help the needy. It's also a social responsibility for the students. And the last point being ICT based teaching learning, where the use of latest softwares in classroom teaching as well as learning needs to be integrated right from college level. Basic skills like Photoshop need to be inculcated. Teaching and learning by use of videos, technology through teaching, as well as involving projects that inculcate all these technologies will be a better system. So all these points will ensure a future-ready approach to face for the student to face any challenge and be up to par with the current requirements. But and not only the current requirements of the industry, but also the entire ecosystem at large. So students need to research as to which colleges are providing them at least few of these systems in their curriculum, so that it will be a better choice for them to opt for that college and to be competent persons in the industry. Next slide, please. So we are ready for the change, which is actually giving us a chance. Next slide, please. Yes, and these are a few courses that School of Fashion Design and Technology offers, right from our degree courses to our masters and PhD, ranging from fashion design to fashion communication and so on. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Modesa. I mean, that was a
So much.
very generic view of the design courses that normally Amity offers. And also thank you for emphasizing on the design thinking and its process.
Yes.
You started right from the brain, and probably it ends either at your fingertips or maybe at your mouth, depending on the type of design course that you're opting for. There has always been a debate on whether creativity can be taught or whether it is inborn or inherent. And we at Amity, in case it is to be taught, we do teach it. And if you say that if it is inherent or inborn, we just try to sharpen it, or we see that there is a finesse to it, added finesse to it. So in any case, we do not about creativity. We see that it is transferred to your child when he takes admission to Amity. We're talking about industrial exposure, hands-on learning, experiential learning, workshops, study tours, and a lot. We have it all at Amity University, Mumbai. With that, I would like to invite Dr. Neema from the Amity School of Communications to express her ideas about creative patterns in communication. Creativity, as she says, is a common thread that binds all these creative disciplines. Over to Dr. Neema.
Thank you very much, Professor Abhijit Shirodkar, sir. And it's an absolute pleasure to be a part of the panel. And, I'd like to thank Modesa to have given a kickstart to it and putting all of us into perspective with a beautiful presentation. And it has actually now increased my challenge to discuss the paradigms of creativity. And basically, when I express my topic out here, we see a couple of concepts, inlined. One is, what is creativity? Number two, what do we mean by paradigms? Number three, what do we mean by media and communication? Start with communication, which we all know is a fabric of language and speaking, which is governed by linguistic rules and which is carried out. And it is a very complex process, yet simple in its own nature. It happens everywhere. And that is what we teach us. We teach forms of communication, which are verbal, oral, written, intrapersonal, interpersonal, mass communication, as well as visual communication through our disciplines that we have in our department. We have bachelors of journalism, we have bachelors BSc animation, we have masters in filmmaking, television and radio. We have masters in advertising and public relations along with events. And we have masters in journalism and mass communication. And as you can see, all these disciplines are so effective and powerful in terms of the way they disseminate information or the way they communicate. So we coming to the whole approach or the whole mindset, because I call paradigms as certain perceptions, beliefs, or concepts or conceptions to construct a message to give away out to the people, to the target segmentation, to the audiences whom we connect and provide information we educate them, we inform them, and we communicate through the various forms of media as well as the vehicles of media. And they are television, radio, newspapers. You know them as broadcast medias and print medias. We have films as one of the biggest forms of visual communication. And now the biggest challenge that we have is the new media technology, which is right in front of us, which basically is leading us to the new shift or to the changing paradigm, as what we observe today. We all are basically, let me tell you a story. I would like to put you into a very, a kind of a hypothetical scenario. Suppose we all four of us are sitting in Stone Age and listening to two women who are talking about their two sons. One is saying, "Oh, what does your son do?" And she says, "Oh, well, my son is a hunter. Yesterday, he hunted a deer, and today he wants to hunt an elephant." "Oh, well, what does your son do?" "Oh, my son is a lazy one. He sits in the cave and he does drawing and he paints pictures on the wall." So what do we derive? And then it is said to be, "My son is an artist. He does some creativity on the wall, sitting inside a cave." So in this story, when we discuss what do we understand, this basically is the start of the social change in communication. This incident can be recorded as one of the historic landmarks from where communication was identified, from the cave paintings that we have observed through the years, or one can say through thousands of ages that we have, experienced or seen or observed and found traces. And see, the perception that we see is, of the people around, and the mindset of the people that people have had towards creativity in the earlier days, and creativity becoming a priority today with the help of communication. Today, we are discussing creativity as one of the most important aspects of the curriculum. We want our children to be innovative and creative. We want our teachers to be creative. We want our platforms to be creative. We want so many creative engagements to keep and run these forms of communication, and to effectively disseminate information. So media and communication both are basically inclined and keep on experimenting and keep on probably progressing in these forms of creativity, and keeps challenging the different forms of media. So as you can see in the history, that mediated communication has been very popular, right from the world wars that we have seen, right from the Great Depression, where we see the Chaplin's work of comedy, which actually took the viewers into a different paradigm of comedy in order to enable them to forget about the disasters of the war at that time. So cinema played a very important role at that time. So every discipline, if you come in to think of advertising, we talk about the cult of novelty. We actually live in the cult of novelty is because everything that we design, everything that we aspire, everything that we imagine or ideate has to have some kind of newness to it. It has to be something. Creativity is something that is familiar. Creativity is something that has a surprise in it. And advertising makes use of both the elements. It actually utilizes the power of similarities as well as the power of surprise in order to, engage the audience to the most effective manner and, disseminate information. And we teach advertising in a similar manner to our students in order to bring them closer to the subject, closer to the topic. And as you can see, that there are so many philosophers who have actually, if you talk about ancient Greek, Plato, or you talk about the age of enlightenment, where you discuss the aesthetics of beauty by Immanuel Kant, and you observe design as an integral part of advertising, where you see illustration, photography, typography. You see, you can actually identify with Norman Rockwell's "You Are Required in U.S. Army." When we start illustrating, when a child starts illustrating, the kind of power that the posters create and generate the information, it puts the audiences into a shift, and a demand is created out there. Now, moving further about the different perspectives, media and communication continuously puts the students into different perspectives through the help of these different powerful mediums of communication. When I say advertising is a very powerful, persuasive form of communication. Similarly, if I talk about journalism, of course, it is a one-sided, biased propaganda that keeps on happening in order to propagate the political agendas. But again, there is an innovation in it as well. There is, of course, in today's world, in today's times, we are facing, we are hit by a pandemic that is COVID-19, and there is a mass hysteria, and there is people who are continuously engaged because of the new media platform, and they are becoming more and more interactive and communicating and expressing their views. They're having their choices, preferences, and they are engaging themselves in such a manner that they're voicing out their voices, their feelings, their emotions, and that also is a part of creativity. Because creativity is initiated by language, and language is a social institution that initiates ideas, thoughts, and also communication, which people learn, and also that people, give away and share, and which serves the purpose of communication at the same time. So here we actually see the utilization of different vehicles of communication, the tools of communication. We very concretely see them as transforming into disciplines. We divide them into two aspects: is filmmaking, we divide them into broadcast and print. And as you can see, broadcast has its own nature. It has two different formats. It serves for the content, as well as it serves for the agendas, where we have news channels, broadcast televisions, journalism, broadcasting, and along with that we have fiction, non-fiction, creativity. That brings me back to one of very renowned philosophers, one can say, is Vladimir Props, who has spoken about who is a writer, and he is also fountainheads of narratology, which is again an emerging discipline which we see. And if I talk about journalism, I would like to again quote Hunter Thompson for Gonzo journalism, which leads us to interpretivism. Again, the different paradigms of communication research that we observe: positivism, constructivism, interpretivism, and along with it, pragmatism. So whichever paradigm we are into, we keep on observing and developing ourselves accordingly, and keep on, evolving. Earlier, it was advertising was dealt with applied arts, and it was basically a part which would generate revenue for journalism and would bring a lot of money, and would be able to, newspapers were able to sell themselves on the basis of advertising. But then, as you can see, over a period of time, things have changed. Communication has become extremely complex in its own nature, and hence we see from the STEM model, from science, technology, engineering, mathematics, medicine, we have moved on to content creation, writing, photography, creation. And now all these things in terms of creativity are applicable across disciplines. Now it has become mandatory for all of us to basically make use of this media platform and make our content as creative as possible. We are not expecting people to write 7,000 diaries as Da Vinci wrote, and he has had an impression, or he is basically a pool which so many disciplines derive from: engineering, architecture, and so many of them, So what he did, what Da Vinci did, Leonardo da Vinci did, was basically he made diaries. He wrote, he scribbled, he created, he ideated. So in similar manner, creativity is basically is transforming. Communication has transformed. We have moved on from modernist paradigm to transformative paradigm. This is what media and communication basically is all about, that there is a shift in the whole paradigm and we need to accept it. Agreed that paradigms are dangerous, paradigms are volatile, paradigms push us towards possibilities, but then there is a greater reward which is behind it once you accept it. So my message across to all my panelists, to all the other disciplines, to all my students who are watching, to all the parents who are watching, and to the team Edutainment is that it is a paradigm shift and we have to accept it, and we have to take it further by accepting and embracing it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nima. You are extremely communicative, if I may say so.
Thank you.
Modesa kickstarted it, and Nima, you just simplified creativity. You even instigated a paradigm shift in my understanding of the word paradigm. I'm grateful to you for connecting the cave age to the present. I emphasize once again creativity and communication, underlining the importance of communication in today's age. With that, I now present to you Mr. Bhunesh Gowda from the Amity School of Fine Arts, who will highlight creativity challenges in the field of Mr. Bhunesh. I think at issue. His internet probably has gone off. He was there till, okay. So with that, let's say, if I may continue, we are, as it is, running short of time. But I would have a question for the other panelists. How do you see or look at as a career option? Modesa, can you take that one?
So can you repeat your question? I did not.
Yeah. How do you look at design as a career option?
Yes. Definitely, design has been always in trend from the beginning of the education system, or from the beginning of when we started. But now, in fact, it is more applicable for a student to choose design as a career, because we're not talking about design being only aesthetics. Design can also be functional, and what that is also solving a particular problem is design. And so we will never not require design or products. As long as human exists, we'll require products, we'll require clothes, we'll require textiles, we'll require fashion. So no matter if there is a pandemic or what situation, we will continue to require products and clothes, and any design related field is applicable here. So we just need to understand the scenario right now, what is the current situation, and we need to channelize our creativity into solving the challenges that we are facing now. And the most importantly, right now what you can do is design digitally. Take your hand skills on using your training, your soft skills, so that you can be ready to face the industry, and also prepare your work and showcase it to the industry in a digital way where you can work from home also. So it definitely has a bright future.
Yeah, good. Thank you, Modesa. I mean, one thing that I would like to remind you here, but everything requires, for doing anything of what you said, requires space. And we at the Amity School of Architecture and Planning offer 3 different courses: 5-year course in architecture, a 4-year course in interior design, and a 4-year course in planning. And we have Bhunesh Gowda, who's back with us. I'll ask him once again, I invite him to present or to highlight his views on the creativity challenges in fine arts. Yeah, Bhunesh.
Hello?
Yeah,
hello, sir. I'm extremely sorry. There was a full system jam. Then I restarted, and it took some time.
Okay, we are running short of time a little
bit. Yeah, so I think as you had asked me regarding the challenges of teaching art during the, you can say, the lockdown. Yeah. So, yeah, art poses new challenges when there is possibilities, but also it gives possibilities when there are challenges. So, although we have a holistic teaching approach at Amity School of Fine Art, there were glitches about handling the situation, which came all of a sudden for all of us, equally for students as well as for teachers. So it was a perfect situation of teaching and learning, because we were teaching the students, and at the same time we were also learning from them. Uh, and I think most of you might agree that during that situation, we had most of the staff meetings than like in other times. So some of the challenges was posed by our students, like the material. The fine arts requires material most of the cases, whether it is canvas, whether it is paint or clay or any medium. The students locked at home were like not uh, reaching out to those. They had no such any possibilities. So we used to try out around on our own way to sail through this issue. Although we were expecting it to be like it seemed to sooner to get over that, but it still going on. So some of the challenges when material was availability was very limited. We diverted our students, like collecting their own household items and creating some composition, or looking through the window and taking images. And of course, we would give them some concepts how to go about it, but it was their take how to handle, and the window was the only source for them to gather the information from the outside, apart from the internet or mobile or laptop. So this way we used to handle them, and at the same time, though new situations when students faced, they also used to give us situations, some new ways of approaches, and that how we used to, like uh, challenge them with, like creating recreating old masters work with their available objects at home, and so on so forth. So this situation, which also gave the students, which otherwise we tell them to introspect and spend their own solitude time with them, that this situation that gave them very much it was needed. So we told our students that this is a situation you need to take positively, rather than looking it in a negative way. So for example, most of the students who come from an urban setup in our institute, we gave them some small examples of how to be inquisitive, to just get involved with themselves. So for example, is like they were given an assignment to sprout in some transparent jars and observe them every day and record them and sketch them. So here, the record or sketch or photography is just a means, but our intention was to uh, get them back to the nature, observe nature closely. So this way, we are developing them as the sensitive human beings before they become artists or designers. So art never take birth in the luxuries. So it always had its growth in the challenging situations. Same, this COVID-19 lockdown is also a part of that. For example, so this aspect of taking challenges, we also inculcated them before the situation had arrived. For example, we give them situations or challenges like time-based work. Suppose in 30 minutes, 30 works, 30 drawings. Or at times we would challenge them to destroy their own creative piece, so that they will come back.
Yeah, Bhunesh, I think you'll have to wind up a little bit.
Yes, yeah, please. Okay,
sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to say something, or shall I conclude?
Nothing much as such, sir. But see, so of course there were issues regarding tangible mediums concerned, but at the same time, these new situation would leave a space for newer mediums to explore, to be explored. So how to deal with situations like whether to transport your work into the distant land, and artists started already applying the new methods, like suppose sending a JPEG image to some other country or a PDF image to some other country to get it printed in book format or in a photographic printout. So yes, sir.
I think I should interrupt. Sorry, Bhunesh.
Yes, sir.
But then to end up, I think you mentioned challenges increase or give birth to a lot of possibilities.
Yes.
Even we at Amity School of Architecture and Planning had students who made drawings on even newspapers and packing papers. They made models out of packing materials that were there in their houses. So we did increase, or they did inculcate a sense of creativity amongst the students. There are advantages to every disadvantage, no doubt. There is a silver lining. And even in today's conditions, if we can take a little look at it, the silver lining is, students are safe in their homes and still they are learning from the safety of their homes. They are there ensconced in their cocoons at home and still learning. Learning has never stopped, not at Amity. So we have been continuing. We have a little bit of examination related issues, but that I think is there right from the UGC level, which we are trying to sort it out also. So at this, I think I should be concluding. I would like to thank Edutainment for a wonderful platform for the students. They also, I think, learned by having a platform like this at a virtual level. So they did not stop. They converted this into a silver lining from a physical exhibition to a virtual exhibition. So thank you, Edutainment, for continuing with your good work for the students who are otherwise nowadays a confused lot with so many different avenues available to them. So thank you, and over to our host, Himanshi.
was a fabulous session that we just had. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm hoping that you're checking out the virtual showcase, and I'm very excited about introducing the next session that we have. It's about careers in product design. Let me tell you that this is an actually interesting panel, and if you have any questions, please make sure to shoot them out to the moderator and the panelists. Our moderator for this session is Mr. Chiranjeet Regi. He's the director for Silica. The panelists that we have, the first panelist is Nishima Pandit. She's the co-founder of Ticket Design. We also have Mr. Pravinsan Solanki. He's the senior associate faculty at NID. We also have Shrishti Bajaj, head of department, product design, accessory design, jewelry design at Pearl Academy. We have Pudnesh Jagad. He's the faculty, Amity School of Fashion Design and Technology from Mumbai. And we have Mr. Harish K. Sankaran. He is the Associate Director and heading the School of Interior Design at UID, Karnavati University. It's going to be an absolutely amazing panel. I'd like to hand it over to our moderator, Mr. Chiranjeet Regi.
Thank you, Himanshi. This is a power-packed panel. Actually, I have a difficult job at hand. It's a power-packed panel, and it's the most sort of interesting topic for design aspirants. Most students I've seen always like to know about product design. So here it is. The title is Careers in Product Design, and we are at the Edutainment show, and my panel has some really great people. You've introduced them, so thank you very much for the introduction. I'm gonna just quickly set out how we want to do this webinar. We have kind of brainstormed with this panel, and we've come out with a few questions which are frequently asked about product design. And what are the careers in it? How do you go about studying it? What are the next steps after you become a product design? So what we have done is we have put together a quick PPT, and we have asked those questions in the PPT, and I'm going to put those questions directly to our panelists. And I would also ask all our viewers and audience right now to put your questions, if they don't get addressed as a part of our PPT, into the chat box. Because the whole point right now is to give you as much awareness, as much guidance that we can possibly in this 1 hour. It's very difficult to cover careers in product design in 1 hour, but we will try our best to do that. So I'm going to dive quickly into the questions, and I will address them to individual panelists. This is the most basic one. So Nishma ma'am, as a person who is an alumni of NID and running a product design focused design studio, could you in very quite a brief words explain to us what product design is? Our audience are not designers, so if you could make it as simple for them as possible. Yeah, ma'am.
So thank you, Chiranjeet, and it's great to be here and interacting with the aspiring designers. And I hope that we are able to make it as simple as possible for you all to understand this. And if you're getting too complicated, please put it in the queries and chats so that, we can address it better. So coming back to the question that Chiranjeet asked, that, what is product design? So product design is design of, systems or products that are around us, that we use around in our lives, to put it simply. And these are things that, you would think that, how does a designer contribute in this? Because a lot of times there's a confusion about what exactly means product design and how does one really, think about it, and what does it mean to be designing products. So I'm going to take a little example of a very simple package that we designed, which is also a product, and explain it with this. So this is a package of ice cream, and we all enjoy ice cream, right? As the summers, is a time to, open a pack and, finish it off. So our assignment here was that, can that enjoyment, that the joy of having ice cream be replicated and put into the design of the package, so that, when you look at it, it's fun. When you can spot it in a shelf, you can eat it and enjoy it with a lot of ease and comfort. So we created 2 or 3 different packages, right? So there was a small pack, which was a pack for a single person, single use pack. So that is the one that's shown on the right hand side, right? So we realize that when you take these small packs, there is a person who gives you a small spoon with it, and you're not sure if the spoon is clean, and you have to, no place to wash it. You also don't have a spoon to eat. If you're just on the go, you pick up a pack and you want to start eating. So there was a spoon put into the lid, and then that lid and the spoon was covered with another small piece of label or a card on top, which was very easy to remove. Take the spoon out, it protects the spoon, your spoon is clean, and you can start having your ice cream. Ice cream lid is also sealed, so it is not something that slips off or falls off. So these are the things that product designers think of when they're trying to design a product, that how will a person use the product, what is the experience of trying to engage with the package, how do you open it, how do you consume the product from the package, plus also how will it appear in the shelf. So this triangular package we made, I mean, it's a triangular section that goes down because we realized that the fascia that it gets is wider than any other shape. And then when you put it in the shelf, it is very easily visible. Plus also it stacks very well. Like, there are two triangles that go back and front, and then on top of each other also we created the steps on top to hold it, so that in the shelf, when you make a stack, it doesn't fall off. So all these things are things that product designers have to think of while designing products, and this is an example of something that is thought of. This is a very simple way or a simple product to explain. The same kind of thinking also goes at systems level sometimes, when you're trying to look at more complicated things like, how do people move, say for example a hospital, how do people move from one area to another, how will they exchange their material or thoughts, or how will the equipment be accessed that has to be used for a patient. But I'll leave it at that.
I think system design is very, very important now that we are in the COVID situation, and there are a lot of systems that are going to be needed to design for social distancing. Anyone else would like to add anything to that?
Can I? I'd like to come in here. I think product design is an extremely wide field. I think that's something that is exciting about it, but it's also something that confuses a lot of people. What exactly is product design? So I think a great way to answer this is exactly how Nishma mentioned, that it is about problem solving and innovating and really disrupting the way things are going, the status quo, and then really coming up with interesting and sometimes very, very simple solutions. So if you are somebody who's interested in improving things, that's a great way to think about product design.
Perfect. And just to kind of make it more interesting, we have put some examples of products, and one of the slides says that a product designer designs everything. You can design a pin to a plane. So Nishma ma'am, you've given me these examples.
This is an example of you could be designing a toothbrush one day, and on the right is the rover. That's a rover meant to be going to the moon. So you could be designing a rover one day, or a toothbrush one day, or a pin to a plane, whatever Chiranjeev was saying. There are more examples on the next slide if you go. Yeah, so product designers design tools, they design home products, they design appliances. You could design medical products. So this is on the left, what you see is a screwdriver. You hold it in your hand, so you have to understand the grip, you have to understand the action, you have to understand the materials. In the next after that, in the middle is a stapler, a simple thing that we use every day. Somebody has designed it. On the right of that top right corner is a medical equipment. It's a device that indexes itself to a CT scan machine, and it can help a doctor do biopsy. Below that is a refrigerator, then the headphones, and also shoes. So these products are they vary in their sizes, they vary in their application and usage, they also vary in their materials. So a product designer has to look at every aspect of how a product is being engaged with. How do you use it? How do you interact with it? its application, also its manufacturability. So the difference between product design and engineering, or product design and art, would be that, I think if we go to that slide, Chiranjeev.
Sure.
We can skip that one. So here, I was trying to just put it to explain that on the left, what you see is engineering. A lot of times people get confused between what does an engineer do, or what does a product designer do, and how is it different. So to explain it, an engineer would probably work on creating the most efficient machine, or a most efficient motor. Will work on the property of the material, get the property of steel to come to a state where forms a very good tool steel. It can cut paper very sharp and have a life of maybe 20 years, 30 years. You keep using the same scissor. But what does a product designer do? A product designer will find the human application for people. So engineering interfaces material to material, technology to technology. But product designer is an interface between technology and people. So we understand people, we understand how they think, how they act, what their living environments are, how they use their tools, what the hand sizes are. There's a study of ergonomics, and how they would use a equipment or a tool, and then the technology that an engineer has engineered very well. So if it's a very efficient motor, will be used by a product designer in a mixer grinder that I have shown over there, which comes into your kitchen. And the mixer grinder must do the jobs that someone needs to do in the kitchen, of grinding hard spices to maybe chopping onions coarse, or maybe making a paste of tomatoes. So a product designer will try to understand what is it that people want to do, and then work together along with engineers to create the solution for it. And on the same time, there is also a connect with art, on the creative side, where you're trying to give it a good form. You're trying to give it a delight. When you see products, you've got to feel good about it, because they're going to be a part of your living environment. So you want things to be beautiful. So you style them well. You use the right colors to mix and match and create something good and attractive there. I hope this is all making sense for our viewers.
Yes.
Yes, one thing I would like to add. Sorry.
It's making sense to me, and I'm not a designer, so I'm a kind of.
One thing I would like to add to it, Chiranjeev, is like how Nishma ma'am mentioned, is it's a blend of art and engineering. Also, most of the times people find themselves in a dilemma that what product design is and what engineering design is, or industrial design is. As far as my experience and understanding goes, in simple terms, engineering design more or less prefers or talks about the functionality, the functional aspect of that particular device at the end. Whereas product design more or less talks about that along with the designing part of it. So it gives that the carving nature of it. And industrial design more or less talks about the functional aspects of any design, making sure that the functionality is served.
Yeah, just to add to.
Sorry, go ahead, Harish.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just to add to what Purnesh said, so products can start from coming from the need of the machine itself, and the other side is the need of human itself. Engineers think for the machine, and designers think for the human. So we're basically advocates for a function that needs to be performed, which will uplift human life.
Certainly.
Okay.
Correct.
Praveen sir, I just wanted to ask you. So, your vast experience has been in furniture and interior design, and NID being the cradle, in a sense of design education in India. How product design also includes those aspects of design, which is interior, furniture, etc. Could you just throw some light on it?
Exactly. See, Nishma man rightly mentioned, see, it is about man, it is about machine, it is about material, it is about manufacturing, it is about market, right? So it has a complete circle. So even if you're making a chair, so the chair has to be used by a human, right? So you consider the human ergonomics, how he's going to sit, where is going the chair is going to be used. It is indoor, it is going to be outdoor. If you say indoor, then it is a writing table. Is it a dining table? Or what is exactly the use? So you always study the human first, then what exactly the function you would like to do. You study that, then you study the environment. Okay, inside, outside. So based on to that, the study automatically tells if you're doing inside, means you do not have a rain, you do not have maybe openness, sunlight, and the material has to be something like this. But if you're doing the same thing outside, it talks. Okay, if you have a sunlight, if you have wind, if you have water, you have to use a material which is waterproof.
Right.
So the man, if you understand the humans, if you understand the behavior, if you understand the function, what is going to happen, and if you're looking for an efficiency, because see, you can have a chair, you can sit on a tail ka dabba also, and still you can work. But if you are sitting on a perfect chair, then it increases your efficiency of working. It gives you that comfort to, if you're working for 8 hours, the output of 7.5 hours is there. Otherwise, you can sit on like, no, chai ka, if you go to chai ka thela, they use color ka dabba or doodh ka crate for sitting. But it is a jugaad. But a designer, a product designer totally thinks of everything. And not only that, if a furniture designer is there, he will always think of environmental also. So do I need to use wood? If I have to use the wood, what has to be the quantity of wood? Can something else can be substitute of wood? When I'm walking onto that wood, will the dust bin, the dust coming out from that furniture or from the machine will affect people working there? So how do you look toward the working environment? So product is just not only thinking out the finished product, but it talks about the environment, it talks about sustainability, and that is how a designer perfectly thinks, making it industrial. Otherwise, it becomes like a normal jugaad. Perfect.
I would also like to come in here and maybe state this. Oftentimes, I'm asked, like Pranesh rightly said, industrial design and product design, what is the difference? Because in the industry, both the terms are synonymous. So please don't be confused by the two nomenclatures. You will find some programs that call themselves product design, some programs that identify themselves in industrial design. In my mind and personal opinion, industrial design is, the genesis is industrial production in a certain sense. And product design has just expanded that to maybe be an umbrella for many, many different kinds of objects. Like furniture, like medical equipment, like emergency equipment, like an umbrella or a toothbrush, even to a certain extent, jewelry or even textiles are often considered products. So don't be confused by the nomenclatures. These are often interchangeably used. So essentially, we are looking at both and or the same, if you want to put it that way. So that's an important point, I think.
So I also want to add, I'd also like to add one more aspect here, that with a lot of our products becoming screens, like our phones, right? They're all screens now. The apps, softwares are also considered products, because a lot of times that's what you're interacting with. So a lot of product designers graduate and then they design the softwares, apps, which is also known as the field of UI UX, which is the user experience design. Technically, everything is UX experience design.
Yes, everything is user experience. The product has to be experienced by the user.
UI and UX is pretty much there in all fields. It's a very common umbrella. It goes into fashion, accessory, architecture, interiors. Wherever there is an interaction, there is, and then wherever there is an experience that needs to be created, or experience that exists over there, that's part of any field.
Finally, design is for people. So for a human being. So I think that kind of user experience is the fundamental, and the user has to be kept in mind when you are designing. So here is a simple kind of slide, which again Ishma ma'am gave me. And would you like to, what does a product designer do? What are, I think we have covered a large part of it, but this just, if, with this example, if you could just explain a little bit about
Yeah.
what is this process going on?
Yeah. So I just put together a few things for our viewers to know what all happens in the life of a product designer. So one day you are probably visiting a site, you're trying to look at materials, you're trying to look at how people are doing things or how the product is being manufactured. So you may go to an assembly line. Here it shows a concrete slab being cast because we were working on some design of toilets, and our team went to see the manufacturing of that and understand the limitations of the material or the process that is currently being used. Then you come back and you analyze your thoughts, and you take a lot of notes, you discuss, you assess them, you segregate them, you sometimes put them up on the wall, and you relook at all your thoughts. Then you put your thoughts together and see what are the insights that come out of your findings and learnings of your design research, and then you start ideating. So there's a next photograph right in the center of a person sketching, and then there are reviews. You review your thoughts and designs to look at what are the solutions. It's a process that uses lateral thinking, where we think about a lot of solutions, not one or two ideas that you start working on, but you look at lot of solutions, and then you choose one or two ideas that you further explore, and then you make prototypes. So the last one shows prototyping process. And once the prototype is done, it validates all the thoughts, all the things that you have designed and put into your solution. And then you may even sometimes take it to the user to show them that, this is how it works. Why don't you try it out and give me some feedback? And then the user gives you feedback, and you may go back to your drawing board and try and make some changes to improve certain experience or interactions. So this is, and a lot of times there is this myth or this understanding that if I can sketch, then I'm going to be a designer, and sketching is all I'm going to do. But that's not how it happens. There's a lot of things that happen, and a lot of activities that go into the design of a solution, a product, or a whatever it might be.
In a way, sketching is just one form of expression, where you are putting down your ideas through a sketch. So it's a great way of expression.
It's the fastest way of expressing yourself. So it is a skill that must be used. You have to pick that up. You have to learn how to express yourself using your sketches, because that's the fastest way. What's in your mind comes out on paper.
And the most interesting thing is this middle slide, where that is where the real creativity of a person comes out, where you have a situation and you're coming up with these multiple thoughts, multiple ideas, and multiple solutions and possibilities. So a very, very interesting way of showing. Praveen sir, would you like to add anything to this? You have seen so many designers design. So this process that a designer, once they graduate from an NID, how their life would be.
See, as a product designer, we always segregate two parts. No, okay, it is simple design, simple product design, and complex design, SPD, simple product design. So both are very different, because here you are having a very simple, maybe a toy also which moves, correct? So, or a sharpener. So that is the simplest part. But how do you perceive it? Like the people want the same sharpener, maybe in, as a giant sharpener also. If you go to stationery store, a simple sharpener, you can see it is available very simple, and it comes as a Doraemon also. So you buy a huge Doraemon, and the sharpener is there, and all the whatever the waste comes out, that is also been stored. So you always create a story with it. So generally people ask, okay, what is product designer's job, or how do you get an idea? So I just give you a simple example to all the students. Okay, every morning we go to a shit pot, right? We sit on it, but we never interact with the shit pot. हम लोग बैठते shit pot पे और चले आते. But if you see a designer, how does a designer create opportunities? Because if everything becomes stagnant, then like अगर एक चीज प्रोडक्ट बनने के बाद बोल दिया ये परफेक्ट है, अब आगे कुछ नहीं है, तो everybody's job is zero. We will not have anything else to do. But how do you see designer see and create an opportunity? So you sit on a shit pot, आपको लगता है कि ठंड में बहुत ठंडा लग रहा है नीचे यार. So the designer thinks कि I want a shit pot का seat which can be heated, right? Somebody say कि it is corona and all this. I do not want to touch my shit pot. So the shit pot का ढक्कन है, it opens up with a sensor. Somebody wants music inside that, so there is a music there. So only a shit pot has a lot of stories to be added. Ultimately, what it does, it gives a comfort to human being, right? I do not want to touch the shit pot. I do not want to flush. So I was in Korea, and in the bathroom, I didn't find any taps. It was just one remote control next to the shit pot, and everything was controlled. So if you want to have hot water, cold water, if you want to have jets, front jet, back jet. So the constantly a designer has to look for opportunities, solve the problems, like no, and it is done at a very not a jugaad level, but in an industrial level where all the processes followed. So it's a fantastic to become a product designer. It's like no, your everyday have a new challenge. You work with material, you work with form, and a lot of things are there.
I think this is a very interesting, suggestion for all these aspirants who must be sitting in the audience, that you don't have to really go out and do something and find things to be a product designer. You could be doing it while you're, doing your regular everyday things. So you just have to have that imagination and creativity to look beyond the simple, obvious things. So, so here, one of the questions that I asked this panel yesterday, and I think that's a very important one, is does innovation only happen in technology? So in India, we have seen a lot of innovation in technology, but we have discussed quite a lot that innovation, product design and innovation has to go hand in hand, because Praveen sir also said just now that, if there is no innovation, then there is stagnancy. So Nishma ma'am has shared some of one of her projects with us, and I would like her to kind of take 2 minutes to just quickly explain how this was an example of innovation in product design.
Yeah. So this is a kind of package that we design. Again, I have taken a simple thing to explain because I know there are students looking and they can relate with products that they have seen and used around them. So this is a package that we designed for farmers. So what you see on your screen is the top view of the package, and you see this white band across it. I'm going to show you, I don't know if I'm visible on the screen. I'm going to show you a bottle that I'm holding in my hand, and you must have used it before. This is a bottle of Coke bottle, and there's a cap on it. So when someone gives you a mineral water bottle or any bottle that is packed, do you know whether this is sealed or not? Like when you look at this, can you tell that it is sealed or not? You cannot really tell, unless you open it and you feel the sound, and sometimes you don't even feel it. So what we realized was that our client was selling a very critical product for farmers, which was meant for the farmland, and it was not for human consumption, and it had to be safeguarded. It had to be protected from even counterfeit, because sometimes counterfeit means somebody else copies the product and makes a fake of it. So it had to be protected very well. So what we thought was that how do we do it? If you can go to the next slide. One of the ideas we explored, we went to the farms, we saw the people. One of the ideas that came was, how does a helmet protect you? It guards you. It's a nice thing that straps around your head. So the idea was that can we create a strap that goes over it like a helmet and guards the product and kind of shows it clearly. When there's someone wearing a helmet, you can see very clearly that this person is protected. They're wearing a hard shell, and there is a strap which you can see clearly. So we said, is there something that we can make so visible on the product that it becomes very clearly evident to the user that yes, there is a seal on it? And what happens when you open this? When you open this package, that white band that you see over the head of the package, it breaks off and falls off. So the cap becomes yellow in color instead of yellow with a white head strap on it. And the user knows very clearly that it has been opened. It's a seal that has been opened. So that was a innovation that we added, and that's selling in the market, and it's very useful for the farmers in a very simple way they understand. Another small innovation example is this, that these contents of these packages are not for human consumption. We added braille on it. I don't know why a lot of packages still don't have it. So when we went to the farmland, on the left side, you see that image, how the packages are just thrown. And we heard a lot of stories of, places where people have consumed it by mistake because they didn't realize, what it was. So we added, those small dots that you see in that image on the right hand side is braille. Those dots say danger. So if a blind person or a person who cannot see picks up this package, and they always try to feel around to see what they are holding, they will come across these dots, and the moment they put their hand over it, they read it, and it says danger. They're not going to touch it, or they're not going to uh, try to consume any liquid or anything out of it. We also went to the users to see, once we had put danger on it, whether they can actually read it or not, because there were a lot of different sizes of these packages. So that lady down there is a employee of a bank. So we went to her, we showed her the prototype, and she could feel it and touch and read it immediately for us. Wherever she felt a problem, we went back and corrected it. So this is an example of how we bring about small interventions into the design, which makes it better for the user. This kind of small innovations, it could be a bigger level of innovation also, but I'm just explaining it using a simple thing.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Nishma ma'am. I think we've covered product design and engineering. Anything anybody would like to add in this area? Otherwise, I'm going to move to my next question. So, fashion is also, product design can also be seen in fashion, and Purnesh and Srishti, I think both of you have had vast experience in this area. So I would like you to kind of talk about how product design has implications and uses within fashion as well. So Srishti, if you could go ahead.
Thank you. I think because we deal also with accessory design at Pearl, which is very, very definitively, traditionally at least, encased in the fashion industry. So whether it's bags, whether it's shoes, whether it's jewelry, traditionally considered as fashion objects. So today we are looking at product design and looking at the fashion interface with respect to maybe the industry and maybe the kind of trends and forecasting that is applied to those products, because bags and shoes are often seasonal. So there are those elements that come in. Materials. We look at textiles. We look at, if you're making tomorrow passenger seats, like an example is shown here. That means that you have to look at the kind of fabric and the kind of textile you're going to be applying to upholster it. Those are very, very important. Leather is a very, very crucial part of accessories, because a lot of shoes and bags are made out of leather. I think what is interesting as a trajectory I'm seeing is that product designers are getting into accessories, but vis-a-vis sustainability, for example, they're innovating with materials themselves. So it's no longer just about the trend or a industry, it's becoming more pervasive. We have a fabulous brand out of South India called, which basically is looking at coconut leather today to avoid using leather. I'm forgetting the name of the company, surprisingly, it'll come back to me. But they are amazing and innovating materials themselves, and the bags are sold as fashion product, but actually designed by product designers. So there's an interesting marriage between fashion and product design at the moment, which is very exciting, actually. I think for all designers, I would just encourage, and potential designers, as we're speaking to, I would encourage, don't limit yourself with these boundaries and kind of labels. I think if you want to innovate, really, you can start that thread wherever you'd like. So that's very, very important. Purnesh,
Yes. Yeah, I agree to that because first, product design is basically an outcome of an idea. If you have an idea in your mind, which was outcome of a human need, what happens is textile is just a very small part of product design. Product design is a very broad canopy, and textile is one part of it. Having said that, since it is one of those basic needs, roti, kapda, and makan, so it has got endless demands, endless different type of requirements that will be coming up day by day. Like if I can give you a current example, COVID masks that we are wearing, even those are coming up with different type of designs, and people are wanting to get hands on onto it. So at Amity also, what we do is we encourage our students to try and look out for different type of designs and ideas, come up with different applications of them by first understanding what core of the product is. Like for textiles, what you need to understand first is what a yarn is, how what a fiber is, what are the different type of weaves that can be possible. Because ultimately, if you just design something but it is not having any functional implication and right application onto it, it may not necessarily serve the right purpose, and it will waste your time. So that's the reason why, like, we have got textile product designing as a different stream altogether, as a course which helps students to understand what, like I said earlier, functional aspects, how the functional aspects can be met through different learnings through different uh, domains of textiles, be it marketing, be it management, be it textile testing, and so on and so forth.
So Purnish, actually, there is a question from one of the
Yeah.
attendees, and I know it's very related to what you're talking. So I would like you to take it quickly. Is there any
Yes, yes.
connection they're asking between product design and textile design, and is textile really a product? Or can it be seen like that?
Yeah, certainly. Textile is a product. See, what happens is the end product is textile, because ultimately what you're consuming, what you're paying for, is for the textile product, right? Having said that, like for example, if I can, there are home furnishing textiles, and then there are technical textiles. Like if you have seen agriculture textiles, or those greenhouse nets and all, or fishing nets and all, these are technical products. Although they need a specific type of design, like you cannot use a mosquito net for a fishing net, or you cannot use a fishing net for an industrial net purpose. What comes into picture over here is you might implement different type of specifications for a fishing net as compared to a mosquito net, but what you might not be aware of is there is a different type of designing that is required for a fishing net as compared to an industrial net. So that's the reason why product design and textile, they merge together to form that end product, which itself is a textile product at the end, but it's an outcome of both of them.
And the principles, both have to be used. So I think, as we have
Yes.
spoken a lot about product design, what does a product designer do, etc. So we would like to know about how do you go about being a product designer, and what do, for example, if I join a design school, what does a design school teach me to be? So Harish and Srishti, we got some examples, but I would like to start with Praveen Singh sir. What, as again NID being the cradle of design, what can a student expect when they come for a and if you could talk to us about both, at a bachelor's level and at a master's level, what would they go through as training during product design? What kind of skills get developed, etc., etc.?
See, first, when you come to NID, we make you sensitive first, because it's very important that designer has to be sensitive. You need to touch, you need to feel, then only you can understand what material, because material you cannot see from internet and can guess. Is it flexible, it is good, it is bad. So you have to be very much, you have to touch, you need to feel, you need to understand what you're working for whom you're working for. So that is very important. But both, if you see B dash people, if you see, they're more experimental people, so they do not have any fear of exploring anything, whereas M dash people sometimes have got some limitations because they come from different background. Either they come from architecture, they come from engineering, so they have a set engineering said this can be done in this way. But if you see B-dash people, they don't have any barrier. They do not have any luggage. And they just explore anything. So important part is how much you experiment, because material teaches you. So when you are at NID, when you're working in the workshop, because we believe more on hands-on learning by doing. Correct. So I work on bamboo. So there are few things I do not know about bamboo. So when you start working in the workshop, when you cut with different tools, you try drilling it, try turning it, the material teaches you. Okay, yes, I have a property of plastic, I have a property of steel, I have property. So unless and until you do not interact, you do not touch, you do not feel with the material, it's difficult to become a designer. Because I stayed in Italy for a long time, and if you want to be a real designer, that means you have to be hands-on, right? If you have to experiment, if you have to work, you have to cut in 1,000 ways, and automatically material will teach you, okay, if you do this way, this is the result. But just by doing renderings, if you go on the Google, you download something, you have an app, start rendering something, and then you force onto a product to be done, behave, or you force material to be like that, it's not going to happen.
Perfect. And I've heard a very interesting fact, and I would like you to talk about it. At NID, there are no textbooks in design schools. So is that
yeah,
a huge
fantastic.
deviation?
So for all the aspirants who wants to come to NID, so we don't have any written exams. We do not have any theory exams also. So there is no textbook, nothing is there. And as we don't have exam, we give you a challenge, and in the jury you have to present the challenge, which you need to be work in the workshop, or your wood workshop is there, metal workshop is there, a lot of skill workshops are there. So you have to come out, solve any problem which your faculty has given, and you have to present yourself. So it is not only about product, but how you present your work in a digital media or on a hand skill, and how you communicate, because it can be a wonderful idea, but if you do not communicate, do not connect the dots, then also your design is useless. If you do not render it properly, if you do not sketch it properly, then also a beautiful idea can be a scrap. So it is complete combination. It has to be all combination.
Correct. So thank you very much. So I think Shrishti, you have got some examples of work that your students are doing, and in Pearl, I think. So could you just explain to us what is some of these projects, and briefly, just quickly?
Yeah, absolutely. I think before I do that, I also would like to kind of go back to what Praveen said, that I think not having books and being hands-on is actually the DNA of any design school. So whether it's NID, whether it's Pearl, whether it's UID, whether it's I think all design schools strive the same in Indian and international schools. So it gets very exciting for students to know there are no exams, but what we have is a jury at the end of the year. So you still have to work throughout the year, even though no books. I always make sure that students understand that while you can be in the workshop, it's going to be hard work. It's not all fun and games all the time. And I think some of the hard work is part of the students' final year project. And I'll quickly take you through some examples to illustrate what the learning has been. So this is a student who is graduating this year, and she's a Bombay resident, and has been dealing and seeing floods in Bombay literally every year. And I think her ambition was to really come up with something that is a quick emergency kit that can be taken to even the smallest gully of Bombay, and very quickly put into place to either rescue people or to help people transport while the water recedes. And for her project, she had to not just look at users, but she had to understand water. She had to understand, how a pontoon floats. She had to speak to local authorities about what are the feasibilities, what are the restrictions, what are the kind of basic parameters of an emergency product in the state of Maharashtra. And all of those things at the same time, ideating and coming up with interesting ways, new solutions, and really innovating the Pantone itself in a way that is contextual to Bombay. And it can
Perfect.
now be taken anywhere, and anywhere flooding is happening can be installed.
Srishti, if we can flip through the remaining quickly, we have about
Yeah.
only 15 minutes left in the session. So
Okay, very quickly. It's hard to, not talk about
I
students.
know, and these kids do really amazing work. So,
We're very proud of them. This is a transport stretcher for hospitals. Usually, we see people are being lifted on chadars or sort of fabric in hospitals, and this is a way to kind of bring a slightly mechanized way of doing the same without injuring the person in the process of transferring. So this is a patient transfer system. It's hydraulic, by the way. So she worked with an engineer to figure out the mechanics of it. This is, yeah, I can move on very quickly. Rotomo is a solution. This is by a student called Jitendra, and he lived in PG throughout his college years, and he wanted a solution for students who live in PG. They don't have a lot of clothes to wash, and he was wondering why we waste so much water and energy in washing maybe 3 or 4 clothes, and why it's so expensive. So most students can't afford it. So he came up with a solution. It's a washing machine for the bucket. You can install it. The neck it's telescopic, so depending on the size of the bucket, you can change it. It's very low-fi, low cost. I think, and about 10 minutes, you can wash about 6-7 pairs of clothing, which I think suffices for an everyday washing for any student who is in a PG. So this is a portable washing machine that he designed. Let's move to the next one. This is a project. So one of the things that we're very interested in is making sure that students get access to industry and learn from the industry and working with the industry. So we encourage industry-based projects throughout the 4 years of their education life. So this is a project with Godrej. Godrej hopefully will launch it very soon. This is a student who worked with hospitals across the country to come up with a cart that can be used, whether it's an emergency room, whether it's a patient room, whether it's an operation theater, whether it's transporting equipment through different places. So really not just working with users and nurses and doctors and patients, but also hospital administration, looking at price points, looking at material that can be used in a hospital, and really coming up with something that is multi-purpose and something that Godrej can manufacture. So understanding Godrej's capacities were also very, very important.
So all the best to Aishwarya. Hopefully
Yes.
she can see her project. That her project can see the day of life.
I think Godrej is going to launch it very, very soon. So fingers crossed.
Perfect. So Harish, you have shared some interesting projects with us, and we would love to know what is all this? What is going on?
Yeah, just a couple of things that I had actually shared, and just to clarify on what Purnesh was actually saying about accessory design and product design. There are predominantly two segments of product design where you have product for need and product for possession. And
Harish, could you speak a bit louder? Little louder.
Okay. So I was saying product design has got two major divisions in terms of how you actually practice product design. So there is products that is designed for need. They understand a need, and then a product is given birth. And then there is products that is designed for possession. And accessory, textile, though they're products, they come into the segment of possession. I possess, it reflects my identity, and so I buy it. So, so that's where the difference between lifestyle accessory and product design major, in terms, though they come under the larger segment of industrial design, there is a difference between both of those. Just for students to understand how it goes. So these are done by UID students. Yashashri, I think, she had interned with Microsoft, and this was a project which she had done as an outside project, part of a research that they're working on for off-road biking enthusiasts. So this was a UI UX project for her. This is one of the examples that I wanted to show. The other one was a very interesting thing. Once the COVID thing started, IBM and WDO, the World Design Organization, had wanted us to collaborate with them. So there are few universities, our partners around the international partners around the world, RMIT, Swinburne, Nottingham Trent. So the students from these universities, along with IBM employees and WDO expert panelists, had gone about doing a challenge for COVID-19. And there were a couple of examples that I had actually shown, though these fall into the category of accessory design, but they were designed by product designers. The second one, which is designed, so the second one, which is designed, was designed by a fashion designer. So it was her take, or that group's take on how fashion can become an accessory for school-going kids during the post-COVID era that's going to come up. So there's several of these examples of the COVID-19 scenario. There were around 20 groups from UID which had actually presented as well, which are there on the Instagram handle or on the Facebook page. People who want to see, they can go on and see what the other solutions were. Very interesting solutions that they've come up with.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So I think for our audience, if these are the kind of projects that you want to work on, this is the kind of learning and this hands-on understanding, then you need to get into a design school. You need to get into a space where you can do all of these interesting learnings. So this is a quick slide about where you can learn. So obviously there's NID, there is the IITs. IITs are generally technology colleges, engineering colleges, but they have design departments, and engineering and design kind of can go together. IISc is there, IITDM is there, and there are a large number of private institutes and universities now that provide design programs at UG and PG level. We've got Srishti from Pearl, Harish from UID, and Purnesh from Amity as well. So there is a large number of schools that are available. They provide at UG, PG level. And how do you get in? So most of these schools offer the product design program, and generally the admission process has these 3 steps. So there is a written exam, which is generally called a design kind of aptitude test. It may have subjective and objective questions. Then studio test, as we saw, in every panelist when they spoke, that material handling, getting your hands dirty, understanding materials and working with them is very important. So just a test to kind of see how you do with them. And then there is an interview to understand who you are and what your story is and journey has been. So I would like to sort of know from the panelists, and I think Praveen sir can, because NID is kind of like the main. So what is NID really looking for in a candidate? And if you could kind of talk about product design. So somebody wants to do product design. What is NID looking for in that candidate?
See,
I have kind of mentioned aptitudes and attitudes, but
always a student or people misguide. Okay, you should be 100% super duper in your sketching, right? So that perception is not that you should be good in sketching. That doesn't mean you need to be a beautiful artist. So the main thing what we look is you should have out of the box thinking. That is very important. Then how do you express? You can be good in pencil color, you can be good in watercolor, whatever. But the best way and the shortest way you explain yourself. So I just give you an example. Okay, if I ask you a question, okay, you draw a railway station, a person offering you a tea vendor giving you a tea, sketch, and your timing is maybe 15 minutes. So how do you perceive? So you don't have to draw a complete railway station to draw that vendor. But how do you have to change your thinking? Okay, imagine yourself that you are inside the train and you are seeing from the outside. So you just see 2 windows, and from the windows you see a chai wala giving you a chai ka cup, and even the face is little bit not visible. So how do you cut that time? Because every candidate who is coming, they are good in sketching, but the problem is the time. So how do you frame yourself? So आपने क्या किया? ट्रेन का डब्बा अंदर से बताया, विंडो दो, और वो चाय वाला थोड़ा चाय दे रहा है, थोड़ा हाथ दिखा, because when you are not good in detailing of face and hands and everything, but how do you smartly tackle your frame, right?
Perfect.
So we are looking for ideas you perform. You don't need to be excellent, because if you are excellent, then we don't need you at NID. We are looking
तो
for
आप बन गए, तो आप डिजाइनर बन गए.
हाँ, so we are looking for people who are inquisitive, who has a passion, who knows thinking, and because time is a major factor in that exam. So do not start drawing everything about railway station, but just a board, or a board which writes about Kanpur station, and that is good enough to tell that it's a station. So you have to deal it very smartly, very short, very sweet, and the frame you draw has to reflect.
Perfect. And I think यही तो question है कि restriction के अंदर आप respond कैसे करते हैं? How do you kind of, as a designer, you're going to have many kind of restrictions to work with. So how do you respond to that? So I think there are many kind of points about this which we can go in. We have very less time right now. There is one question that has come up from the audience, and I think this is a very valid question from a parents and students' point of view. What, in terms of, I'm going to stop sharing now because this is kind of like the last question. We have only 3 or 4 minutes left now, and I would like all of my panelists to give an answer to that, because we have spoken about product design, we have spoken about what a product designer does, how do you get into a college, which colleges are there, but once the students come out, is there enough scope in India to actually succeed as a product designer? Are there enough jobs? Is there enough potential in the industry? So Nishma ma'am, as the person from the industry, if you could start, and then everybody could add like a minute or 30 seconds of what is your view of the future of product designers in India?
I think I'll just make it very short so others can also add. When I started, there was people didn't know what product design was. I'm talking about 20 years back, but today people are aware, and the awareness is on the rise. So as we go along, there's going to be more and more jobs for product designers for sure. And we are a design consulting firm, and we can see that from the industry we are getting queries, and they are realizing the need and the importance of product design. Also, when there is more and more of Make in India happening now, and design in India has to happen along with that. So it's an important aspect for us as professionals. Yeah. So it's going to be there is a lot of scope, I would say.
So you are recruiting more than you were earlier, right?
Yeah, we would like to, but right now in the COVID situations, I don't know. I hope we come out of it stronger, so that we can do more of recruitments.
Wonderful. All the best to all of us. So Praveen sir.
Yeah.
So if you see, all these years, India was looking at design as just a necessity, because being a huge country, we are still struggling to get our basic necessity. So design has just started, we can say. We have just started onto the design, and I think design career is going to be a boom, right? So I don't think there is any doubt. And even at NID also, the students get multiple jobs they get at one shot during the placement. So they hold three different offices, and they look for, okay, kaun paisa zyada deta hai, or where should I go? So I think job is never a problem for a product designer. Also, if you are really good into your design, you can design and you can pitch to any companies. So you should not limit yourself that khali job hi aapka aim hai. If you are very good in your work, people will look for you, because the world is well connected. So people will come to your doorstep if you are good at. So I think the young students should not worry about job. They should just focus on how to bring excellence into the work. That is what the world would be looking for. Right. So and if you see, I have given a TED talk, and in that TED talk, I'm just talking about how to follow your passion. I design hangers, and you never had any luxury hangers, but now in the whole of the world, people know me as a hanger man, because I'm designing a very simple product. So you just have to follow your passion, and I think should not worry about money in product design.
Perfect. So, Purnesh, anything quickly? So 30 seconds each, because we have sort of overshot our time.
I'll be pretty short. Just one recent example, not recent, I would say, but it's been quite a long that VR, if people are aware, virtual reality. Who would have thought about it 10 years back? Nowadays, we can do anything from VR, right? From shopping, playing on PS4 or gaming or anything. That is what an outcome of a product design is in culmination to understanding engineering. So the boundaries are endless. And since I come from one of those three basic needs, like I told you, textiles, so it is never going to end. So there are going to be opportunities, like Praveen said, that you have to be following your passion all the time. All the time.
Excellent advice. So Harish.
Designers, I think, have gone into all fields right now, not just limited to engineering. They've gone into business, they've gone into education, they've gone into healthcare, they've gone into access, they've gone into governance. In the future, I think there's going to be a huge play of policy design that's going to come in, which the rest of the world has already been working on. They've got designers as part of their governance. So design is going to infiltrate into all of these fields, and there's going to be more subdivisions that's going to come up. There's never going to be a dearth, I think, because I would say there's going to be there's a dearth of design schools. I think there should be more design schools where people want to.
I think it's equally important to make sure as kind of all of you guys, you're carrying the baton of the education to kind of keep that quality also at a very high level, so that we get these top designers coming out of India and the design schools. One very interesting point, that the product designers should not restrict themselves to just think about products. I think Nishma mentioned it, the whole panel has mentioned it, that now it is kind of become a very wide range of things that you can do as a product designer. So opportunities are quite high. So Srishti, last word on opportunities in product design.
Thank you.
Your students as well, what are they kind of
I absolutely agree. I think product design is a very dynamic, very vast field. And I think the training that you get in a design school really equips you to delve into a wide variety of things based on what you're interested in. Today, we have students who graduate and work with large MNCs like your Samsungs and your Accentures. We have students who go and work with startups because they want to look at what's happening at the new innovation cradle in India. We have students who go and work in the social sector. So somebody who's very interested in social impact and bottom of the pyramid, they work a lot in the social sector. We have students who want to start up their own companies. So today, designers are also creative entrepreneurs. And again, across all of these things, one of the things that defines a good, career is how good you are at your work. So go to any company, they're going to look at your portfolio. So for any student who is sort of planning of starting their journey as in education, as product design in their education right now, think of what you're going to build in those 4 years. That's going to be an excellent portfolio so that people open the doors to you. You get to make the choices that you want and follow your passion. And I think that for me is the most important thing. And I want to assure our parents, I mean, COVID-19 or not, I think companies today are more fiercely competitive, and design is a differentiator. They come to designers to differentiate one product from the other. So that till the time we have economic bottom lines to meet by businesses, we're going to need designers to make that differentiation. I think design is becoming a USP today, a unique selling point for most brands. So it's definitely here to stay.
Perfect. So I think the consensus here is that follow your dream. Don't worry too much about the salary right now. It will come and you will be successful. But just being a product designer doesn't make you, get these salaries and jobs and everything. You need to be good at what you're doing. And the best way to showcase that is, building a portfolio while you're doing your studies in a design school. So I would, really, I think this was a very, very, very informative session. We are way out of time. So I'm going to have to thank my panel right now, Praveen sir, Nishma ma'am, Srishti, Harish, Purnesh, all of you guys have added really, even I have become much more wise today with a lot more information from all of you guys. And I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart for giving value to all the audience that was there today. So over to you, Himanshi.
Thank you so much. I think that was such an incredible panel. The umbrella of careers in product design was taken care of so beautifully. We'd like to thank our panelists and also our moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, let me remind you that there's an exciting virtual event that's happening simultaneously, and it's the India's first 3D virtual education exhibition event for media and design. Please make sure that you're checking that out. Also, there's a giveaway alert that's announced in the start. I'd like to just once again reinstate that for you. You can register for the 3D Virtual Expo on www.edutainmentshow.in, and you log in to enter the virtual expo, visit the stalls, and look out for the cookies in the document section. You have to collect all the 3 cookies and then send the screenshots to us on edu_giveaway@eventcapital.in. And then you stand a chance to win some amazing Amazon vouchers. So this is what you need to take care of right now. We have yet an incredible session lined up for you. So stay with us. We're going to be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Well, this next session is on the topic of prospects of a career in corporate communications and public relations. And I'm absolutely thrilled to introduce to your screens your moderator and the panelists for this session. This session is going to be moderated by Mr. Amit Prabhu. He's the Dean, School of Communication and Reputation. The panelists that we have for this session are Khushbu Gupta. She's the head, Public Relations and Marketing and PR, Kia Motors India. We also have Akanksha Gupta. She's the founder and CEO of The Other Circle. We have Mr. Rahul Nag. He's the National Head, Corporate and Regional Communications, ShareChat. And we have Shipra Singh. She's the SVP for Rutherford India. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, I'm going to hand over the session to the moderator, Mr. Amit Prabhu.
Thank you, Himanshi, and thank you, Edutainment, for doing this year on year and for the first time doing it in a format that we haven't seen before, and we are getting used to this new format on Zoom. And to those who have joined in from various parts of India and the world to listen to us over the next 60 minutes or so, we hope you'll benefit from this interaction I have with the 4 men and women on this panel. Himanshi already introduced the 4 of them to you, but just to bring in a little element of what their companies are like and what their roles are, I'll go alphabetically. So Akanksha Gupta runs a PR firm she founded as an entrepreneur or co-founded with her partner called The Other Circle. We have Khushbu Gupta, who works in a corporate communications team or department, which she leads and heads for a famous automobile company, which is a Korean brand called Kia. Rahul Nag works with an app that most of you on this Zoom call would have been familiar with or have downloaded, which is, I think, the world's or India's only multi-language social networking app called ShareChat. They exist in multiple Indian languages, and I'm sure most youngsters today are familiar with ShareChat. And we have Shipra Singh. Unlike Akanksha, who runs her own company, Shipra is an employee of a global public relations firm called Rutherford. It's a New York headquartered firm, but Shipra runs the Western region in India and is based in Mumbai. So we have people sitting in different cities. We have Akanksha and Shipra in Mumbai. We have Rahul in Bangalore and Khushbu and I in Gurgaon. So we'll start. Just a quick caveat for those listening in. There is a 1% chance sometimes you may lose me. If you lose me, Rahul and others will continue. I'll come back. That's if there's a power cut in Gurgaon, which I have no control over right now. But we'll dive in straight away into careers in PR. And before I ask the first set of questions, for those joining in and who are not familiar with what public relations or corporate communications as a career is, a more complicated term is reputation management, but it's easier to Google and find out what reputation means and what reputation management is. So public relations actually is a synonym for reputation management in some way or the other. And there are 2 kinds of public relations jobs. There are in-house jobs where companies hire you and you work in the company's PR department, either as the head of communications or head of PR, which sometimes mean the same, though there's a slight difference, and I'll come to that in a moment. Or you work in a PR consulting firm, like Shipra and Akanksha are in PR consulting firms. They have multiple clients whom they help, service, and do public relations for. Whereas Rahul and Khushbu work for companies where they head the PR in those companies. So those are 2 kinds of PR jobs. And if you go further down within in-house or communication jobs like Rahul and Khushbu are, there are 3 or 4 kinds. There are corporate PR jobs, there are NGO PR jobs, there are government PR jobs, and there are political party PR jobs. They each are different in their own way, but largely they are similar. Sometimes you hear the word communications replaced with PR. Don't get confused. In a nutshell, all PR, largely 95% of PR is based on the foundation of communications. Sometimes you have PR that is based on common sense and campaigns without communications, and there are examples for those as well, which we can talk of later on. But largely the 3 C's, communications, campaigns, and common sense, is the bedrock or the foundation of all good public relations programs. And as we talk along, we'll talk more about how public relations actually is different from other career fields that seem similar, which can be marketing, can be advertising, and such others in the future. I'll start by asking the first question of this afternoon on this panel to our panelists. I'll start with Khushbu. Khushbu, for the benefit of those listening in, tell us, what does a career in public relations entail, and what does one need to study to become a PR professional?
See, public relations or corporate communications, as we would choose to call it in various organizations, is an amalgamation of a lot of things. It is not as simple as some people might want it to sound, because corporate communication, when you're doing a corporate communication job, you're supposed to understand the business in and out. You're supposed to understand your stakeholders, be it internal or external. So an understanding of the business and the industry that you're working in is very important. So because you're managing the reputation of the company, and like in my current job's case, building the reputation from scratch. So when Kia Motors entered India, nobody knew the brand, and 2 years down the line, I think, and I hope and believe that everybody knows about Kia in India. So that, coming from my personal experience, the recent experience, also I can talk about how important this particular aspect of work is for companies, corporate communication and public relations. Be it existing companies, be it new companies, all of them need to build a reputation and to keep it. That is very important. So I think for a career in public relations, what one needs to know is, one first most important thing is be passionate about the job. I think that holds true for any profession that you choose. If you don't like meeting people, I don't like talking to people, I think you should just stay away from this career option. But yes, you need to love interacting, you need to love learning, you need to love writing, you need to love a lot of reading. And the most important thing is you need to be a good listener, because I think it is very important to know when not to talk in our profession than when to talk. It is more important to know when not to. So as a skill, you would need to, build your skill, writing skills, your analytics, and there are courses available on specializing in communication, in corporate communication with with institutions like MICA, IIMC, XIC. And then there are people like me who have not done courses in corporate communication. I come from a marketing background and I've done my MBA in marketing. So yeah, a lot of my colleagues and friends in the profession come from various backgrounds like HR. People come from backgrounds as different as somebody I know is a doctor who suddenly turned into a communication professional. So it is basically what interests you. So you need to first learn to enjoy interacting with people, talking to them, and you should enjoy storytelling. I think that's one of the most important skills that you need as a corporate communication professional.
Thanks so much, Kushbu. That's really helpful to start with, and we'll come back to this a little later in the talk to bring out a few nuances from there. I'll move to Shipra now. Shipra, what are the attributes one needs to have? I think Kushbu covered some of those, but what are the 5 or 6 attributes one needs to know when he or she is 20, 21, or even younger, to be able to figure out if PR is a career choice that they should make?
Right. Thanks, Amit. And like you said, Kushbu did cover a couple of points, which are the heart and soul of this profession. Which is this is a profession which is all about people, and this is a profession which is all about storytelling. Coming to your question, if you were to look at it very traditionally, there are some very intrinsic traits that a PR professional or communication professional has. You need to be good with content. You need to have fantastic people skills. You need to have attention to detail. You need to be creative in the way you think. However, in the last, like 17 years of me being in public relations, I've seen the job role actually evolve beyond imagination, if you ask me. And it's the traits that I just mentioned are actually the thumb rules of PR, but it is actually much more and very, very challenging in the current days and times. So if I were to call out the skill set that is required in people to think whether or not you're cut out for a communications job, I'd actually go a step beyond and say that if you look at businesses around you, every business is going to be a technology business in times to come. So if you are thinking of communication, you need to be a data miner. And if you ask me, I've been leading technology mandates for a lot of these brands and been running communications for them. I believe, and I've been able to dig out a lot of beauty in numbers only if you were to look closely, think deeply, derive insights, behaviors, read through them. It's beautiful. When you actually become a data miner, what you really do is you discover new ideas, you rethink old assumptions, and you create new magic. That's what the world of PR, and that's what your new client is looking for, actually. What else do you need? You need to be a boundary pusher. You need to be a forward thinker. What do I mean by that? What I really mean is think about every stakeholder that's in question, whether it is your client, it is your media, or the target audiences that you want to reach out to. You need to be one step ahead. You need to preempt what is it that they are looking for, what is the big problem that you want to solve for them, and then delight your stakeholder, or if not, intrigue your stakeholder, hook the attention. Be one step ahead and push the boundary. Don't be satisfied with the obvious. And of course, like Khushbu mentioned, storytelling, that's the bread and butter. But how do you really tell the story? I mean, when we started off, storytelling was very simple. We had a brief that we got, we created nice pitches, we hooked it to the media, and I think broadly we were sorted. But today, the audience that you're looking at, that audience really has a 3-second attention span. We need to hook that attention in 3 seconds. That's tough, right? And when you do hook that attention, what is it that you're looking for? You need to secure the attention, you need to evoke emotion, and you need to build connection. Unless and until there is emotion, there is attention, and there is connection, your storytelling has failed completely. uh, Essentially, to be able to deliver a great story, it needs to have empathy, compassion, which essentially means that your brands are actually looking at a very heightened emotional quotient together with an intelligent quotient. So again, data comes into question. Read through what's going on, what is the behavior, what is happening around you. Finally, be a challenger. When we again started off, we were usually, assuming that the guy on the other side of the table, what he says is right. But we've kind of learned our lessons. You can learn it, because you don't need to reinvent the wheel. We're telling you, don't believe that the theory is correct. Challenge it. Look at the bigger picture. Establish the connection between cause and effect. Answer the bigger problem. Everybody is not a Google. Google gets natural stories, but your brands, trust me, will expect you to go the stories that a Google naturally gets. How do you do that? Basically, you do that by challenging the status quo. So ask. And finally, I love that part of the job. I'm not sure if everybody does, but if you don't, get used to it, because with public relations, you need to be on an always on mode. The lights don't go off. There's a lot of adrenaline rush. There's a lot of fun. There's a lot of stress, but I think I love it, and I'm sure you'll love it too. So broadly, that.
Thank you, Shipra. That was really wonderful to listen to, and you capturing the essence very beautifully. I'll now move to the only guy on this panel other than me, Rahul. Rahul, you've worked in public relations firms in the beginning of your career, and then worked in large corporates and companies as the head of communications as well. For those listening in, can you elaborate in 2 or 3 minutes how are jobs in corporate communications or in-house different from working in a PR firm or PR consultancy? If you notice, I didn't use the word PR agency. I'll explain later why I don't use the word PR agency. So differences between corpcom or corporate communications and PR firms or PR consultancies.
So, in a nutshell, the difference is a vertical versus horizontal. When you are working with PR consulting houses, you expect to work on multiple mandates. Every second, every minute you spend on one particular mandate has to be important and significant, and it has to worth that minute. So we have, when you are working with a consulting house, we have to be very prudent about our time management on each and every mandate that comes our way. One may be passionate about one single client, but at the end of the day, the deliverable has to be logical enough. It's a kind of a jack of all trades. When you are working with a PR consulting house, you have to know a bit of everyone, every industry where your client is operating. On the hindsight, when you are working with a corporate, you are expected to have a deep down knowledge and expertise on that particular brands, on the area of their business, the industry where they're operating in, their competition. So it is what is expected out of you is you need to know each and everything about that particular brand because you are the one who is driving the strategy and the planning around the external communications that is going out of the brand. I think the main difference happens to be this one, horizontal versus vertical. But if we deep down there, and if we take up a certain subject and do a kind of comparison, there are many right from peer consulting, you have to wear many hats, right? From keeping a track on the conversation that is happening on media, social media, on any other external forums where the conversation is happening, vis-a-vis to even engaging in those conversation and creating your brand speech or client speech, putting that pitch into that conversation. Whereas when you are talking about the corporate, the hats that you need to wear is, it can be PR, it can be brand communications, it can be social media communications. So that's a different form of hat that one is to wear when the person is working in a corporate. Uh, Second is the creative exploration. When you are working with a peer consulting house, you can actually go at any level to get that message delivered. There is no one stopping you. But when you are working with a corporate, you have to abide by the process, the policy of that particular organization. So there are certain things which you cannot do, and that is where PR consulting people comes in very handy, and they comes in like a support system, a kind of real a kind of partner for you to save you from certain situations. I will not get into details, but everybody understands what I'm referring to. I'll just end it. There are many such small pointers, but I'll just end with one pointer, which is ownership. And I'll just take you back to the time period when I started working with a peer consulting house. I always used to visualize or imagine that corporates have a much better time. They always have a honeymoon period, that we are actually slugging ourselves, but at the end of the day they are actually taking all the cake whenever the project gets over. But gradually when I moved to the other side, I realized the level of ownership is probably 10x higher at the corporate side. uh, a corporate communication person needs to be answerable to each and every stakeholder in the organization. Probably that is not happening in the case of a PR consulting house. Uh, uh, it's basically one project is over, let's move to the next project. For a corporate comms person, it's not the case. Every project has to be duly justified with enough logic. So I think these are the primary difference when one has to go through between PR and corpcom.
Thanks, Rahul. I'll come back to you for more on that. I'm going to jump now to one of the only entrepreneurs on this panel. We have Akanksha Gupta, who runs her own PR firm. She's young. She started a PR firm in her very young days, compared to many PR firms we have established in the country, which were started by people when they were much older in many cases. So Akanksha, tell us about how did you go about and why did you start a PR firm? So what does it take to be a founder of a PR firm?
I'd first like to start by saying I really didn't have anything in mind. I did not want to be an entrepreneur, least of all head a PR agency for starters. I think it came to me very accidentally. Much like Khushbu and Shipra, I think I'm somewhere in between. I think I'm a marketing person. I started my career like that, even though I'm an XIC product. And I pay my homage to Ad Factors because that's where I started my career. And a little bit like Shipra, where I think I jumped into the PR role and sort of I'd like to say earned my stripes and cried bitter tears of agony with a lot of corporate PR that I did back in the day. And I think what was exciting about the journey was to sort of see how, again, how Shipra mentioned, Amit, that PR changed quite a bit. When you're trying to capture mindset of people of my age group, we've realized that communication has shifted significantly. The decision-making power has shifted significantly. So I think that was important to look at from a PR perspective, and that's when I thought that okay, this might be an interesting idea. So that was honestly the reason, to sort of communicate differently, to do something that captured my mind. I was also somebody who was very disillusioned with the way PR was traditionally being done. So I wanted some sort of madness and some sort of excitement in it. For anybody who wants to start a PR company, my strong suggestion is to not do it the way I did it.
my very, very strong suggestion is that you do work in a PR firm, in a communication firm, in a lot of firms before you decide to jump in, because we burnt our hands heavy. We learned things a lot the hard way. I think we became a private limited 4 years ago. So you can imagine where we reached, and the company is 7 years old. So we took our time to get there as well. So, but if you definitely want to, I think what's been most gratifying is knowing that you've done work that an intern does, you've done work that a boss does, you've done work that pitching does. I've faxed, and to basically be able to do something from that level to then be expected to take higher up decisions, it gives you a lot of cognizance of the smaller things. So all the attributes that I think my colleagues on this panel spoke about, I think they tend to come to you a little more naturally because the buck stops with you. So if you definitely want sleepless nights, but you want to know that you've slept well and you've made a difference, then maybe you should jump into an entrepreneurship role.
Thanks so much, Akanksha. And I'll come back to all the four of you in a couple of moments. So for those of you who heard Akanksha as well, yeah, my advice that I have got in my career and I tell everybody is, if you want to start a PR firm, don't start straight up after college or graduation. The smart way to do, if you want to start a PR firm ever, is to work for at least 5 or 6 years. Ideally, it's not necessary, but ideally in at least 2 jobs, 3 years in a PR firm, 3 years in a corp-com kind of a setup, and then start off on your own if you want to. That's just a piece of advice, and each one can do what they want to do in the future. Before I jump to my second round of questions, I'm going to add a layer of conversation here. I sent a link to everyone called bit.ly/PRHouseRP, PRHouseRP in caps. Now that's an essay I wrote on making people understand PR with 20 different concepts. I'm going to quickly, in less than 2.5-3 minutes, share those quick concepts once here so people on the call, people listening in can understand the elements and dynamics of PR before making PR as your career choice. I began by saying the foundation of PR is the 3 C's of communications, campaigns, and common sense. Some PR programs don't have all these 3. Some have 1 or 2. Some have all the 3. The more they have, the better the campaigns are. I'm going to give you quickly 3 layers, and think of a house. Think of an independent house that you have seen in various parts of the country. I know in Bombay you have fewer houses, more apartments. Think of a house that has a ground floor, a first floor, and a terrace. And the first floor has 3 bedrooms with 3 balconies. Imagine that. I'll explain to you quickly what PR is all about. So on the ground floor, you have 4 C's or 4 rooms: the kitchen, the living room, the dining room, and a study room. So the essential part of PR, the 4 important things in PR are that the kitchen is where everything comes together, where you clean, chop, cook things and put them together. That is content. So 50% of PR is content. Remember that. And we'll come back to what content is in our conversation in a few moments. The second is that content or the food is prepared. It's passed on to the dining room with the family, the father, mother, and 2 kids. Let's assume that for a moment. Spend evening or dinner time having a meal together where they connect with each other, they talk to each other. That's the second C of PR, connect. So content and connect. The third C and the fourth C are usually done by little senior people in PR. So in the living room, what happens? The family gets together sometimes to sort out a problem, right? There's an issue or situation. That's when the family calls it a crisis. So a large part of PR is also crisis and crisis management. What happens if one family member, a father and a son, want to have a heart-to-heart chat, or the mother and daughter want to have a heart-to-heart chat, or vice versa? Then they go to the study room and counsel the other. So the fourth C in PR is counsel. So 50% of PR is content, and there are 5 kinds of content: text content, audio content, visual content, audio-visual content, and event content. That's it. Then you have connect. You connect with 2 kinds of stakeholders. Your primary stakeholders, employees, customers, and media. Secondary stakeholders are everybody else: suppliers, partners, shareholders, vendors, communities, and whatnot. So that's 25% of PR. So 50% is content, 25% is connect. 15% is crisis preparedness and crisis management. When there's a crisis, that 15 becomes almost 100%. And 10% is counsel. So what do Rahul and Kushbu do? They advise, they counsel their bosses, their CEOs, their founders, their leaders on what to say, how to behave, what to act in public. Similarly, Shipra and Akanksha, who have clients, do that. They counsel their clients, they counsel people who come to them for advice on behavior. So at the end of the day, 90% of these things, managing a crisis, content, connect, is all behavior. 10% is that foundation of communications. Then you go to the first floor, 3 rooms, the master bedroom where the family, the parents stay, where strategy happens. The parents are planning the life of the family, that's strategy. In the kids' bedroom, what happens? Kids are put to sleep by the parents by telling them stories. And we heard the word stories earlier. So strategy and storytelling, two very essential parts of PR. The third is the guest bedroom. What happens when guests come home? You have a lot of expenses and spend a lot of money. So think of that bedroom as the money that is being spent more for the three eyes in that bedroom: impact, influence, and innovation. Impact is CSR, innovation is things you do differently which cost money, and influence is all that you hear about social influencers, brand ambassadors, and whatnot. Ultimately, the terrace of the house has 5 corners, and all PR is done for 5 things: for goodwill, respect, engagement, affinity, and trust. Ultimately, for what? For credibility and for blind faith. So that, in a nutshell, is the house of PR. Now, based on this, I'm going to ask Kushbu, Shipra, Akanksha, Rahul to weigh in, have a discussion, have a conversation. Kushbu, tell young people right now listening to this call, why is PR a great career option for them to get into? What are 3 things that make PR a great career option for people to get into?
Okay, thank you, Amit. To put it very simply, a lot of people aspire to become IAS, ISS officers. So if you look at corporate communication or PR professionals, they are basically the diplomatic ambassadors of organizations, handling the various situations for organizations. So they are very important parts of organizations. So I think being a diplomatic ambassador of your organization, or the face of your company, as they put it, is a very, very important. It's a job which gives you a lot of authority, but it gives you a lot more responsibility. So then it becomes that you're the face of the company. You have to manage everything for them. So yeah, so that becomes very important. And with the avenues that we have in PR, as you mentioned so well, you've explained it through that example of a house. There is so much that we can do in PR that it's not limited to just media relations, that is as it was many years ago. So there is all sorts of content. There is owned media, there is paid media, there is earned media. So PR comes as a function that brings everything together. So then the newer age PR is also about a lot of O2O, online to offline. So it is about business events and how you take them to the world and take them to your stakeholders, be it internal, be it external. Then there is CSR, like you mentioned. There is crisis management, employee relations, social media, influencer management, a lot of content marketing. So there is a lot that we can do in PR that did not exist when I actually started my career some 13, 14 years ago. So yes, there is a lot that we can do in this function, and it is very interesting. As Shipra mentioned, that yes, there is a lot of stress at times, yes, but the joy of building a brand and holding it is almost like nurturing a baby. So it gives you back that pleasure of holding the foundation of the company or the client that you're working on. So yes, it is very, it gives you back a lot more than it takes.
Thank you, Kushbu. I'm going to move to Rahul, the other CorpCon leader on this panel. So, Rahul, tell us, what does a typical day in the life of a corporate communications person? You can give us in 2 parts. What does it involve in your life as a leader of communication? And if you have a younger team member, junior person in the team who's growing as a professional, how is that person's day a little different from yours? So, give us an idea for people to understand what goes into the day of the life of a CorpCon person.
Right. So something doesn't change. So it all starts with doing a proper tracking. What is the kind of conversation that goes on the external platform, be it media, social media, or any other forums, online forums. Try to understand what is the sense of brand conversation. Are there anything because to be frank with you, social media sometimes gives you certain cues of a possible crisis, and that is something that we as a team we do every day. Like, if there's the first thing that we do every morning, do a proper monitoring and understanding of the scenario or the conversation that is happening around, and from there we have certain projects, certain campaigns that goes on. So these days I generally don't get into too much into PR. Fortunately I have somebody to take care of the PR, but there are a lot of brand communication that goes out from my team, and right from social media to website communications to even something that the advantage that we have is we are a social media platform, and there are certain messages that we can actually afford to use our platform to share with the larger audience. We also do some bit of uh, moment marketing, and we do identify those situations, and there is a team which works very closely with me, and we call them marketing team, but they are more involved in the user acquisition bit. So right from budgeting certain campaigns for on the social media, because we mainly do some spends on the online bit only on any kind of BTL activities. Uh, while the person who is working with me to take care of the PR, and we have understand that ShareChat is not an English social media platform. It's a non-English social media platform in regional languages, and our primary conversation that happens is in the regional space, not in the mainstream space, and that's probably a reason not many people in who are following English medium, they are not getting to hear much about ShareChat. But our audience stays mostly in the tier 2, tier 3, and the hinterland areas. That's where the 70% of our audience comes from. Uh, so we have a very specialized completely different focus for the regional market, and every day it's a new day and an aggressive day for the regional PR. So every day we target to get about getting some conversation done in all the languages where we are present. So that is more to do with ShareChat. But when you are talking about a corporate communication as a generic role, in my earlier organization, it was a little different. I was working with Mindtree amid all the crisis discussion and the negative discussion that was going on. So there the strategy was a bit different. So it all depends that what is the scenario, what is the situation, which brand you are working for, and frame the strategy accordingly.
No, thanks so much, Rahul. I'll come to Shipra in a moment. Akanksha, since you are the entrepreneur and founder of your own firm, what is it that you look for when you hire young people to be part of your team? What are the attributes that you look for, or what are the elements you look for saying, hey, this girl or this boy should have these things during the interview or during an admission process that you run to admit people to your company? Tell us those things that one should be prepared for.
A bunch of things, really. First is original thinking. That's number one. The minute you're able to take an idea and make it your own and be able to add a layer of yourself or something from the environment to it. Secondly, definitely we look at logical thinking and general awareness. That's very, very important. Anyone who's been studying PR, I know Amit because I follow a lot of your talks. You talk a lot about PESTLE, right? So as long as you're not aware of, or if you are unaware of your local environment, then we pretty much just say bye. The interview's 2 minutes and you're done. We wouldn't entertain that person for longer than that. Thirdly, content writing skills and also their general connectivity, which means that at this point of time, before a person comes to the other circle to apply and we shortlisted them, they do what we call a 16 personality test, which means that we already know their strengths and weaknesses before they walk in right away. So we know what we're slotting them for. Alongside that, content is very important, or whatever kind that they develop. If it's content that they put out, if they've done a job before, what they've written there, but more importantly, the content they put out themselves, because it speaks a lot more about their behavior systems. And that's when we put a lot of stress in them and contest those conversations. So the way they're able to hold their ground, the way they're able to manage stress in an interview is extremely important. And last but not the least, to understand how they deal with teams. I have a small company, I'm a mid-sized firm. We have 30 odd people, which means that our team dynamics are easier to manage for compared to a lot of large organizations. In which case we understand there is a particular kind of culture fit. So it's very, very important to understand if a person's an entrepreneur or not. Other than that, to be very honest, I don't look for other PR skills. I don't look for any other traditional things that they have, but as long as we can convert them, but if they don't think originally, then we've lost them.
Thank you, Akanksha. Appreciate that. Shipra, what are the kind of salaries for people coming into the PR world? What are entry-level salaries like? You can give the number to us. And in general, for a 12-month period, annual CTC and a monthly, which we can divide by 12, so that youngsters know what salaries are like when they get into the PR world.
Okay, so that's a tricky one. I don't know if I
Give us
should
a
really.
range. No, don't talk of Rudolphin alone. So talk of a range, and I'll add to it as well. What do you think are typical PR firms offering as a range for entry level? Because I know there are three kinds of entry level people. There are those who have 1 year experience in non-PR and want to come to PR. There are graduates wanting to come to PR, and there are two kinds of postgraduates. Those who do a 1 year program, and then those who do a 2 year program. So the range can differ a little bit, but just give us an idea so that youngsters say, "Wow, I thought PR only pays 5,000 a month. It's much more."
Right. Again, reiterating, it's a very tricky one because, depending on where you're joining, what exactly is the sort of profile that you're looking for, it can vary. I'll maybe put out a few digits, but I'll also approach the question a little differently. So in terms of numbers at an entry level, and when I say entry level, I would assume that you've done a few internships. So you kind of have a bare bones idea of what goes into the profession. You're not absolutely raw, and therefore the brand kind of sees value in you and wants to get you on board. So anything annually would be a 2.5 to 3 lakhs should be an entry level figure, and what should be the highest salary is actually depending on the sort of role that you eventually turn into. Because like I said, I'll just answer this question a little differently. When you look at numbers, it's more about the sort of job that you're looking at it as a job opportunity that you're pursuing. But if you look at the sort of potential that this sector has, I think you're trying to define your career. Now, from a career point of view, the way you evolve can be multiple. I mean, and we have the entire panel. I mean, it's very heterogeneous. I mean, I'm taking care of a business unit within a PR agency, so I'm not really a pure play communications professional because I am leading comms for a lot of my clients, and at the same time, I'm also heading a business unit within my firm. So I'm also taking care of a lot of marketing and P&L for my unit. We have champions on the corporate side who are actually heading comms for their clients. We have an entrepreneur. We have a thought leader from a PR sector. That's Amit. So this profession actually has the opportunity for you to branch out into various streams depending on what exactly would you want to do. You can actually, there is a plausible evolution into a marketing head. I have seen an erstwhile client of mine who started off as a PR executive, and eventually, of course, that was very, very several years back, but ended up as a marketing head of one of the most inspiring brands that you can think of. We have seen people from comms to eventually specialize into digital social marketing. The lines are also blurring between comms and marketing, so the opportunities are tremendous. So the top level salaries is actually depending on what you want to do, and you can actually challenge the world. So that's how I kind of
Thanks so much, Shipra, because people listening to this are 18 to 22-year-olds. They don't understand words like comms. So those listening in, comms means communications. PNL, they don't know what PNL is. I didn't know what PNL is. I was 19. PNL for those listening is profit and loss, which means Shipra or Akanksha who run a business, unlike Rahul and Kushbu who run a department in the business. They look after ensuring money is coming to the company or to their SBU or to their company, and they ensure that there's a lot of spending that happens. So there's profit and loss under their watch. That's what she's referring to, which means they are in a more financial linked business leadership role as well. Whereas Rahul and Kushbu typically there could be sometimes an element of that as well. Typically, Corpcom heads. That's the difference between PR and Corpcom jobs. For those listening, Corpcom people don't have too much of a P&L worry typically, unless yes they are in a startup, their co-founders also and looking after PR, or they have to some extent a revenue generating aspect in their job, then maybe it's different. But typically, it's not the case. So for those listening in comms, it's communications, P&L is profit and loss. And I mentioned a little while ago that we don't call PR firms agencies. And I want younger people to know that. And that's something I always share in my conversations on these kind of sessions. An agency is a company which works on commissions. So you have a travel agency, a real estate agency, an ad agency, a modeling agency. They charge a fee to a person, and the go-between person gets a commission. PR firms work on a revenue model either called retainer or a project fee, which is not a commission. organization. Therefore, it's not an agency typically. It's called a consulting firm or a consultancy or a firm or a PR company. Something to remember. It's okay if somebody says agency, it's not incorrect, but it's not accurate as well. So that's something to keep in mind. And also, a lot of people get confused between communications and public relations. I'll come to that in a bit towards the end of this session that we have. I'll go back again to the four of you for one last round before you make your closing comments a little later. We have about 15 to 18 minutes together. Kushbu, and then all of you will ask the same question. Tell us about how you got into the world of public relations. You mentioned you were a marketing person, PR. Tell us a story. How did it all begin? How did you get into marketing PR in about less than 2 minutes each?
Thanks, Amit. That's something that I really love telling. So I started my career at JK Tire and Industries Limited, where I was picked as a management trainee in the advertising and public relations department. So I was practically the second in command, and my boss was the head of communication, marketing, some bit of marketing, BTL events, and motorsport. So I had a very interesting beginning to my career. I think something a lot of people aspire for. I've been lucky by God's grace. So I learned my ropes on the ground actually, because whatever schools, business schools, and educational institutes teach you is just one way. Practical application of what you've learned is completely different. So hosting events, organizing events, making ads, dealing with ad agencies, PR, consulting firms, and media buying agencies, all of that. I did a lot of all of that throughout a couple of years my career. Then I moved on to join a consulting firm, which was a strategic consulting firm, which was into India entry strategy. So over there, I was handling the marketing and communication for the company, but I was really impressed by the kind of work that my colleagues did in consulting. So I joined them on a few consulting projects because I had an automobile background, so I did a fair bit of consulting with them on auto. So some of the brands that you see entering India now, like Great Wall Motors and all of that, I did a project for them way back when I was at Technova 7, 8 years back. And I did a project for Ferrari, which I really love doing because redoing their strategy. So it was a strategy, PR, marketing, mix of everything. Then I moved on to another startup called Photon Motors, commercial vehicle manufacturer based out of Pune. It is volume-wise the world's largest commercial vehicle manufacturer, and they were to set up their presence in India. To setting up the entire brand, I was heading the brand there, reporting into the head of marketing. So the brand and communication, everything came together in that role. The project didn't take off, and then I was called back by my boss at JK. There was a opening there, and he said, "You want to come back?" I said, "Why not? I love my job there." I joined
JK Tires, JK Tires, right? The kids won't understand JK. That's why they'll think Jammu Kashmir.
No, initial role. My first stint at JK Tire, I used to do a lot of communication for JK organization as a whole. So we had group companies like JK Paper, JK Lakshmi Cement, which did not really have, some bits of JK Group plus CSR. Then I joined back, and I was taking care of primarily public relations and some bit of advertising and complete BTL activities at the company. Events is a very important part of what we as corporate communication professionals do. So they form a very, very big part of what we do. And so, yes, learned everything again, and did everything, that I was doing in my previous roles, but it was slightly different this second stint at the company. And then moved on to Kia Motors, which was the most exciting bit of my career, setting up a company, a brand in the country. And I was amongst the first few employees at Kia Motors. And when nobody knew about the brand, and everybody had a perception that, whoever knew about the brand knew that it is a sister concern of Hyundai. So differentiating both the companies was my biggest task at Kia. And apart from that, nobody knew about Kia. It was the kind of awareness we had was about 1% or less than 1% when I started out. The research reports say so. So what we did at Kia was very, very different, because it was completely well researched, and every month we used to have these reports from our market research agency showing us the recall increasing and top of mind going up. And We did a lot of campaigns without having. The initial first year was very, very.
Khushbu, I'm going to hold your thought for later on that. My question was, how do you get into PR? We'll come into campaigns later. I'm mindful of other people's time, so I'm going to come.
Sorry.
Yeah. Rahul, tell us about your story. How did you get into? Just tell us in 2 minutes or less. How did you get into public relations? Don't talk about your campaigns right now. I'll come to that later in the end.
So PR was something which happened to me by accident. I was supposed to, out of college, I was supposed to join an advertising agency. I was more interested into copywriting and creative, and I was supposed to join an agency called In Black and White, which used to be based out of Delhi, which used to be led by one of a great film actor, Abhijit Dutt. And about a week before I was supposed to join there, Abhijit Dutt resigned from that agency, and I was into a complete panic zone. Fortunately, Ad Factors happened to me, and I moved to Bombay. I joined Ad Factors Bombay, then moved to Ad Factors Delhi to start the technology practice over there. And one piece of advice I would like to share with everyone, that while working with a consultancy or agency, however you would like to present it, there is always a kind of dream everybody has to join a corporate or corporate communications. So I also had a similar kind of dream, and I joined the corporate communications mandate within 2 years of my agency life, and which I still did. That's probably one of the biggest error that I have committed in my career. I moved back to agency within
consultancy.
Yes,
okay,
I'm sorry, consultancy. I moved back to consultancy within 12 to 14 months time, and I stayed in agency for another 5 years before
consultancy.
I'm sorry, consultancy. Okay. Before I started exploring the corporate mandate. Yeah.
No, thanks. Interesting story, Rahul. I'll give Akanksha and Shipra their chances as well. We will go with Akanksha first and then Shipra.
I actually feel I'm absolutely opposite to Khushbu. I did it the other way around. I started by thinking I wanted to be a journalist, and I got into the Asian School of Journalism, and I didn't go because I think I was just disillusioned with the salary package. So Shipra, I feel you in answering that question as well. I'm with you there. And then I got into events. So I did events very early on. After which I began working with a firm, with a company, a hospitality company, as the assistant manager, marketing and PR. At that time, Twitter was new. So I was a Twitter influencer for Enfield. I ride a bike. So at that point of time, when I think there were 7,000 people in India on Twitter, I had some 2,500 people following me. So I think there was royalty in that sense, which lasted only then. And then I accidentally came on to PR. I did XIC and I moved on from there. So I think I discovered PR as it's like the mothership. You know what I mean? Amit, when you gave the example of the house, I would put myself a little further and say we are like the fence, the guard dogs that basically says building jaldi nahi chahiye. So I think that was the whole idea of getting into PR and then studying it and then just learning it on the go. I think that's been the journey.
Thanks, Akanksha. We have 1 or 2 questions coming from the audience, I guess. Before that, I'll ask Shipra to tell us her story quickly. And keep in mind, my last question to you is going to be, all the 4 of you think of it. What is your one favorite Indian PR campaign, which you didn't work on? A general PR campaign outside of your work, one campaign. I'll come to that towards the end. Shipra, tell us your story of how you got into PR.
Okay, similar to Rahul's, I'd say PR, not a full-fledged bang-on accident, but yes, I mean it was a one of the choices that I made without even realizing what I'm getting into. So I am an MBA marketing, where I kind of got into a habit of engaging with a lot of people, thinking of products, campaigns, brands, and I started researching that what is it that I want to do in life, and then this PR. The communications which started coming, where it, the people, of course, the media stories that we are now getting printed, they claim that, it is one of the most, inspiring jobs of the future. It's going to be dominated by women, and the sector is on a roll. It's all about people, and it is all about telling stories. And I'm like, oh, wow, that's me. I am all about people, and I tell great stories. So let me just try. When I started off with a consultancy, my first client was Infosys. It was obviously, the stories that I had read on public relations was very different from what I started to do on Infosys as a brand, because it is a business to business communication that I was trying to drive, very, very technical in nature. I was very unsure as to what did I get myself into, but I didn't want to give up so quickly. I stuck on just for the love of the brand. I mean, it is Infosys, right? And I was an implant in the Infosys campus, so that was like a brownie point that I had secured right in the beginning of my career. So I stuck on, and then I moved to a different consultancy and got SAP India and SAP Labs as my next client. After that, I'd say there was no looking back, because eventually the technical jargons that never made sense to me when I started off, I started to fall in love with all of those. So everything from pink started to move to blue, black and gray, and all of the magic behind all of those binary codes that we deal with, and all of the jargons, they started to demystify, and the sort of communications and advocacy, actually that's what I would call it, the advocacy campaigns that we were leading for all of those brands. So since then till now, I've just been fortunate to work with one of the world's largest technology firms, be it SAP, Infosys, Oracle, Microsoft, Google, Visa, NetApp. So just name it, and I have just been fortunate to work with and lead the mandates for all of those. And it's just by and by, it's like marriage, right? I mean, you just fall in love with a guy and you just start it happens to you. It's amazing, and I think I just finally realized that I've made the right decision. And
no, glad to hear that. I'm going to jump in here. We have about 8 to 9 minutes for final comments. Before that, we have one question from an audience person. I can't understand that question. It says, why do many agencies or consultancies prefer for a technology driven campaign and have low knowledge about it? So I think this question is from somebody who has had a bad experience. If somebody wants to answer, you can, but I don't think this question is relevant to youngsters getting into a career in PR. This is more a problem of over promising and under delivering, I see. So if somebody wants to take this question, let me know. Otherwise, we'll let it be. We have 7-8 minutes more. Before I make my wrapping comments, I'll ask each of you. We'll go in the reverse order. We'll come to Kushbu last now. We said Akanksha, Shipra, Rahul, and Kushbu. What is your one favorite Indian PR campaign? Just tell us the name of the campaign, and if you can tell us in 20 seconds why, you can. If you can't tell us in 20 seconds, doesn't matter. Okay, I'll repeat my question, Akanksha. There are two parts. There's an audience question. The audience question says, why do many PR firms prefer for a technology-driven campaign but have low knowledge about it? That's the question. I don't want to take that question because it's not relevant to the audience. So I don't know why this question is here, but that's okay. So therefore, I'm going to ask you, and we can take it if time permits at 4:44. My question to you is, what is your one favorite Indian public relations campaign? And if you want to answer why, you can.
Great. I think my favorite campaign is the latest Pepsi campaign, which is called Har Ghoot Mein Swag Hai. I think they married corporate communication with digital content, with getting millennial news, to connecting it to sort of like the kid in all of us really, really well. They use TikTok very intelligently. They use Twitter very intelligently. They married it to Copcom to release core messaging very intelligently. They also used it to communicate the new pricing and the new packaging very intelligently, and put an India stamp, which was missing compared to Coke or anybody else. So that would be my favorite.
Thanks, Akanksha. So Pepsi's Har Ghoot Mein Swag. Kushbu's friend works in Pepsi. She'll tell Amit Nanchal this today for sure. We'll now go to Shipra. Shipra, what's your one Indian PR campaign which you didn't work on, which you like and say, wow? Tell us about that.
So I am not sure if I'll call it my favorite campaign, but it's definitely a campaign that caught my attention for a very particular reason. I'll tell you why. So I just came across this campaign that Lifebuoy is running, and it said it's also obviously in the current times about COVID, right? So they are talking about what is the right way to wash hands, and they actually end the campaign by saying that never mind what soap you use, just use any soap with water for 20 seconds and you will be safe. I think that says a lot about the brand, because lately what I've seen is for something as deep and as scary as a COVID, I think the government authorities, the WHO, the public sector alone is not enough to take on the load. They really need a shouldering responsibility from the private sectors as well. There's a lot of purpose-driven communication that needs to come into play. There is empathy in communication that the corporates need to adhere to. So with that campaign, I think, a brand which is a very simple brand, has always had simple messaging. It's giving a very, very powerful message and very, very contextual.
Thank you, Shipra. I really like that. When I make a closing comment, I have something to talk about how Lifebuoy does their PR with an example from my own work life. We'll ask Rahul for his favorite PR campaign from the Indian context.
Yeah, so it was way back in 2003, 2002, if I'm not mistaken, the famous Cadbury crisis. So when the pesticides were found within the packets. So what I really liked about
not pesticide. That pesticide was in Coke and PepsiCo. They found a worm infestation.
No, not worm. I'm sorry. Worm. Yeah. So, so what I liked about that campaign is the entire inference of the insight of the campaign was actually driven from a movie called The Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, and how the movie actually played a huge role in terms of communication and countering a particular crisis situation, which is actually at a mammoth scale. And second is the way they put the principles of which is there in theory, how they have actually put those principles on a on the strategy and campaign. So, for example, there is this famous blog called Arthur W. Page. So there is a page principle for crisis communication, and till then, I don't think that nobody actually followed that page principle. So Cadbury did it very well, and that's why I think Cadbury is actually in that particular crisis is special.
No, absolutely cool. Thanks for saying that. If I move to Akanksha, I don't know if people have noticed, Cadbury launched a new packaging for dairy milk last month for the first time in the history of Cadbury, and ShareChat will relate to that. They changed the language or the name of the brand Dairy Milk in 8 different Indian languages. I think they're Kannada, Tamil, Bengali, Marathi, or whatever else, Hindi, English. They made the name of Dairy Milk Thank You, Dhanyavad, and other thank you variants in languages, so that people could buy those chocolates to give frontline workers in the middle of this current situation. I've bought 5 of those and given my 5 security guards last week, Dhanyavad and thank you. Their sugar will go up, but that's okay. Akanksha, your last comments, your favorite PR campaign, and if you want to say why, please do.
Amit, I think I really like the Pepsi swag one.
Sorry, Akanksha, I'm going to my mistake. Shipra, to you, I got a little mixed up. Shipra, what is your favorite PR campaign?
I mean,
am I making a mix-up? Sorry.
Yes.
Kushbu. There are too many messages. Yeah, we are going backwards. So, Kushbu, your PR campaign.
My favorite lately, the favorite PR campaign was obviously what Akansha mentioned, done by my friend. But
some other, please.
I will pick an international campaign that I really like. Coca-Cola Hugs of Happiness. I really like the campaign. When it is, because it's depression that is all over when kids are facing exams and all of that, you could hug a machine and get it home. And those hugs of happiness, I feel really connects with what people are going through, mental health issues, people feel lonely. So I really, really love that campaign.
Great.
It brings out what the brand stands for.
So those listening to this conversation can Google and find out more about Coke, Hugs of Happiness, can find out about Pepsi, Har Goont Mein Swag, can see more about the Cadbury's crisis of 2003. And Shipra, tell me your campaign again. I missed it.
Lifebuoy, the latest.
Lifebuoy. So I want to pick on that cue as I wind up and end. Thank you all the 4 for your time on a Sunday evening. So one of the things I do is I run a PR school called SCORE, and I don't believe in plugging and pushing it beyond a point. I tell people there are 5 good schools in India. There is Symbiosis, there is XIC, there is MICA and Manipal, there is IIMC, and there is SCORE. Choose whichever you want to choose in the future to become a PR professional. If none of the 4 select you and you think you're good, reach out to us. I'm AMITHPR on Twitter. You can always DM me on Twitter and reach out to me, or amit.prabhu, amith.prabhu@scoreindia.org. Happy to guide you all, counsel you all, advise you all for free to make a career in PR. And I completely relate to the Lifebuoy example. PR is not about pushing your own brand. It's about pushing the idea, pushing the category, pushing a concept, and then your brand gets the benefit in the process in the future at any cost. With that, we're going to wrap up this session. Thanks to everybody who listened. We promise to keep our time. We're finishing a few seconds before time. That's a PR campaign I learned from Indigo. They have a 2-hour flight, but they say 2.5 hours for that flight. And they reach in 2 hours and say, listen, we save you 30 minutes of your time, which is a cool way of doing public relations as well. But thank you, Rahul. Thank you, Shipra. Thank you, Akanksha, Kushbu, and Himanshi for hosting us. and Deepak and team at Edutainment, Sanjana and others. I hope we did not cross our time given to us. Thank you. Hope to have many young people coming to the profession of public relations and having Akanksha, Rahul, Shipra, Kushbu as your mentors in the future. I'm sure you can reach out to all of them as well on LinkedIn or Twitter. You can find them by just keying in their names. And all the best. Thank you. Over to you, Himanshi.
Thank you so much, Amit. I think that was an absolutely amazing panel. And we've absolutely gotten some great insights from all the conversation that all of you have had. Everyone who's watching, let me remind you once again that you can also see India's first 3D virtual education exhibition event for media and design simultaneously. So I hope you're taking time out and doing that. Also, there's a giveaway alert. All you have to do is find out the cookies. And I'm sure you're wondering if you already know what I'm talking about. Great. If you don't, then pay attention for the next 5 seconds. All you have to do is go on to www.edutainmentshow.in, enter the virtual expo, visit the stalls, look for the cookies in the documents section, and collect all 3 of them and send the screenshots to us on edu_giveaway at eventcapital.in. And you can win some fantastic Amazon vouchers. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we move ahead for the next session, we're going to be back very soon. So stay with us. We shall be right back.
Andheri INIFT Fashion and Interior Design Institute is the vision of Director Vivek Gautam and is strategically located in Andheri, the fashion hub of films and television industry. We empower our students to thrive across disciplines, redefining design using digital space and environmental watchfulness. Armed with concept and design, we educate our students to learn the fine art of converting corners to social spaces for the benefit of greater good and to be a warrior with a sole purpose to go out and design a beautiful world.
I'm Gunal Gaitonde, Head of Department Fashion Designing at Andheri INIFD. We have an excellent team of teachers with over a decade of experience. INIFD Andheri has a comprehensive syllabus that develops skill and knowledge through research and imaginative creativity. We begin with foundation, which guides and grooms the students from elementary stage to a professional platform. The outcome of this 3 years degree program places the student in a niche market. The program commences with basics like elements of design, pattern making and apparel construction.
Fashion illustration is the art of communicating ideas in a visual form through drawing, sketching, etc. This helps you visualize better, and before you start anything, you're hit with an inspiration and you take that inspiration forward and you render it on a croquis, give it pattern, textures, you experiment, research. So doing this, it helps you visualize the garment, how it's going to be when you actually make it, and then when you move on to the clothing part, you have a clearer idea in your head and you can move smoothly. There are also other ways like using CAD or better illustrations.
In the past few years, we have learned so much in this college about fashion, art and style. In pattern making, we learned different techniques in creating different types of garments. Supposedly, bamboo bodice was a Japanese technique where a reversible garment was interwoven in different styles for different looks. Draping, we took fabrics and directly transformed it into a garment using the body form without any pattern making. Sustainable fashion is the future of fashion industry. So we brought in products like jute, muslin, nature friendly and can be recycled, and we made garments out of it. Our faculties especially have helped us so much along the way in the college because they're so much connected to the industry and know what the future of fashion is, and we have got a complete guidance from them as well.
Just like a queen.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I know you've been sitting on your seats with bated breath and have been waiting for this session to begin. So here we are. We're going to be, this next session is about Rajiv Masand beyond ratings, reviews, and stars. We have Prathamesh Jadhav in conversation with Mr. Rajiv Masand. He's a journalist, anchor, and film critic. Allow me exactly 30 seconds to give you a brief introduction. He started his journey at 16 and has over 20 years of experience in reporting, writing, and journalism. He's, of course, widely loved and appreciated. He also has a popular YouTube channel where he posts weekly his film reviews, now showing segments, which are also posted concurrently to the channel, and regularly interviews with key figures in the entertainment industry, both Indian and international, mostly actors and directors. Among other recognitions, he was thrice awarded Best Entertainment Critic by the National Television Awards. With this, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to hand over the session to Prathamesh Jadhav and Mr. Rajiv Masand.
Thank you, Himanshi.
Thank you so much, Himanshi. So, Rajiv sir, I mean, successful career in this industry as a leading entertainment journalist, as a movie critic. The path you have chosen is quite a different one, and you have been successful at that. And how? Tell us, I mean, what does it take to be a movie critic? And you said in one of your interviews, I was reading this, that you are fortunate to channelize your passion for cinema and create a career out of it. So how did this all begin?
I think if you have that great privilege where you can turn what you love into your profession, that's really one of those things that we dream for, right? I mean, I actually started as a general, a general reporter and a journalist in the newspapers. I was with the Times Group for several years before. I think it was in the first or the second year of my of being a general journalist that I realized that you could be a film journalist. I'm talking about the 90s, the early 90s, when film journalism wasn't so much in the mainstream. I mean, mostly it was film magazines that covered film journalism. The newspapers didn't really do a lot of film journalism. I mean, you had the back page occasionally, but not more than that. Mm-hmm. So it was not. I didn't know you could. I mean, being a film critic is very different. But reporting on films, and one saw that opening. There was a love for films. I think all of us grew up, watching movies. For some of us, it's a mad passion, like it was for me, and for others, it's a great source of purely entertainment. And when I realized that there was that opening, there was an opportunity to be doing this professionally. I mean, I jumped at it. Mm-hmm. The opportunity to watch films for a living, I mean, that is really the best job in the world, right? To be able to spend your life just watching films, talking to the people that make films, traveling to cover film festivals and to watch films in different parts of the world, to interview people in other parts of the world. That's really a great opportunity. It's a very rare privilege, and I'm so fortunate that I had that privilege. But I also don't want to. I also because this is an educational kind of session, I also want to talk about what it takes. I mean, of course, you have to be in the right place at the right time, but I think it's also important to work very hard towards it. If you ask me what it requires to be a film critic, I think you have to love watching films. You have to love watching all kinds of films. It's not enough to just say, oh, I only like comedy films or I only like action films. You have to love films. You have to love entertainment. You have to love storytelling. I'm sure you will have some genres that you prefer, over others, but you have to love the discovery of something new. Just going in, not knowing what to expect, and then finding something just that completely blows your mind. I mean, that is the joy that you live for. That is what you're, what you become a critic for. That's what you cover the movies for. Mm-hmm. So it requires a lot of work. It requires a lot of hard work, just as every job does. I mean, no job. I don't think any privilege and any luxury comes from no hard work. So I think that you have to, like I often say, for TGIF, thank God it's Friday, that was not created by a film critic. Because for over 20, 25 years, I think that Fridays, for me, in my case, certainly for about 20 years, Fridays is the hardest day in one's life, because one watches a movie, but for most people, when they watch a movie, the job is you're done. You finished watching the movie. Our job starts after you watch the movie, because then you have to analyze it and think about it and write about it and review it. So Friday becomes a long day sometimes. You're watching movies in the morning. Sometimes you're watching more than one film, reviewing it, right? I'm on television now, so you have to present it on camera. It's hard work. I'm sure there are much harder jobs. One could be doing many other things that are a lot more boring than this. It's a great job, but you do need to put in the work. You do need to have the discipline, and you just need to do it day in and day out and stay on the ball.
Absolutely. And the kind of passion that you have shown is amazing, incredible all along. But how does one make that transition from being an entertainment reporter to a movie critic? Or can one straight away become a movie critic? Is that possible?
I mean, I think to become a critic, irrespective of what you're doing before that, whether you're whether you are a reporter or you're not, I think to become a critic, you really need to watch a lot of films. You need to read a lot you need to read a lot of criticism. You need to have an opinion. I think you really need to have an opinion, and you need to have a style. I mean, it's not enough to just watch a film and say, "Oh, I liked it," or "Oh, I didn't like it." That's not enough. Clearly, you have to be able to explain why you like things. You have to have the discipline of really thinking about films, breaking them down, trying to understand what worked for you and what didn't work for you. So I think that I don't think you need to be a film reporter to be a film critic. I think that they're two completely different disciplines. But to be a film critic, you need to be articulate. You need to be able to express yourself. You need to love the movies. You need to have watched a lot of movies, because how do you have context? And also, it's not enough just to watch movies. I think you also need to be aware of what's going on in the world, because no film review exists in isolation. When you're talking about films, I mean, today, look at the themes that our films cover. They're talking about social issues, they're talking about political issues. If you don't know what's going on in the world, what's going on in your country, culturally, politically, how are you going to be able to have any commentary in your reviews? So I think that to be a critic, you really have to be an all-round journalist. It's important to be someone that's aware, someone that's abreast of what's going on, and have a real flair for writing or communicating, because your job starts once the movie is over. You have to be able to find a way to express yourself clearly, and understand why you're doing it. I think a lot of times film criticism is mistaken for box office prediction. And, I get into arguments with movie stars who tell me, "Oh, you like this film, but this film didn't make any money. It was a flop." And I tell them that's not my job. My job is not to predict how a film will do, and my job is not to like only hit films. My job is to tell you what I thought of films, and I think that how that film, what was my emotional response to that film, how that film made me feel. How that film challenged me. That's my job. My job is not to say whether this film will work or this film will not work. That's a trade analyst job, and that's a very different job. So I hope I've been able to answer that question.
I mean, this brand Rajiv Basan, what has gone into creating this one? And I'm asking this because you're a television anchor and a prominent one at that too. I mean, what hard work has gone into creating that presenter, that anchor? I'm sure you have to wear that hat of a presenter all the time when you are critiquing a film or interviewing a celebrity. So what the projection is like.
I can't take the brand thing very seriously, and I don't think any of us should. I think that once you start thinking of yourself like that, that's a problem, because you're doing this because you love it, and you're very privileged if there are people who want to listen to your opinion. Today, everybody's a critic. Really, the truth is that everyone is a critic. If you have a Twitter account, you're a critic because you're sharing what you feel about it. You are privileged that you have a media, you have a platform which allows you to reach out to a mass of people. So the brand thing I'm not gonna take very seriously. But I think that I think as a presenter, how one gets there, one just it's hard. I mean, I find it very difficult actually. This is easy when I'm talking to somebody else. It's easy, but it's when you're looking at a camera and talking to a camera lens, that for me is really hard, because who are you talking to? It's a bit strange. Those are the things that you have to learn. Those are the things that you have to get used to, and you have to feel like you're talking to people. It's the same thing as being on a stage. When you're on a stage, you're not actually looking at one person. You're just looking at this mass. Sometimes you can't even see because the lights are on you. And what they tell you is try to look at one person and look in their eyes and feel like you're talking to that person. And I think it's true of being on camera as well. Treat the camera lens as a pair of eyes. And if you're looking at a face or a pair of eyes, then you're talking to a person. Certainly for me, that helps. So it's something you learn on the job. I think that I don't think I can give anyone tips on how to present well, because you learn your own style. I think that if you're if you know what you're talking about, if you're comfortable with the material, then I think you'll probably, the presenting part will go away soon. The presenting challenges, your nervousness about being on air, on camera will go away soon, because you find comfort in the fact that you know what you're talking about. But it's something I totally understand, and I totally grapple with even today. I find it strange to be talking just into camera. I can talk to a person on the other end. I like doing interviews because you're talking to a person, but when you're talking to the camera, it's a bit hard. Which is why I have great respect for actors, because actors very often, very often you don't have your co-actor who's giving you cues. Very often you're just speaking in space, and it's meant to be another person there, but one has to have great respect for being able to do that.
So what does it feel like to be on the other side of the table today?
It's interesting. I have to say it's interesting. I didn't think that my life was interesting enough for anyone to care about what I, how I do what I do.
No, but, you have done so many interviews in the past as well.
Well, yes, you want to, especially on a show like this, where if you're helping people make up their minds about a career choice, I absolutely want to be able to, if I can help in any way, I'm absolutely excited to do that. But I like being in control. I like being on the other side, where you're asking the questions. I find that that's my natural habitat.
What qualities one must have innately, the qualities that you're born with, and what qualities one can cultivate to be able to be a successful movie critic or an entertainment reporter?
I think you have to love the movies. You can't be a critic if you don't love the movies. You might even be good at it if you're a good writer and a good observationalist. But if you don't love films, you'll get tired of it, because the discipline is crazy. Like I said, for 20, 25 years of my life, I've never had a Friday. And most people begin their weekend on a Friday. I mean, for us, Fridays, I get home post midnight on a Friday because one is writing, reviewing, watching films, presenting. So you have to put in the discipline, and I think that discipline becomes easy if you love what you do. So you have to love the movies. You have to be a good communicator. Now that could be writing, that could be presenting, but you have to be able to, what you say is and how you say it is so important, because today really the truth is that everybody's a critic. You're competing not with one person, but with hundreds of people. And how do you make sure that your voice is heard? How do you make sure that that what you say is something that people want to listen to? It's if you say it interestingly, if you have an interesting point of view, and you have to have a point of view. You can't be shy. You can't be someone that holds back. You have to be someone who is quite uninhibited when it comes to sharing their point of view, and also have an interesting point of view. No one wants to hear someone who just states the obvious.
Yes, you have been in the business for more than 2 decades now, and quite successful, as I said. But what does it take when you're number one, when you're right there in the forefront? What people want to become is you when you're number one. So in that case, how do you stay relevant? How do you stay informed and relevant?
Again, I can't take the number one and all that seriously, because I don't think this is a race, and I don't think there's no way to tell. I mean, I'm lucky that I've been able to do it for as long as I have. Mm-hmm. I'm lucky that there is an audience that wants to hear what I'm saying, but I'm also fully aware, like you rightly said, you have to stay relevant. I mean, you can't rest on old laurels. Yeah. I have so many followers, so they will listen on Twitter or on Instagram. So forever I can take that for granted. No, you have to. There are new critics coming. There are new voices, and they're so exciting. I mean, the younger. Also, if you've been doing it long enough, you also constantly have to keep worrying that are you irrelevant? The manner that you speak in, is your perspective getting older? Are you getting jaded? Are you becoming cynical? I think you have to keep yourself in check throughout. I think you have to keep yourself in check. I think you have to listen to other voices as well. It's not enough to just write your own criticism and not read anything else and live in an ivory tower, because that's not good. You have to be aware of what's going on. You also have to keep abreast of technology, because it's not enough just to, today, I mean, even if you're writing for print or even if you're on television, most of the consumption is happening on digital. It's happening online. So are you going to make sure that you're also online? You have to make sure you're on social media, because that's become one of the great tools. I think you have to, it's what you said, the answer was in the question. You have to find a way to stay relevant. You have to find a way to constantly reinvent, maybe, because people get tired and bored of the same way of doing things, and you will get tired and bored of the same way of doing things. You have to, but I think with all of that, you have to still stay truthful to the fact that You do this because you love this, because you love the movies, and it has to come from a place of great integrity. The things that people say about critics, sometimes it's so disappointing when people disagree with you. The first thing they'll say is, "Oh, kitne paise liye?" They say this to all critics, and your heart breaks because in 20 years, no one's ever offered me money. I don't even know what the going rate is. But I think every one of us has had that accusation thrown at you, because if someone disagrees with you, the easiest thing to say is, "Oh, you must have got paid to say this," or "So and so director must be your friend," or "So and so actor must be your friend." But you have to do it from a place of great integrity, and sometimes you will rub people the wrong way. Sometimes people will be upset. Sometimes people who are listening will not agree. Also, you have to know that you cannot please everybody. You're never going to be your review is never going to everybody is not going to agree with your review. It's impossible that every single person will agree with how you feel. These are films. Films mean different things to different people. The beauty of cinema is that you and I can watch the same film at the same time and feel completely different about it, and both of us are correct. There's no wrong answer. This is not maths. Mathematics is always 2 + 2 will always be 4. This is films. This is, we are going to respond differently. So don't try to please people. Don't try to guess what they might like and what they might not like. The only way you can do your job well is to be truthful to yourself. Because if you say or write what you don't believe, it's not going to sound sincere. And that's pretty much the beginning of the end.
Content consumption had changed, and we have discovered that during the lockdown phase. We have new web series coming in, and we are watching that capsule by capsule, episode by episode, and every episode has a hook to it, so that we are led on to the next one. So in that sense, because the parameters of content creation had changed, have the parameters of critiquing also changed?
That's a very good question. Yes, I think that all of us, and certainly in this, up until lockdown and up until coronavirus, you could be just a film critic. I mean, I was not reviewing web shows till lockdown, and but I think that when all of this has happened, when you're not getting movies every single week, new films every week, then but you're still a critic, and your approach to reviewing will not change, because you're still looking for character, you're looking for story, you're looking for script. Only now you're watching 8 hours of content to write a 500-word review, versus watching 2 hours of a film so it's more work that you put in. It's you're watching a longer series. Sometimes you're watching it very fast because you need to put out the review quickly. You get the episodes maybe one day early, or you get the episodes the same day as the rest of the world gets it. But I do think that you have to stay relevant, because if you're not reviewing what people are watching, what's the point of being a reviewer, right? If people are watching Sacred Games and Made in Heaven and Patal Lok, and Betal, and if you're not reviewing that, then then you're little bit irrelevant, and you have to wait for the movies to start coming again. So I've had to change a little bit, but I don't think your craft, your approach to how you do it changes. I think that it's still the same thing. You're still looking for the same things. Only now you're not necessarily watching it in a big cinema with an audience. You're now watching it in your home, on your television, or on your computer. That's a little bit different. Your attention span, and do you watch it at one go, or do you watch? I don't think it's possible to watch 8 hours of, or even 6 hours of shows at one go. You will take breaks. But how do you do that? You design that for yourself. Maybe you take a 10-minute break after every episode. Maybe you watch 2 episodes and take a 20-minute break. Those are things that each of us have to figure out for ourselves. But yes, to stay relevant in these times when the consumption and what people are watching has changed, you have to go where the audience is. You have to be where your viewers are.
As you speak, there's an interesting question that has popped up. Is it better to become a film critic before making film yourself?
I've never understood this, because I don't want to be a filmmaker. That's not my skill. That's not my ambition. That's not my job. Why should I know how to make films? I think that there is this misconception that if you don't know how to make a film, you can't review a film. That's nonsense. That's rubbish. They're two completely... I don't think a filmmaker is a critic. I don't think he has the skill of being a critic. And I don't think a film critic should be expected to know how to make movies. When you go to a restaurant and you eat something and you don't like how it tastes, are you not allowed to complain unless you know how to make it better? No. You can say this is not tasting well because the salt is less, or because it's too spicy, or the meat is undercooked. or the rice is dry. I mean, you just have to be good at your discipline. I don't think you have to be a filmmaker to be a good critic. You just have to be a very good critic to be a good critic. And those are two completely different jobs. Filmmaking is a very, very difficult and a very important job, as is film criticism. Sure, if you're a filmmaker, you know more about making films, but does that make you a better critic? I don't think so, because film criticism is about appreciation and about context and about how you communicate, and you could be a director who doesn't have those skills, and a director is not expected to be a film critic. All of us have opinions. I think the problem is that today everyone thinks they're a critic, and therefore they think it's the easiest job in the world, and therefore to be a professional critic you should know how to make films. No, I don't think that's true. I mean that's a misconception, a common misconception.
What about this domain then, interviewing people? What the approach is like, especially because you interview so many people from Hollywood as well, and people here in this industry, Bollywood, they know you as a prominent film critic, entertainment journalist. But when you go abroad, does the approach change there?
The approach changes in any interview. The foundation of any interview is know what you're going to talk about, know your subject, have your questions prepared in advance, research. I mean, that doesn't change. But you're right. When you go out to the West, I've interviewed Steven Spielberg or Tom Cruise. They don't know me, but it's okay. I don't think that's the issue. I think that if your questions are good and if you're a good interviewer, people will be engaged, and people will be open to revealing themselves and opening their minds and opening their hearts to you. I'll tell you the challenge I face. Where in Hollywood, you get very little time. You get about 5 or 6 minutes if you're lucky with a person. In Bollywood, because it's our industry, because we meet them face to face, and because you're geographically located in the same place, you get more time. So you have more time to do a longer, more thoughtful interview where you can talk about themes, and you can talk about past work. You can refer to past work. In a Hollywood interview, usually it's the promotion for a certain film. But the advantage of the Hollywood films are that they always show you the film before you do the interview. So your interview is not usually about, oh, what's your favorite color? What's your what's it like spending life under lockdown? It's usually about the film because you've seen the film. But yes, it's limited time. They don't know you. You have only that much time to get the answers that you want, and it's difficult. It's really difficult. But I think that the approach and the craft of interviewing is the same, and that is that know your subject, do your research, have your questions prepared in advance. I like to write my questions. I'm old and I'm forgetful, so I tend to take cue cards with me. I refer to them sometimes, but I know my questions. I like to handwrite it. I prefer handwriting my questions. I find that it goes in my head. If I type them out and print it out, I find that I there's a little bit of a distance. I like to type it, but I know many people who don't write their questions, and I envy those who have their questions in their head but don't need to be carrying cue cards. I need cue cards, and I think that's fine. So you'll find it. You'll discover your own approach. You will find what works for you. It's very personal. It's very individual. There are no wrong answers, but you should know your subject very well. You should have done your research. You shouldn't go in unprepared, and you shouldn't be lazy because that you'll get called out very quickly, and that's very embarrassing.
How does one stay in sync with technology? You have shifted from television to now digital as well, from the conventional hi, hello, welcome setup to this chatty kind of approach on digital. How does one then make that switch?
You watch some people who are better than you at it. You watch them and you try to understand it, and you try to, but you can't copy someone else because it doesn't work. And we've all tried it. You look at someone and you tend to copy that, you tend to emulate that, and that's not your style. I think you have to find your own style. But yes, I mean, you have to look at what everyone else is doing. You have to look at how the youngsters are doing it. You have to see whether you're able to find your own style. And I think that I go back to the same thing. If you know your subject, if you know what you're talking about, and if you know if what you're saying is comes from a place of knowledge and comes from a place of experience, then the rest of it is actually easy to figure out. I started film criticism in Hindi at Star News, and yes. Hindi was very difficult for me. I mean, I speak Hindi. I've grown up all my life in Mumbai, so Hindi to humko bilkul aati hai. Lekin to say it on camera, to speak on camera, to speak in a more formal way was harder. But I found that if I knew what I was saying, if I knew my review inside out, if I knew the comments I was making, then actually language is not so hard. You kind of you'll overcome that challenge. Yes. But if you don't know what you're saying, you will have a problem. If you're not comfortable with the material, with your content, then you will have trouble even in the language that you're most comfortable in.
Last question, what does it take? Do you have a concrete path in your mind to give to the students? I mean, they are excited to know. If you want to study engineering, there are engineering colleges. If you want to study medicine, of course, there are medical colleges. But to be able to be a successful film critic and an entertainment journalist, is there a concrete path of sorts one can walk on?
There are courses and there are classes and you can take them. But I would recommend that I think that even to be a film journalist, even if you don't want to be a critic, you just want to be a film journalist who interviews and who writes features, you should love films and you should watch a lot of films. Now, you can either watch a lot of films on your own, or you can do a film appreciation course. And I think that FTII has this great 6 or 8 week film appreciation course, which can I tell you, I've always wanted to take. From my 20s, I always used to say, I will take some time off and go and do this 6-week course. But it's hard to take 6 weeks off and go and do a film appreciation course. Now I believe they have a shorter course, which you should look for. What happens in that course, and I have some friends who've taken that, is that they have a discussion on cinema. I think that what happens with us, and especially in today's times when so much of what we're doing is online and where it's just you're only on your computer most of the time, you miss that whole engagement. A lot of criticism and a lot of love for films comes from talking to people about it. We often don't talk to people about it. We're just writing our reviews and it's going out in the world. What are you taking in? What are you taking back in? And I think that joining a film appreciation course like the FTI course, I believe, is very good for that. I believe that it's every evening they watch a film and the whole class then discusses it, and that's great because your perspectives are you're getting different perspectives, you're listening to different opinions, and that keeps you sort of on your toes, that keeps you excited, that keeps you relevant. So there are ways to do it, or you can just watch a lot of films and read about films. I think that today online allows you, all of the films are available. There's a great Mubi is a great platform where a lot of the classic films are available. And I'm sure Netflix and Amazon and everything have great films. There are a lot of good books. The Story of Film by Mark Cousins is a great book. It talks about how the history of cinema. Read Satyajit Ray's books on cinema. You need to watch everything. You need to watch the classics. You need to be familiar with the classics, but you need to watch contemporary films as well. And you need to read the newspapers and be aware of what's going on in your country, socially, politically. So anyone who thinks that, film criticism is really easy. I mean, you just have to watch a film and just stand in front of the camera and say what you like. You could do that. But I don't think you'd be very good at it.
Okay. Najimusan, thanks a lot for joining us and for those lovely answers. I'm sure those answers will inspire so many people to choose the right path, the correct path. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much. Over to you, Himanshi.
Thank you, Prathamesh, and thank you, Rajiv sir, for joining us. It was an absolutely amazing session. Ladies and gentlemen and boys and girls, everyone who's watching us, let me again remind you that India's first 3D virtual education exhibition event for media and design. You can watch this simultaneously. All you have to do is go onto the link, www.edutainmentshow.in. Also, the giveaway is still on. So I'm hoping that, one of you wins this. We have a very simple process. All you need to do is enter the virtual expo and look for the cookies when you go into the stalls. You have to take a screenshot of that and send it to us at edu_giveaway@eventcapital.in. And 3 amazing vouchers are up for grabs for the winners out there. Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned. We're going to be back with the next session. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
I can't stop the nothing I can see but you when you dance. Feel good creeping up on you, so just dance. All those things I shouldn't do, but you dance. Ain't nobody leaving, so keep dancing. Everybody sing. I can't stop the feeling.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I know that you've been waiting for this session, and it's now time. This is the time for the next session, which is on the topic Fireside Chat, which is about an actor's journey, and it's not a secret anymore. We know which actor we are talking about. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Gunjan Untreja, who's an actor also, anchor, co-founder, Freshly Baked Entertainment, and he's going to be in conversation with the man that all of us have been waiting for, Sunil Grover. Well, Sunil Grover is an actor. He's a stand-up comedian. All of us love him. You've seen him all over your screens, on TVs and films, and now he's coming to you through this virtual edutainment session right now. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's over to Gunjan Untreja and Sunil Grover.
Thank you, Himanshi. Thank you very much. और Sunil Paji, आप हैं कहाँ? A big hello to everybody who's watching us live across the globe. So good to be connected with you. और जैसा कि आप देख सकते हैं कि सुनील पाजी जो है वो बिल्कुल गायब हो चुके हैं, but मैं क्या बताऊं इनके बारे में. One of the best thing about this human being is I have shared stage with him. I've shared airport lounges with him. I've traveled with him, and I've done and collaborated with him on various occasions. तो आज एक सपना और पूरा हो गया कि यार जहाँ दुनिया इतने सारे लाइव कर रही है, तो चलो एक डिजिटल तरीके से बात करने का भी मौका मिल गया. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the one and only Sunil Grover. आज आ जाओगे पाजी कि नहीं आओगे? Well, there's also another thing which is, yes, क्या बात है पाजी, क्या बात है. And I can see that now that you're unmute. How are you, Sunil पाजी?
I'm good, Gunjan. आप कैसे हो?
मैं पाजी बहुत ही बढ़िया हूँ. मैं आपको एक बात बताना चाहूंगा. जब से बात अनाउंस हुई है that I am going to be talking to you, मुझे इतने लोगों ने मैसेज करके ये बोला है कि सुनील पाजी को ये बता देना, अरे यार I love him, I love him, I love him. So how does it feel to be one of the most loved artists in our country?
How sweet of you. Thank you for all the compliments, Gunjan. और हमारी मुलाकात, as you said rightly, कहाँ हुई है, अजीब अजीब जगहों पे, और डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ थिएटर में भी हमारी मुलाकात हुई है, जहाँ से आपने और मैंने सेम इंस्टीट्यूट से ट्रेनिंग ली है. और काफी लोग जुड़े हुए हैं. मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि हम लोग दोनों ही आपस में एक फोन पे बात कर रहे हैं, कॉन्वर्सेशन कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि कोई और दिखाई नहीं दे रहा है. बट आई एम अज्यूमिंग सब लोग वहाँ पे, ये मेरे लिए भी नया एक्सपीरियंस है, वर्चुअली सब लोगों के साथ कनेक्टेड होना. और आपका फ्रेम एकदम ऐसा लग रहा है कि जैसे टीवी पे ही आ रहे हैं आप. ब्यूटीफुल.
थैंक यू वेरी मच पाजी, थैंक यू. सी मुझे मालूम था कि एक बहुत बड़े स्टार के साथ हूँ, तो मैं कम से कम फ्रेम तो सेट कर लूँ. टैलेंट तो मैच कर नहीं पाऊंगा, फ्रेम तो मैच कर लूँ.
That's so sweet of you. I think that's the key of anybody who's talented, that he doesn't accept publicly that he's talented. So I am not talented at all. Okay. So everyone, welcome. My name is Sunil Grover, and I'm happy to be here, and I feel honored to be here to share some experiences, some few things about. Sorry if I'm behaving so serious today, and my tone is a little changed, but yeah. So as promised, I'm here, and though I felt not to come, मेरा मन नहीं हो रहा था आज. I just heard some, एक बहुत ही कोलीग हैं हमारे, और उनके साथ मैंने काफी बार स्टेज शेयर किया है. सुशांत सिंह, आज उनने के साथ कुछ अजीब हो गया है, और वो मन बहुत ही उदास और दुखी है थोड़ा सा. सॉरी, बट उस वजह से थोड़े से शब्द अजीब से तरीके से निकल रहे हैं. और बहुत ही यंग, टैलेंटेड, energetic, smiling face. I don't know what happened to him and how it happened and क्यों हुआ ये सब कुछ, जो भी unfortunate हुआ. और
it's quite sorry I'm interrupting, but it is quite unfortunate what has happened today, but that is also the reason I think our conversation today becomes even more important, because a lot of people think that the life of an actor is all about attending parties, making a lot of money, traveling across the globe. A lot of people don't understand that there are huge pressures, not only to deliver hits, but also to evolve as an artist, right? So we'll talk about it over the next course of 30 minutes. But first, I wanted to understand.
मेरी भी जब आपसे और कल हमारी बात हुई, और मेरी दीपक जी से भी बात हुई थी, तो मैं यही सोचा था कि I want to do an entertaining and funny session, और सब लोगों के साथ बहुत मस्ती करने वाला हूँ. पर मेरा कुछ तो मन अजीब हो गया. बट आई मस्ट, बिकॉज हमने प्रॉमिस किया था और कितने सारे लोग जुड़े हुए हैं.
राइट.
कोर्स मेरा मन है कि सबके साथ हम लोग ये शेयर करें एक्सपीरियंसेस, और जो भी क्वेश्चंस हैं कुछ अगर, तो वो भी आप मुझसे पूछें और मैं उनके जवाब जो मुझे पता है मैं देने की कोशिश करूंगा.
So tons of questions. First one being, did you ever want to be an actor? Always wanted to be an actor?
हाँ जी, मैं आई ऑलवेज वांटेड टू बी एन एक्टर, और मुझे शर्म आती थी बताते हुए कि मुझे एक्टिंग करनी है, क्योंकि मैं छोटे से शहर से हूँ, मंडी डबवाली से. वहाँ पे किसी को बोलो एक्टर बनेंगे तो लोग डर लगता था कि सामने वाला हंसेगा. तो छोटी उम्र होती है, उस उम्र में अपनी सच्चाई होती है, और उस उम्र की यही सच्चाई थी कि मैं ना बताऊं लोगों को कि मैं एक्टिंग करना चाहता हूँ. मुझसे कोई पूछता था कि क्या बनना चाहती, तो मुझे याद है एक बार मैंने क्लास में बोला था आईएएस ऑफिसर, क्योंकि मेरे को उसी की सबसे समझ ज्यादा थी कि
It sounds cool also.
हाँ, साउंड स्कूल. पता नहीं करना क्या होता है, इतना पता था, फुल फॉर्म पता थी, कहीं से याद कर ली थी, पता था कि ये बहुत ही पढ़े लिखे और समझदार लोग बन सकते हैं. तो मैंने आईएएस ऑफिसर मुंह से बोल दिया ऐसे, पर अंदर से मुझे एक्टिंग ही करनी थी, मुझे अच्छा लगता था. बिकॉज उससे पहले मैंने स्कूल के अंदर मोनो एक्टिंग और कॉम्पिटिशन्स में, ड्रामा में छोटा मोटा करता रहता था, हिस्सा लेता था, और वहाँ मुझे अप्रिशिएट किया जाता था, तो मुझे मजा भी आता था. तो पहली की तो ये है मजा, कि मुझे मजा आता था, तो मैं उसी में कंटिन्यू करना, पर शर्म करता था, पर आई ऑलवेज वांटेड टू बी एन एक्टर.
But you realize that you've become an IAS, right? Indian Acting Services में ही हैं अभी आप.
How sweet is that? Yes.
But so आपको शर्म आती थी, आपने घर में बताया था या घर से छुप के करते थे?
नहीं, छुप के नहीं करता था. मेरे फादर इनफैक्ट जो स्कूल के कॉम्पिटिशन में, मेरे फादर को गाने का शौक है और वो हारमोनियम वगैरह बजा लेते हैं, तो म्यूजिक में बहुत उनका इंटरेस्ट है और लिखते भी हैं, और उनके भी जो ऑफिस के फंक्शन होते थे उसके अंदर कुछ ना कुछ सुनाते थे, और ही वांटेड टू बी, वो सिलेक्ट भी हो गए थे एक बार रेडियो के लिए, अनाउंसर के लिए, लेकिन वो उन्होंने जॉब ज्वाइन नहीं की क्योंकि उनके फैमिली का वैसा सपोर्ट नहीं था कि उनको ये किस तरह का काम है. सो बट देन आई थिंक दैट वर्कड इन माय फेवर इफ नॉट हिज, कि उनको लगा था कि मुझे इजाज़त नहीं मिली थी, तो मैं इसको इजाज़त दे दूंगा, ये करना चाहता है लेटर ऑन. तो वो मुझे पोइट्रिक कॉम्पिटिशन्स के लिए और इन सब चीज़ों के लिए, ड्रामा के लिए तैयार करवाते थे, और मैं प्रैक्टिस करता था उनके साथ. तो वहाँ से मुझे सपोर्ट मिला.
So luckily, you're one of those very few जिनको परिवार का सपोर्ट रहा. But what is it that you did professionally to be surrounded with an environment जहां पर मीडिया, क्योंकि आपके परिवार में जैसे आप बता रहे हैं कि सपोर्ट था, लेकिन फैमिली में से, लेकिन मीडिया में से कोई नहीं था, तो आपने उन लोगों के साथ जुड़ने के लिए क्या किया जब आप चंडीगढ़ में आए, या डिपार्टमेंट के बारे में सुना या रेडियो के बारे में सुना?
मुझे ना ये था कि सपोर्ट था स्कूल के फंक्शंस में हिस्सा लेने के लिए, ड्रामा में हिस्सा लेने के लिए, लेकिन एक्टिंग एज अ करियर चूज करने के लिए थोड़े से वो भी उनको भी नहीं पता था ना, एज यू सेड राइटली, कि वो उनका कुछ बैकग्राउंड नहीं था, कि उनको पता नहीं था. तो एक चीज जिसके बारे में पता ही नहीं है, बैकग्राउंड नहीं है, और कोई हमारे आसपास खानदान से, मतलब मुंबई भी नहीं गया था. ऑफ कोर्स मैं जाके आया था, मेरी मासी जी रहती हैं दमन में, तो मैं उनके यहाँ आता था, तो मुंबई से मेरा थोड़ा बहुत देखा हुआ था. लेकिन ना सपोर्ट, जैसे मेरे एक फादर के कॉलीग थे, उन्होंने कहा कि एक ना कुछ एग्जाम सीए वगैरह कर ले, तो मैं बीकॉम का स्टूडेंट रहा था, तो उन्होंने कहा सीए कर ले, क्यों ड्रामा और ये मुंबई जाना है और ये सब सोचना है, ये सब टाइप चीजें ना बातें होती हैं, ये होता कुछ नहीं है ऐसा. तो मैंने कहा, तो उन्होंने पूरा कोशिश की थी मेरा हौसला गिराने की, पर फिर मैं थोड़ा सा जिद पे अड़ रहा, तो फिर मेरे फादर ने कहा चल ठीक है, 1 साल 2 साल में ट्राई कर लेता हूँ, उसके बाद नहीं हुआ तो मैं फिर नौकरी कर लूंगा कहीं. तो फिर उस तरीके से उन्होंने मुझे भेज दिया.
मैं एक चीज बताऊंगा, जब मैं डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ इंडियन थिएटर में मैं पढ़ रहा था, तो मैंने किसी को बताया कि, किसी ने मुझसे पूछा आप क्या करते हैं, मैंने कहा सर मैं मास्टर्स इन ड्रामेटिक्स कर रहा हूँ, एक्टिंग. तो कहते वो तो ठीक है, बहुत अच्छी बात है, लेकिन करना क्या लाइफ में? मैं कहा एक्टिंग करनी है, मतलब उसी की मैं तैयारी कर रहा हूँ. तो कह रहे नहीं बेटे, वो सब तो हॉबी होती है, आप लाइफ में करें. सो लॉट ऑफ पीपल अंडरस्टैंड. तो उस समय मुझे बड़ा गुस्सा आता था, लेकिन मैंने एक लेसन ये सीखा, एंड आई एम श्योर इट्स द केस विद यू आल्सो, दैट द पीपल हु आर ट्राइंग टू पुट यू डाउन, they're not the ones who are trying to put you down, but they're also trying to test your passion towards that particular craft, which prepares you for this field, I feel. Has that been the case with you as well?
Maybe that was the case. हम लोग भी कोई हमारे होते हैं कि देख ले, सोच ले, कि ऐसा नहीं हो कि इग्नोरेंस में आदमी चला जाए, वो टेस्ट भी करते हैं आपको, और साथ में एक चीज और भी होती है कि उनके अपने एक्सपीरियंसेस होते हैं, वो अपने एक्सपीरियंसेस के हिसाब से गाइड कर रहे होते हैं. जिन्होंने मुझे गाइड किया था, उन्होंने खुद भी मुंबई आके ट्राई नहीं किया था. अगर उन्होंने ट्राई किया होता तो मैं समझता कि ठीक बोल रहे हैं शायद. तो उन्होंने नहीं ट्राई किया था. और मैं मुंबई में आया भी था ड्रामा स्कूल करने के बाद. मैं मुंबई एक बार फंक्शन करने के लिए आया था, और नहीं उस दौरान ही आया था. तो मैंने देखा कि जो एक मेरे कॉलीग, मतलब उस ड्रामा में एक और एक्टर थे मेरे दोस्त, तो वो मुझे ना एक कहते हम लोग 2 दिन और ज्यादा रुके। मैंने कहा हाँ ठीक है, हमारा प्रोग्राम हो गया था तो हम लोग 2 दिन रुके। हमने कहा रुकेंगे कहाँ पे, तो कहता मेरा एक दोस्त है असिस्टेंट डायरेक्टर है, उसके घर पे रुक जाएंगे। मैंने कहा ठीक। तो मैं सोच के था मुंबई में असिस्टेंट डायरेक्टर, उसका घर, मुंबई का घर, वहां पहली बार रुकूंगा जाऊंगा, तो वो एक
लाइफ इज कूल।
तो वो मुझे घुमा के एक एरिया में ऐसे जहाँ ले आए जहाँ पे 6 लोग रहते थे एक कमरे में। तो 2 लोग हम भी थे, एक आदमी आटा गूंथ रहा था और एक आदमी कुकर को सीटियां दे रहा था, एक दाल में से कंकड़ निकाल रहा था। तो ये शाम का सीन था जब हम उनके यहाँ पहुंचे। तो बाथरूम में गया तो सारी हीरोइनों की फोटो लगे हुए थे और अजीब सा माहौल था। कोई बेड नहीं था वहां पे, सब लोग नीचे गद्दे या चादरें बिछा। तो वहां पे हमें भी बाथरूम के आगे जगह दे दी गई। मैंने कहा यार 2 दिन नहीं, हम लोग एक ही दिन रुकेंगे, अब चले यहाँ से। तो मैं असिस्टेंट डायरेक्टर कौन है, तो पता चला कि जो आदमी दाल में से कंकड़ निकाल रहा था वो असिस्टेंट डायरेक्टर था। तो अब फिर उसने नीचे, हम लोग खाने के बाद टहलने गए तो उसने कहा यार 50 रुपए हैं मेरे से पूछने। असिस्टेंट डायरेक्टर तू मुझसे 50 रुपए कहता नहीं यार मुझे थोड़ा सामान लेना है। तो मैंने उसको पैसे दे दिए। तो मैंने रियलाइज किया कि काम तो मुश्किल ही है यहाँ पे। तो मेरा पहला साक्षात्कार था मुंबई में आके। और फिर अगले दिन हम लोग घूमते फिरते रहे, रात को लेट आए, सो के निकल गया। फिर हम लोग ट्रेन से वापस आ गए। सो सवाल क्या था?
सवाल ये था कि आप, जब मैं भी भूल गया हूँ लेकिन आपकी कहानी बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग। सवाल अब मैं ये पूछना चाह रहा हूँ कि व्हाट इज इट दैट यू डिड एट दैट पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम टू गेट नोटिस्ड?
नोटिस तो मैं शुरू से ही ये था कि स्कूल में जब हम फंक्शन करते हैं तो वहाँ होता था कि मैं 8th में था, एक बार मैंने एक मोनो एक्टिंग की तो वहाँ पे मेरे को तालियां मिली। मुझे नहीं पता था किस लिए तालियां मिल रही हैं, लोग हंस रहे थे। वो एक्टिंग वहीं पे डिसाइड हुआ। मैं मोनो एक्टिंग तैयार करके गया था, मेरे टीचर ने तैयार करवाई थी और मैं वहाँ पे, डाबला सर ने तैयार करवाई और मैं वहाँ पे मोनो एक्टिंग कर रहा था, नाड़ा निकाल रहा था, लोग हंस रहे थे। अब जब लोग हंस रहे थे और मैं नाड़ा एक्स्ट्रा डाल के गया था लास्ट मोमेंट पे, एक लंबा सा पीस था पजामे के अंदर, तो एक आदमी नाड़ा निकाल रहा था तो नाड़ा निकालता रहता था। मैं जैसे जैसे नाड़ा निकालता था वो लोग हंसते थे। मैंने बोला यार तो मुझे तो मजा है। तो बाई चांस लकीली मैंने पहले से एक्स्ट्रा नाड़ा डाला हुआ था, मुझे नहीं पता था इस बात पे इतना हंसेंगे सब लोग। तो बात कुछ कर रहा हूँ, साथ में नाड़ा निकाले जा रहा हूँ। थोड़ी देर बाद तो लोग हंस रहे, तो फिर वहां से मुझे अटेंशन मिली। फिर मैं 12th तक आते आते मुझे स्कूल कॉलेज में जो वहाँ पे डबवाली में मुझे खूब सारी अटेंशन मिली। जो ड्रामा कॉम्पिटिशन होते थे या जो सब स्किट्स वगैरह करते थे हम वहाँ पे। फिर उसके बाद कॉलेज में चंडीगढ़ में आया। चंडीगढ़ में यहाँ पे मैं टॉपर था डबवाली में। चंडीगढ़ में मुझे लगा तो मेरा एडमिशन आराम से हो जाएगा, वहाँ पे नहीं होता। 97% की कट ऑफ लिमिट थी और मैं कॉमर्स में चाहता था, तो बहुत मुश्किल से मेरा ड्रामेटिक के बेसिस पे लेटर ऑन मेरा एडमिशन हुआ। और फिर वहाँ पे जब इसलिए हुआ क्योंकि मैं एक कैजुअल स्टूडेंट था पहले वहाँ पे, और वहाँ पे ड्रामा में पार्टिसिपेट करता था और कॉलेज के लिए मैं काफ़ी सारे अवार्ड्स और ये ले आया, मेडल ट्रॉफीज ले आया जीत के। तो उन्होंने मुझे फिर रेगुलर स्टूडेंट कर दिया और वहाँ पे मुझे अटेंशन मिली। कॉलेज में मैं काफ़ी पॉपुलर था। फिर ड्रामा स्कूल में मैंने ज्वाइन किया तो थोड़ा एक्सपीरियंस था। मैं शोज वगैरह भी होस्ट करता था, मिमिक्री वगैरह करता था। और यूनिवर्सिटी में आके मास्टर्स करते हुए भी मुझे अटेंशन मिली क्योंकि मैं प्ले, तो मैं यूनिवर्सिटी में तो सेकेंड ईयर तक आते आते मैं काफ़ी फेमस हो चुका था, मैं पॉपुलर था। तो
But what about the professional attention is what I'm saying कि काम कैसे मिला
वही चीज जो है ना, बाद में का स्केल बड़ा हो जाता है। जैसे मुंबई आया, मुंबई में मैं पहला 1 साल जुहू में रहा। मुझे ये था कि 1 साल पहले तो मैं सिर्फ एंजॉय करूंगा। मैं वहाँ काम करके आया था, थोड़े पैसे कमा के आया था, तो मुझे ये था कि यहाँ पे मैं एंजॉय करूंगा 1 साल पहला। लेकिन वो ऐसा एंजॉयमेंट पार्टियां वार्टियां करूंगा क्योंकि बाद में मैं बिजी हो जाऊंगा, मैं कुछ ज्यादा ओवर कॉन्फिडेंट था। और फिर जब मेरे पास पैसे खत्म हो गए तो मैंने गोरेगांव शिफ्ट किया 1 रूम किचन अपार्टमेंट में। फिर मैं कपड़े धोए अपने खुद, मेरे पास बाई को देने के लिए भी पैसे नहीं थे। तो फिर वहां से होते हैं डब करते हैं, तो मैंने डब किया था। दैट वाज माय फर्स्ट जॉब इन बॉम्बे।
तो वो एक्सीडेंटली मिला था या वो इसलिए आप करना शुरू हो गए कि पैसे मिल जाए?
मुझे मेरे आसपास के जो
screen with Kritika's image on it.
And you don't see my live.
I see you. I see 3.
मेरे घर के बिल्कुल ऑपोजिट था। स्टूडियोज। तो वहाँ पे ऑडियो स्टूडियो में मैं गया टेस्ट देने के लिए, तो उन्होंने कहा कि ठीक है आप कल आ जाइए, हम आपको एक शिफ्ट का मतलब 8 घंटे आप बैठ।
Yeah.
Click on them.
Okay.
It will say hide non-participant. 5 तो कम से कम मैंने 20 बार गिने, फिर मैंने खर्च किए वो।
आज कौन सी गाड़ी चलाते हो?
अब
या ड्राइवर कौन सी चलाता
है?
गाड़ियाँ, चलो ठीक है। मतलब imagine that journey has been phenomenal at pace. But Paji, tell me honestly, how many times you were rejected before you got your first job?
बहुत बार रिजेक्टेड। फर्स्ट जॉब के बाद भी रिजेक्शन बहुत हुए। फिर एक बार मैंने कुछ वॉइस ओवर का मुझे एक असाइनमेंट मिला नेशनल ज्योग्राफिक चैनल पे, वॉइस ओवर्स करते थे डॉक्यूमेंट्रीज के अंदर। उसके अंदर तो मुझे 750 रुपये मिलते थे, लेकिन मैं क्या होता था, मेरा हिसाब ऐसा था, मैं 750 के लिए मैं बस पकड़ के पहले अंधेरी ईस्ट जाता था, वहाँ डब करता था, और फिर वहाँ से मैं वापस आता था डब करके। फिर उसका चेक के लिए 5-7 बार कॉल करना पड़ता था। फिर वो कॉल करने के बाद उसका चेक लेके जाके आने में 1 दिन लगता था। फिर उस चेक को मैं, मेरा लोखंडवाला में बैंक ब्रांच थी, वहाँ पे मैं जमा कराने जाता था, फिर उसको वापस। तो मैंने एक दिन हिसाब लगाया कि मैं 250 रुपये तो मेरे आने जाने और चेक डिपॉजिट कराने में लग जाते हैं, 750। तो मिल मुझे 500 ही रहे हैं। तो फिर मुझे कहा कि BR स्टूडियो की जॉब अच्छी है कि सामने जाओ 500 रुपये ले लो कम से कम।
ज्यादा अच्छा है।
रिजेक्शंस बहुत हुए मेरे गुंजन। मैं वॉइस ओवर करता था तो अपने ऊपर सेल्फ डाउट भी होता था। फिर मुझे एक टीवी शो मिला, मैं किसी ने मेरा नाम रेकमेंड किया था कि ये अच्छा एक्टर है टीवी, आप ऑडिशन। तो मैं ऑडिशन दे के आया, उन्होंने मुझे सेलेक्ट कर लिया और मैं शूटिंग के लिए गया। तो वो नया शो था और उसके अंदर 3 लड़कों की कहानी थी, तो एक लड़का मैं भी था। तो मैं वहाँ पे नया नया तो खुश भी था और थोड़ा सा नर्वस भी था कि मुझे अच्छा करना है। तो मैं टीवी शो मुंबई में गया और वहाँ पे एक रिजेक्शन ये हुआ कि दूसरे दिन की शूटिंग के बाद तीसरे दिन मुझे कॉल ही नहीं आया। तो मैंने फ़ोन किया प्रोडक्शन वाले को। हाँ, जो इस शो में 3 लड़कों में से एक और लड़का था, वो एस्टैब्लिश्ड एक्टर था, उसके पास कार थी। वो कहता है मैं तुम्हें छोड़ दूंगा। तो हम लोग कांजूर मार्ग में शूट कर रहे थे, तो उसने कहा मैं तुम्हें गोरेगांव तक छोड़ दूंगा। मैंने कहा ठीक है। तो मुझे छोड़ने के लिए आ रहा था रास्ते में, तो उसको कॉल आया कि कल सुबह 9 बजे आ जाना। अच्छा, अब मैं अपना मोबाइल देख रहा हूँ, उसका कॉल स्पीकर फोन पे था कि उसकी गाड़ी में गूंज रहा था कि सुबह 9 बजे आ जाओगे, आ जाओ। अब मुझे कॉल नहीं आया और हमारे सीन इकट्ठे थे। उस वक्त शाम का टाइम था और मैं घर पहुंचा 8 साढ़े 8 बजे। फिर कॉल नहीं आया। मैं फोन देख रहा हूँ, मेरे को मैसेज भी नहीं आया, कॉल भी नहीं आया। 9 साढ़े 9 गए, उसका कॉल आ चुका था 9 बजे और हमारे ही दोनों के सीन थे अगले दिन। तो 10 साढ़े 10 बजे मैंने प्रोडक्शन वाले को फोन किया। मैंने कहा मेरे कल शूट है क्या? तो कहता मैं आपको बताता हूँ, अभी तक कंफर्म नहीं है आपका। ठीक है। तो उसने मुझे मना नहीं किया। तो अगले दिन तो मैं फिर उस लड़के को फ़ोन किया, उस एक्टर को, सुबह 10 बजे। मैंने कहा यार मेरे कॉल नहीं आया, तुम लोग शूटिंग कर रहे हो क्या, मेरा सीन है क्या? तो उसने मुझे बताया कि यार कोई और लड़का तुम्हारी जगह आया हुआ है, जो 2 दिन कर चुके थे वो कर रहे हैं, और कल आज ये सीन करके फिर हम लोग टाइटल ट्रैक शूट करेंगे। मेरे को इतना सेल्फ डाउट हुआ यार। मैंने कहा यार 2 दिन शूटिंग की, तो बड़ा ही सेल्फ डाउट हुआ कि मेरे को। फिर कुछ अर्सा मुझे लगा, एक आधा महीना उससे बाहर आने में, to reassure myself that I'm an actor, I could act.
But what do you tell yourself at that point of time when you get replaced? आप नए आए हैं, जेब में पैसे नहीं हैं, ये कहना बड़ा आसान है कि यार पैशन के पीछे भागो, लेकिन आप उस समय कहते क्या अपने आप को कि व्हाट नेक्स्ट, गलती तो नहीं कर दी यहाँ पे आके, इससे तो अच्छा कहीं सेफ जॉब कर लेता, रिश्तेदार जो कह रहे थे वो करते।
अच्छी चीज तब ये थी गुंजन की गंवाने के लिए कुछ नहीं था। आई थिंक कि मैं कुछ ज्यादा पैसे लेके नहीं आया था, तो लगा ही नहीं था कि कुछ ऐसा गंवा दूंगा।
नहीं, जब हम रिजेक्शन, हाँ सॉरी प्लीज गो अहेड।
हाँ प्लीज बोलो क्या कह रहे हैं आप?
नहीं, मैं कह रहा हूँ कि एज ए यंगस्टर्स बहुत बार ये होता है कि आप रिजेक्ट होते हैं और बहुत लोगों के सामने रिजेक्ट होते हैं, पब्लिकली रिजेक्ट होते हैं, या a lot of things don't work in your way. What do you tell yourself at that point of time which can make you uplift and go to another level?
वो इंडिविजुअल है, सब अपने अपने तरीके से डील करते हैं, इसका कोई रूल नहीं है। बट हाउ आई डेल्ट विद मे बी बिकॉज आई लव एक्टिंग एंड आई लव डूइंग व्हाट आई डू। तो मुझे लगता था कि ये पेशेंस में हो जाएगा अगर पेशेंस रखो। जैसे साईं बाबा की हम मूर्ति देखते हैं, उसके नीचे लिखता है श्रद्धा सबूरी। उसका मतलब बड़ा सिंपल है कि डिवोशन एंड पेशेंस। शायद यही मतलब है, मैंने यही समझा। तो डिवोशन इज लाइक यू कीप वर्किंग एंड पेशेंस, सबूरी, सबर, आई थिंक सबूरी, सबर, पेशेंस, तो ये पेशेंस रखे रखो तो चीजें हो जाएंगी। लेकिन उस वक्त डील करना बहुत मुश्किल था, पेशेंस भी बहुत मुश्किल था। जैसे एक रिजेक्शन हुआ, दूसरे में एक जगह और रिजेक्शन हुआ, फिर मैंने वॉइस ओवर करने शुरू किए एडवर्टाइजिंग में, और कई बार वॉइस ओवर्स रिजेक्ट हो जाते थे। जैसे मैं कुछ डब करके आया तो किसी और की आवाज़ सुनता था, तो उसमें सेल्फ डाउट आ जाता है कि आपको लगता है कि यार काबिल भी हो, आप ही सोच रहे हो कि आप अच्छा करते हो, या पर थोड़ा बहुत एक्नॉलेजमेंट। मैम जैसे मैंने कहा कि मैं यूनिवर्सिटी में फेमस था, कॉलेज में फेमस था, मुझे लगता था कि यार वो जो ऑडियंस थी वो गलत तो नहीं थी। इसका मतलब कनेक्शन तो हो सकता है, पर अभी मौका मिला नहीं। जैसे मैंने भी कुछ अर्सा स्टेज शोज होस्ट किए, मुझे अच्छा लगता था होस्ट करना। आपके जितने अच्छे नहीं किए और इतने भी नहीं किए, पर थोड़े से किए। तो मैंने क्या किया उसके अंदर, मुझे लगता था कि अगर मैं ये कर रहा हूँ, मुझे लोग एक्सेप्ट कर रहे हैं, यहाँ मैं कर रहा हूँ। और कई बार ऐसा होता था कि स्टेज पे मैं जाता था, इतनी तालियां मिलती थी, लोग इतना अप्रिशिएट करते थे, मेरे टीचर्स भी अप्रिशिएट करते थे, और कई लोग जो ड्रामा हम लोग परफॉर्म करते थे उसके बाद आके बोलते थे। तो मुझे लगता है यार ये लोग गलत तो नहीं है, इस पर कुछ लफड़ा है, इधर कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा। या तो वो एक शहर की अपनी एक जुबान भी होती है, और एक हम लोग जैसे किसी और शहर से आते हैं। मुंबई एक शहर ऐसा है कि जो मुझे रियलाइज हुआ, अपने ही कॉम्प्लेक्सेस होते हैं जिसके साथ हमको डील करना पड़ता है। अपने ही दिमाग में एक तो हमारे रूम में ना क्लासमेट जो होते हैं हमारे, या जो हम लोग सब ड्रामा स्टूडेंट थे, अब सारा टाइम ड्रामा डिस्कस करते रहते हैं, रात को बैठते हैं, ये ऐसा होता है। फिर कई बार ऐसे टॉपिक्स होते हैं जैसे जिसके अंदर हम लोग ये डिस्कस करते हैं कि यार ये एक्टर इतना अच्छा है, ये एक्टिंग भाई साहब ये होती है। विनोद भाई आए, छा गए भाई, हैं, राजेश भाई आए, उन्होंने ये कर दिया, देखो एक सीन था, हीरो को खा गए। अब ये खा गए, ये अपने सीनियर्स को ऐसी बातें करते हुए हम सुनते थे, वो आपके दिमाग को इम्पैक्ट तो करती हैं। अब आप शॉर्ट कर रहे हो तो अभी आपके दिमाग में चल रहा है कि यार ये सामने वाला मुझे खा तो नहीं जाएगा। मुझे खाना वाना कुछ नहीं है भाई, अपना काम करना है। वो मिसकंसेप्शंस शायद फेलो स्टूडेंट्स ने और कोलीग्स ने या दोस्तों ने डिस्कस करते हुए देखे, तो सारे दिमाग में अपने ही कॉम्प्लेक्सेस होते हैं जिसको निकलने कुछ समय लगता है, कुछ समझने में। फिर अच्छी बात ये हुई मेरे साथ कि मैं वॉइस ओवर करने लग गया, और मुझे वॉइस ओवर करते हुए लगता था कि यार शायद मैं खर्चा निकल जाएगा, मैं इस बॉम्बे में एग्जिस्ट कर पाऊंगा, सरवाइव कर पाऊंगा। लेकिन मुझे ये रियलाइज नहीं हुआ कि उस वॉइस ओवर के करते करते मैं थोड़ा पॉपुलर हो गया वॉइस ओवर्स में, और मैं दिन में 4-5 लोगों के साथ, अलग अलग क्रिएटिव लोगों के साथ काम करता था। और मैंने कुछ काफी साल किया, 8-10 साल ऐसा काम किया। और करते करते पैरेलली बीच में थोड़ा थोड़ा टीवी कर रहा था, पर मैंने वॉइस ओवर नहीं छोड़े, मैंने इंजॉय करने लगा था उस चीज को। और मेरे को मजा इस बात का आता था कि 4-5 साल बाद जब मेरा थोड़ा सा नाम हुआ वॉइस ओवर्स में, और लोग मुझे पहचानने लगे इसी सर्कल में, और मेरी डिमांड होने लगी कि हमें ये कलाकार चाहिए वॉइस ओवर करने के लिए, और मैं बिजी हो गया। तो मेरा फिर मेरी बात भी सुनने लगे, क्योंकि एक्सपीरियंस के साथ साथ मुझे भी थोड़ा सा ज्ञान हो गया था कि यहाँ पे ऐसा होना चाहिए, इसको ऐसा अप्रोच करना चाहिए। और क्रिएटिव बैंड तो मेरा थोड़ा बहुत था ही, तो उस वजह से मैं इनपुट्स ज़्यादा देने लगा, और मेरा कॉन्फिडेंस बन गया। और मैं 4-5 लोगों के, जैसा मैंने कहा कि मैं काम कर रहा था क्रिएटिव काम, तो मुझे अलग अलग माइंडसेट के लोगों के साथ काम करने का मौका मिला। उस वक्त मैं शायद अपना खर्चा निकाल रहा हूँ, लेकिन अब मुझे रियलाइज होता है कि वो जो फेज था एक्चुअली मेरा ट्रेनिंग फेज था बहुत अच्छा। मैंने बहुत अच्छे लोगों के साथ काम किया, और अलग अलग अप्रोचेस वाले लोगों के साथ काम किया, उनसे मैंने बड़ा सीखा कि कोई आदमी, और उस वजह से मुझे थोड़ी सी समझ आई, और वो मुझे हेल्प हुई। फिर मैं जब टीवी शुरू किया पैरेलली, थोड़ा थोड़ा टीवी में मेरी पॉपुलैरिटी होने लगी, लोग मुझे पहचानने लगे टीवी में। तो मैंने फिर वो समय मेरे पास वॉइस ओवर के लिए कम होने लगा, तो फिर मैंने कहा मुझे डिसाइड करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि मैं दोनों किश्तियों में सवार नहीं हो सकता। मैंने रुख इधर कर लिया, क्योंकि अब मुझे एक्चुअली वो करने को मिल रहा था जो मैं करना चाहता था, जिसके लिए मेरा उद्देश्य वो था। हालांकि वो भी इंजॉय कर रहा था वॉइस ओवर। आज भी मैं कभी, मेरे कुछ दोस्त हैं जिनके लिए मैं वॉइस ओवर चुपचाप करने चला जाता हूँ, वही पुराने प्राइस पे, क्योंकि
that is something what you love.
That is something that I enjoy because immediate results, and I don't want to lose those connections. My own strings, for my own sake, I go and sometimes record and come back. पर एक दो वॉइस ओवर्स किया, अभी क्या हुआ कि लोग कहते हैं अरे ये सुनील की आवाज है, जो क्लाइंट ने बोला या किसी ने बोला, तो कहते हैं हाँ व्हाई डिड यू डू, मतलब हाउ डिड यू मैनेज, हाउ मच डिड यू पे हिम। तो मैं बहुत पुराने प्राइस पे ही जाके करके आ रहा था, मेरे दोस्त हैं वो 1-2-3, तो मैं एंजॉय करता हूँ। तो अब मेरी चूंकि आवाज थोड़ी बहुत कुछ लोग पहचान लेते हैं इधर उधर जब मेरी
कुछ
आवाज,
नहीं, पूरी दुनिया पहचानती है, अच्छे से पहचानती है।
तो उससे अभी वो भी एक कई बार मेरे फेवर में भी होता है, कई बार मेरे नुकसान में भी होता है, कहते हैं नहीं
आई नो।
तो हाँ, तो फिर
I'll move on. I'll move on to a question, but before I move on to a question, I actually want to quickly sum up what you just said. And I think as a fellow artist, someone who's very junior to you and has always looked up to you, मेरे को ना बहुत अच्छी अच्छी बातें इसमें समझ में आई। पहली चीज तो ये कि you have to be very passionate about your craft, मतलब जिस चीज से लगाव है उसके पीछे लगे रहो। दूसरा, मैंने एक चीज जो आपकी कहानी से समझा वो ये था कि आपको सक्सेस इमीडिएट मिलेगी नहीं, तो आप लगे रहें, परसिस्टेंस इज द की। थर्ड, जो मेरे को आपकी जो वॉइस ओवर्स वाली कहानी से एक बात समझ में आई वो ये थी कि बहुत सारे एक्टर्स सिर्फ एक्टर बनने आते हैं और वो कहते हैं यार मैं फिल्म करूंगा, मैं और कुछ नहीं करूंगा, उनके पास प्लान भी नहीं होता। तो बहुत सारे लोग पैसा कमाने के लिए, क्योंकि महंगा शहर है, द सर्कमस्टांसेस आर नॉट इन योर फेवर, तो बहुत सारे लोग जो हैं वो फिल्म इंडस्ट्री छोड़ के बाकी सारी चीजों के साथ जुड़ जाते हैं। आपने अच्छी चीज ये करी कि यू वर एसोसिएटेड विद द फील्ड ऑफ मीडिया ओनली, कि पैसे कमाने का जो जरिया है, चाहे वो फिल्म नहीं थी या एज एन एक्टर नहीं था बड़े पर्दे पे, but you were still in that same circle. So I think these are three valuable lessons. But now, Paji, when you look back in time, it's been more than 20 years that you've been doing this. What is that sacrifice, biggest sacrifice you've made to be who you are in terms of success?
I would call it sacrifice. I will say investment. Sacrifice तब होता है जब आप उस चीज के लिए करते हो शायद जो आप चाहते नहीं हो, मे बी, या तो चाहते भी हो। ऑफ कोर्स कई लोग अपनी चाहत के लिए भी सैक्रिफाइस करते हैं। मैं सैक्रिफाइस नहीं कहूँगा, मैं कहूँगा कि वो मेरी इन्वेस्टमेंट थी और अभी भी होती है, बिकॉज ये चीज जो प्रोसेस है ना मुझे बड़ा मजा देता है। जैसे मैं आपसे बात कर रहा था कि जैसे इंडियन थिएटर में रेपर्टरी थी, इंडियन थिएटर ड्रामा स्कूल जहाँ हम लोग दोनों
डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ इंडियन थिएटर, करेक्ट।
मैं सब लोगों को बता रहा हूँ कि वहाँ पे एक रेपर्टरी, मतलब कि एक ड्रामा कंपनी खुलने वाली थी कि जैसे आप मास्टर्स डिग्री कंप्लीट हुई तो आप वो ज्वाइन कर सकते हो, प्रोफेशनल एक्टर, वो आपको कुछ 10-12 हज़ार रुपये महीने देंगे। तो मुझे था यार ये खुल जाए, मैं यहीं काम करने लग जाऊँ एज एन एक्टर, मुझे रोज एक्टिंग करने को मिलेगी यहाँ पे, या रोज एक कैरेक्टर पे काम करने को मिलेगा, वो मेरा पैशन था। लेकिन वो खुली नहीं और मैं फिर कुछ अर्सा दिल्ली में मैंने जॉब की, फिर मैं मुंबई आ गया मुंह उठा के। सो उस वजह से, वरना मैं वहाँ पे कर रहा होता और मैं खुश होता। जैसा आपने शुरुआत में कहा था गुंजन, कि कई लोग सोचते हैं कि पार्टियां करना एक्टिंग है, या ये ग्लैमर ही एक्टिंग है जो आप बात कर रहे थे। ये पार्ट है उसका, वो दिखता है, बट आई थिंक आपकी चॉइस आपको क्लियर करनी पड़ेगी, आपको अप्रोच मैं अपनी बता सकता हूँ, वो हर आदमी की इंडिविजुअल ग्रुप एक चॉइस होती है और होता अप्रोच करने का। मेरा अप्रोच करने का तरीका यही रहा है अब तक कि मुझे ये मजा आता है, मुझे प्रिपेयर करने में मजा आता है, मुझे तैयार करने में मजा आता है कैरेक्टर, मुझे एक्साइटमेंट होती है, और कुछ अगर कुछ नुआंसेस मिल जाते हैं छोटे मोटे इधर उधर से, या कुछ अगर मैं उस ट्रू टू द मोमेंट होता हूँ जब मैं एक्टिंग कर रहा होता हूँ, अगर होता है तो बहुत मुश्किल होता है वो अटेन करना, बट अगर हो जाता है तो मुझे बड़ा मजा आता है। आई गेट वेरी सेटिस्फाइड एंड हैप्पी एंड आई लुक फॉरवर्ड टू द नेक्स्ट थिंग। सो और काम करने में मजा आता है। हाँ जी, क्या?
There is something what you said about looking forward. मुझे याद है मैंने आपका जो सबसे पहला एक फिल्म में एक सीन देखा था, and I still remember. Long back in Gajni, that was my first memory of you, where you did a small role, and I was like blown away कि यार इतना कमाल का किरदार है कि in spite of having Amir Khan in this film, you had, जैसे कि अभी आप थोड़ी देर पहले बोल रहे थे खा गए, you didn't खा गए, but एक आपने एक छाप छोड़ी कि किसी की मेमोरी में रह गया।
मैं सिर्फ I was true to what I was doing. Yeah.
और आज जब मैं आपको देखता हूँ कि आपने इतने सारे कैरेक्टर्स टेलीविजन पे किए, इतने सारे कैरेक्टर्स, क्योंकि मैं ये नहीं कहूंगा कि आपने सिर्फ वॉइस ओवर्स किए, आपने कैरेक्टर्स वॉइसिंग में भी किए। और अब मैंने जब पटाखा देखी आपकी फिल्म, मैं आई वाज ब्लोन अवे कि यार ये सेम आदमी कैसे हो सकता है। सो व्हाट इज दैट सीक्रेट सॉस व्हिच सुनील ग्रोवर वुड लाइक टू शेयर विद अदर पीपल, कि कैसे अपना करियर इतना बड़ा और इतना अद्भुत बना सकते हैं?
मुझे अभी तक गुंजन समझ नहीं आया कि करियर कैसे बनता है एक्टिंग में, और ना ही मैं बहुत ज्यादा समझने की कोशिश करता हूँ।
हाँ।
बीच बीच में की भी कोशिश, पर मुझे लगता कि उसका मेरे पास आंसर नहीं है, और ना ही कोई ऐसे सेटिस्फैक्टरी कोई रिसर्च कर कोई नतीजा मिल सका मुझे। मुझे सिर्फ जो समझ में आया वो ये है कि आप आई एम इन दिस फील्ड नॉट टू बी आई वॉन्ट टू बी पॉपुलर, ओके, बट अगर वो नहीं होता है तो मेरे को थोड़ा सा लगेगा। लेकिन जो मेन मुद्दा है वो है एक्टिंग करना और अपना काम करना। आई थिंक अगर तो टीवी में ब्रेक नहीं मिल रहा होता, मैं शायद थिएटर कर रहा होता या कहीं और ड्रामा कर रहा होता या कोई अपॉर्चुनिटी ऐसी ढूंढ रहा होता जहां मुझे करने का मौका मिले। तो वो मेन है मेरे लिए। मुझे करियर बनाना नहीं आता, और मेरे को लगता नहीं कि करियर ऑडियंस बनाती है आपकी, आप नहीं बना सकते। मुझे ऐसा लगता है।
So that's what so basically what you're saying is just be true to your heart and be true to your craft. Is that what you're saying?
If you feel that way, if you feel that way, because हो सकता है किसी के पास इससे भी अच्छे आइडियाज हों, किसी के पास इससे भी अच्छे थॉट्स हों जो कि शायद मुझे उनसे सीखने की जरूरत हो। ये मेरे अब तक के थॉट्स हैं। इसके बाद
So before we wrap up, I know there's a lot for me to ask. I'm very excited, but obviously the clock is ticking. One piece of advice which you would like to give all the youngsters who are watching you right now, कि यार आप ये चीज जरूर कर लें, बाकी का पता नहीं, लेकिन ये चीज जरूर कर लें if you want to have a career, whether in as an actor, voice over artist, TV, theater, आजकल तो social media, there's so many avenues, right? So the opportunities are huge. But what is that one thing you'd like to tell?
बहुत मुश्किल सवाल है, क्योंकि मुझे इसमें डर लगता है। इसमें बोलते हुए डर इसलिए लगता है कि ऐसा ना हो कि मैं वो गलत बता दूं कोई चीज।
नहीं कोई बात नहीं, आप बता दो।
क्योंकि एक चीज मैं बताऊंगा जरूर, एक नहीं दो बता दूंगा, लेकिन एक चीज मैं उससे पहले कहूंगा कि बड़ी सब्जेक्टिव सी चीज होती है। आप अब सपोज कीजिए मैं जिस तरह का काम करता हूँ उस तरह के काम में मैं एंजॉय करता हूँ। शायद मुझे एक नेचर ने काबिलियत भी दी है वो वाली अपने आप इनहेरेंट, जिसको हम लोग बोल देते हैं कि यार ये टैलेंट है। अब वो मुझे भी नहीं पता कि मैं कैसे करता हूँ, वो शायद वो अपने आप हो जाता है। मैं सोचता हूँ तो उसमें थोड़ा काम करना पड़ता है, लेकिन वो हो जाता है, वो सहजता से हो जाता है। कई लोगों का ऐसा, कई लोग डांस बड़ा अच्छा करते हैं, मैं उतना अच्छा डांस नहीं करता, उतना क्या मतलब इतना भी अच्छा डांस नहीं करता, तो मुझे बड़ी मेहनत करनी पड़ती है उसके अंदर, वो मुझे सहजता से नहीं आता। हाँ, वो जो बीट पे एंजॉय करना आता है मुझे, पर जो कोरियोग्राफ डांस होते हैं वो मुझे थोड़ी मेहनत करनी पड़ती है उसके अंदर। सहजता से नहीं आता। और जैसे कई लोग तो अपनी अपनी एक खासियत होती है आपकी। कई लोग दिखते बहुत अच्छा है, कई लोगों का चार्म बहुत अच्छा होता है, कई लोग फनी बहुत होते हैं, कई लोग सीरियस बहुत होते हैं, तो अपने अपने क्राफ्ट है। और उसी वजह से कई लोग जैसे आप देख लीजिए, कई किसी तरह के चैनल पे कुछ एक्टर्स फेमस हैं, कुछ अलग तरह के एक्टर्स किसी और तरह के चैनल पे फेमस है। कई टॉक शो होते हैं उसके
बट कॉमन थ्रेड तो होगा कि हर कामयाब आदमी की एक कॉमन थ्रेड जरूर होगी।
कॉमन थ्रेड ये जो आपने भी कहा था और मैं भी सोचता हूँ, आई थिंक द पैशन, दैट समथिंग जिसको आपको सुबह करने में मजा आए। कीप योर पैशन अलाइव। हो सकता है कि दूसरी चीजें उसको ओवर पावर। और एक आई थिंक सक्सेस को डील करना कई बार बड़ा कठिन होता है, तो ह्यूमिलिटी और रियलिटी चेक ये भी बहुत जरूरी होता है। तो ये एक स्टेज पे आता है, पर आई थिंक बहुत सारे मेरे दोस्त होंगे जो भी करियर शुरू करने वाले होंगे या इस करियर में आने की बात कर रहे होंगे, तो मैं उनको पीछे जाऊं मैं अगर टाइम पे, तो मैं ये सोचता हूं कि उस वक्त ऐसा था कि चमत्कार कोई हो जाएगा। चमत्कार होते हैं, यू हैव टू वेट फॉर इट एंड यू हैव टू कीप वर्किंग फॉर इट।
फैंटास्टिक।
और एंजॉय योर लाइफ, स्टे हैप्पी, बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है। खुश रहना और स्वस्थ रहना बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है। गलत आदतें डालना बहुत आसान है। और रिस्पेक्ट, रिगार्ड, और नेवर फॉरगेट योर टीचर्स, और नेवर फॉरगेट पीपल दैट यू मीट इन दिस जर्नी।
राइट।
और सीखते रहो। इस एक चीज अगर है वो ये है कि जिस चीज को भी आप परस्यू कर रहे हैं उसमें कीप एडिंग, कीप लर्निंग, कीप।
आई थिंक ये जो आपने आखिरी बात बोली है, ये मैं बिफोर आई साइन ऑफ, आई नो टाइम्स अप, बट आई वांट टू टेल एवरीबॉडी, in spite of Sunil Paji being one of the most renowned and loved and respected actors across the spectrum, कि बहुत लोग प्यार करते हैं, बहुत लोग इज्जत करते हैं उनके टैलेंट की। मैंने आज तक कभी उनको, मैं आज से करीबन 15 साल पहले जब आप डिपार्टमेंट में आए थे, आप तब भी ऐसी बात करते थे, आप आज भी ऐसी बात करते हैं, हमेशा सीखने की बात करते हैं। और मैं हमेशा जब भी इनके साथ बैठता हूँ वो मुझसे भी पूछते हैं, अच्छा ये तूने कैसे किया, अच्छा ये कैसे किया, ओ नाइस। सो आई थिंक जो सीखने वाली जो आपने बात कही है वो अक्रॉस द स्पेक्ट्रम कोई भी व्यक्ति किसी भी करियर में फॉलो कर सकता है कि अगर आप कंटिन्यूसली एक स्टूडेंट बन के सीखते रहें, then it will be great for you and one fine day success is going to be yours.
गुंजन, बहुत मजा आया और समय का पता ही नहीं चला एक्चुअली। और
likewise पाजी,
होस्ट हिमांशी आ गई हैं।
but thank you very much Sunil Paji, and I look forward to see you soon. And Himanshi, over to you.
हिमांशी का ऐसा लग रहा है कि पीछे ना कोई कैमरा, पीछे ना कोई फोटो फ्रेम से बाहर निकल के आई है और फोटो फ्रेम की सिर्फ डंडी नजर आ रही है पीछे। थैंक यू गुंजन, थैंक यू हिमांशी, एंड थैंक यू। एंड आई विश मैं सब लोगों के चेहरे देख पाता जिनसे आज बात हो रही है या जिनके लिए ये टॉक हो रही है।
थैंक यू सो मच गुंजन एंड सुनील सर, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। सुनील सर एक ऐसे कलाकार है जिनके आलेख से प्रेरणा भी मिलती है और प्रोत्साहन भी मिलता है। So we're so glad that he joined us here for the conversation. I'm going to again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, remind you that India's first 3D virtual education exhibition for event and design. I'm going to tell you that please go to www.edutainmentshow.in and you can check out the showcase there. There is a giveaway that's currently going on. When you go into the virtual expo, visit the stalls, look for the cookies in the documents section, take a screenshot and email it to us at edu_giveaway@eventcapital.in. And we're going to get a few lucky winners some amazing Amazon vouchers.
धीरे बोला करो, थोड़ा धीरे बोला करो, कैसे इतनी जल्दी ईमेल नोट कर लेंगे वो लोग?
I'm going to repeat इसी I think इसको ध्यान में रखिए। I'm going to repeat the email address once again, edu_giveaway@eventcapital.in. कुकीज ढूंढने हैं आपको वर्चुअल एक्सपो में जाके, जो स्टॉल्स में आप जाएंगे उनका स्क्रीनशॉट लेके आपको भेजने हैं। So please do that. और the next session is going to be starting in the next few minutes. So stay with us. We shall be right back.
Thanks, Dean of Vijay Bhumi School of Design. I would like to take a few minutes of your time talking about how to design a school of design. There are hundreds of definitions of design and creativity, and none of them are really wrong. But I can point out what prevents you, me, or anyone else from being a good designer or a creative problem solver. You know what is that? It's habit. Yes, habit. It puts our minds into a rut or a groove or a hole. And we keep digging ourselves into it and never get out of it. But the truth is, the solution may lie just a few feet away from our safe and traditional thinking hole. Now let's talk about our new design school. Already, the established design schools have started incorporating the new technologies and systems into their curriculum. It's a good thing, but it's a slow and tedious process because they're tied down with their legacy, with their tradition, and their habitual way of doing things. At Vijay Bhumi School of Design, we have no such baggage. We are new, and our thinking is quite different. We are looking at a future that's so fantastic. It looks like a science fiction even by today's amazing realities. Our aim is to develop design leaders, courageous young people who think innovatively, who can stand on the shoulders of tradition and build a whole new world, a world that they have not even imagined was possible. Yes, it's an ambitious objective. Yes, it means throwing away blueprints even if they have led to massive successes in the past. Yes, it means bringing in trainers and mentors who are radical thinkers and practitioners. And yes, it means putting together a curriculum which has a holistic blend of theory and practice. And not just in the field of design, but getting inspired by unique learnings from business, from law, from data science, from artificial intelligence, and from liberal arts. In other words, we won't be digging deeper into the hole, but we'll be digging somewhere else to discover the vein of sparkling gold. And all this will happen in an environment which I don't think I need to talk about. As you can see, it's all around me. This is Mother Nature at her happiest. Here, we will sow the seeds of path-breaking ideas and innovations.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The last session of today is actually a workshop. It's about unleashing your creativity with doodle art. For this, I'm going to invite to your screens Shefali Desai. She's the founder of Base Fire One and the Doodlist. Let me tell you a little bit about her. Well, a fusion of an artist and a designer, Shefali showcases strong creative skills and is known as a multidisciplinary designer with a demonstrated history of working in the creative industry, skilled in graphic design, branding, packaging, typography, space enhancement, illustrations, videography, and animation. Also, let me tell you that the use of doodling in the creation of artwork and to promote the idea that doodling is not a waste of time, but a very valuable resource for artists and the public at large. Doodling helps you gain focus, it helps you retain information, and it also helps you find creative solutions to problems. So, let's have an absolutely amazing workshop, and it's over to Shefali.
Hi guys, so I'm happy to see all of y'all here for the doodle workshop. So like Himanshi mentioned, I do a lot of doodling and I started it with my school textbooks at the age of 8. when I used to get bored in class, and it just became a more mindful activity as I started growing older, and started creating more artworks which are full of expressions, full of emotions and patterns which reflect real life. So without wasting much time, I'm going to just quickly flip my screen so you all can see my artboard, and we could start doodling together. All right. And okay, so I hope everyone can see everything that I want you all to see. So we're going to do something very fun, simple, and quirky today. We're going to work with a lot of characters, something like this, right? And if you are creative yourself, then you can always add words in between like that. Okay, so you can have like your initials or your name, whatever you like. It's a free flowing session, so feel free to unleash your own creativity alongside with me. But before we start doodling on our main sheets, I'm just going to show you all a few patterns that work very well as space fillers. So if you can see, we have a lot of space over here and we have a lot of space over here which we filled with doodly patterns. So I'm just going to show you some of that, and then we'll start with the main. Okay, so semicircles go a long way when you're doodling. So the first thing, first pattern that I'd show you is you just making a straight line for a border for you guys to see, and semicircles, right? So we repeat our semicircle patterns like this. Okay, so one semicircle after the other, like that. Okay, and then that pattern can repeat again over on top. So something like how fish scales work. So you can make mermaids out of this, you can make fishes out of this. Okay, so this is one pattern. Now how do you enhance this pattern further? You can add more tiny semicircles inside, like so. Okay, so we'll just quickly do that. So you can just keep building on one style by adding multiple variations to it, something like this. Or if you want to add more depth, we can have like black patches of semicircles like that, like kind of like dots. So you can add more depth that way. If you don't like putting semicircles within semicircles, then you can simply just put a line and a dot like that as well. So multiple patterns made from one style here. All right. Another one of my favorites is working with a very flowy pattern. So I generally do a lot of swirls like this in my doodle art. So you'll find that heavily reflecting in the kind of work I do. So it's very swirly. It has a lot of curves. So something like that. You can build up on and on. Okay, and now when I said filler elements, so this is also one of the spaces that you would use filler elements for. Now you can use straight lines to fill this up, or you can use dots to fill it up. So that's up to you depending on how detailed you want your artwork to be. So I'm sure you'll be able to draw along with me, but again, I'll just show you all a few characters that we could achieve. So monster elements or cute kawaii art styles. So for instance, you want to draw like a cupcake. Okay, so we just have a simple line like this, two diagonal lines like that, and we close. So that's the bottom of our cupcake, and we just make it very cream filled. Okay, so you'll just add a whipped cream like that. Okay, you can add a cherry on top if you like, and some cute lines here which show the sprinkles on your cake, and just two dots and a smile like that. Okay, so you have a character over here. The same way you can do that with different shapes. So if you want a monster, you can just have a oval kind of oblong shape like that. You can have two triangles inverted this way, and you can have a smile like that. Okay, keeping the teeth white and coloring the insides black. Okay, so these characters, they kind of look very cute when you make them. You can always have them say something. So make a speech bubble and probably say hi or whatever you want to express. Okay, so we'll get on to the main artwork. So I have this small sheet, which is kind of like a postcard, which I'll be using. And I'll be using a nice fine liner pen, but you can use any pen that you have with you. There is no compulsion of using any sort of pen, like in particular. Okay, so I'm gonna start with simple monsters that dominate my main the main part of the paper, and then we'll go alongside with different elements of food and patterns, etc. Okay, so since I like a happy face, since we are going through very tough times, so I'm going to create a very long oblong shape like this. Okay, and create the smile first. Okay, so that's his mouth. This is like a oblong semicircle. Two teeth over here and a tongue over here. All right, and his eyes are just going to be two dots because he's super happy to be drawn on this piece of paper. Okay, so that's how we are going to flow now. So this was my main character, and now things will flow through him. So I'm going to work with swirls. So one swirl here, like this. All right, then some semicircles here. Okay, so if you see, I'm doing it very slowly because I want to maintain that neatness. If you are very confident, then you can obviously do it directly with pen. If you're not, then I would suggest that you please use a pencil. So I'm going to add more semicircles inside with the black patch like I showed you all. All right, so just adding some depth to our artwork. Okay, now maybe like I don't know how many of y'all are missing pizza, but I'm missing pizza a lot and I'm too afraid to call it get it delivered home. So I'm just going to draw it here. So just very simple, we'll draw the crust first. Okay, so that's kind of like a rectangle like this, and then we do the triangle like that. All right, and so I don't know if you're like toppings, but I'm just going to make swirls like that for toppings. Little bit. Okay, and then for the eyes is like going to be those inverted triangles and a happy smiley. Okay, like a naughty kind of a thing. And then you can just work with some circles if you want around to give it more texture. So you have like a cute pizza over here. And then we use our filler elements again, like lines, to get this part filled a bit. Go swirls here again. Okay, something like that. And then again work with closer lines so that you have some texture, some dark light effect happening here. I'm just going to do more semicircles because I really like that part of doodling because I don't know, it's just very meditative, the way the pattern structures itself, and it looks kind of cool. So I'm going to just put dots here instead because I don't want it empty. Okay, so we have this much of our artwork done. So now we're going to have like clumsy cute characters jumping around from everywhere. So I'm going to do one character here which is just popping out, similar to this guy, but his eyes are going to be like the pizza is. So the eyes will be down because he's upside down, and so will the smile. Okay, you can give him teeth and he's just happy. All right, And more swirls here around his head. Can probably work like something that's a part of his head, right? And then we can have, see, more monster elements, maybe his friend hanging out with him. So probably this guy is just looking at him, one big eye, one small eye, kind of creepy, happy kind of thing. So doodling is all about fun, right? So we have to add in a lot of fun and our own stories about the monsters, the cute monsters that we create. So now I'm finding these guys a bit too plain, so I'm going to add some texture to them. Simple stuff. I'm going to work with circles here for this one, not too fancy. Okay, and I'm just going to work with some dots for this guy. Okay, just to add some level of depth to the artwork. And now we can just create more swirls, right? And then we can have monsters of different shapes. So you can have a square one who's just smiling, and again some filler lines here, a swirl here, some straight lines, some dots. Dots look really good when you are filling up tiny spaces like that. Okay, so even here you can have some very close straight lines, so you get that dark to light texture. Okay, and we'll just work with swirls over here. You can color these open ends here. That will give you more depth to the artwork. Okay, so now again we're going to work with more characters. So I'm not sure if you guys like, we can probably do this, the cupcake, or we could do a cactus. Okay, let's do a cactus. That's going to be more fun. So we'll just make a curved line like this. You can be on the corner of the page. Okay, so that's the pot. So I'm going to let it be open-ended. I'm just going to make it a little thicker here because I want to add the depth to the artworks. Okay, and we're going to just put those lines. Okay, so this is your pot, and you can have a cactus which is like this. So maybe I'll close this one. Yeah, so you have something like this. Again, smile, and he'll have the lines going this way and some thorns coming out randomly. Okay. Right, more monsters around, so let's just make one more big one with the cactus. This eyes kind of, you know, those closed curves, and he's also happy, so everyone here is going to be happy. All right, one tooth, and we'll color them out black. Okay, and we can give him some texture if you want, or I think I like to work with circles a lot, so I'm just going to give him more circles. Okay, now more swirls like this, so they kind of give you that wave effect or a cloud effect, so to say. Kind of looks nice as well, and we can add some dots within. So I'm just quickly adding the dots inside. Okay, so that, you know, when you work with different types of textures, it adds more depth to your artwork. Just we'll have random characters now floating in. Okay, so we have a little We can have a little cat also. So just draw two triangles like this. Okay, and we join the top and just go down like that, right? Give it those big cute eyes with a little white, a triangular baby nose and a smile. And the whiskers can go like this. You can give it two stripes kind of thing over here, a little bit over here. You have a little cat ready. You can add a tail if you like. So these kind of things are supposed to be like, just simplified versions of what you have around you. So just a strawberry, okay, again, big cute eyes and a smile. So sometimes they might just end up looking a little creepy, but that's the whole point. Like, it's supposed to be cute, and we are working with cute monster type elements anyways. So I'm just adding more floater elements here, which are my fillers with the semicircles, the swirls. Same here, the dots. Okay. And now we could probably add, maybe we can work with some shapes. So just maybe draw a triangle. We don't have much triangular elements. I'm going to make this part a little dark so you have a little thickness. Okay. So it's a thin triangle, again with eyes and a smile. And probably you can give the 3D depth by just going angular and then giving it those lines. Okay. And just work more with swirls around because we already started off with swirls over here. So just maybe tinier swirls, smaller ones. Okay. And now I'm going to work with my semicircles again. I'm going to make some straight lines here, like diagonal, then you can go horizontal, and then you can go diagonal again. Okay, so it all depends on how you want to take that structure ahead. Now we'll just work with some more cute characters here. So I'm going to have a floaty one, kind of a guy. So he's very flexy. We'll have two triangles like this, and since he's being silly, we can have a tongue come out like that. Okay, and just you can add two lines here to give some depth to the character this way, and probably a heart in between both of these. All right. Then once again, my filler elements to take up all this, and we just go with the flow. So I'm going to make some leaves now because that's something that would look nice if you were to color this later. So some green, some more lines. Okay. More circles. Right. So even here, I'm going to fill this with circles like that. And then some more swirls here and dots here. Now this area, I'm going to go with lines this way, and then I'm going to go with lines this way. Okay, so giving that kind of a texture. Right. And you can always go over your line, so it gives you that checkered kind of a feel like I did over here. Alright. Now, just adding more patterns here. You can add any pattern that you want. I'm more into the swirls, so I'm doing swirls almost everywhere. But you can work with triangles. I'll show you how. So, for instance, like how we did this, if I were to create a line like that, and we'll just add more triangles over here now. Okay, so just working with triangles. Okay, same way you can add mini triangles inside which are completely black. Alright, so you have different types of patterns going on. Okay, some more goofy characters. So let's just create like a guy who's peeping out from here, from the corner of the paper, and he's just looking at everything that's happening, and he's kind of like whatever kinds. And some more, maybe a one-eyed cactus or a robot. So maybe just create something on top of the pizza which has just one eye looking upward and with a smile, and he has like these spiky kind of things, and that's his eyebrow. Okay, so you can go crazy. That's the whole point. Again, just adding some patterns here to fill this space. I'm working with circles and swirls. Pretty simple stuff. All right, and just some more circles here. You can probably draw a rainbow also if you like. That's up to you. I'm just going to add lines to this alternatively. All right, and now we'll use this part and we'll do something fun here. So we'll add along another elongated character. Okay, and probably give him a different kind of an expression. Maybe he has like this wide smile. So again, we'll give him big eyes with the white and the thing in the eye. Okay, and we'll give him like a big smile with a line in the center, and you can make that the teeth. Okay, so he's like, again, he ends up looking creepy, but creepy happy. Okay, and you can give him a nose if you want. All right, and this one can just be you just make this a shape which you want. So he's like just very uncomfortable, but he's smiling because he's kind of squished between these two. And once again, this guy, you can have just lines like that, big, small, to give him some texture, and dots at the edges of the lines. Okay, so you just work simple. Okay, so adding some texture always helps, like I said. And I'm just going to do the fillers over here, like so. Okay, and we're going to once again with the semicircles do some more filler elements, close circles here, and once again some filler elements here, because we have very tight space here, so you don't want to add too much because you need your elements to stand out. And again here, so I'll work with some leaves because I think they look really nice. All right, and you can color areas, like tiny areas that you have, you can color them black so you get that thing standing out. Okay, maybe he's happy, and so we'll draw him a little heart as well. Okay, and just some dots here to fill up our space. Okay, like that. I'm just gonna draw more lines, straight ones and diagonal. And I'm gonna go very swirly here because that's what, like I mentioned earlier, we've started off with. You can have a character here, just a tiny one with a smile, but then work around with your other spaces with elements. Okay, like that. Now around the strawberry, I'm just gonna go with lines which are more flowy. So just going all the way through over here. And we can have some really cute tiny characters here which are just smiling in between like that. You can do the same thing here. So different expressions kind of work differently. Just gonna work more with swirls like that, and just flipping my paper a bit because it's easier to draw that way. So maybe we can draw like a candy here, right? Like a ice candy. So you just have like a semicircle elongated, like how we did the cactus. You have a stick to hold your ice cream, and you have eyes, and you have a broad smile. Okay, so that's another character there towards the end. And now we just fill up all the spaces that are empty. I will be showing you guys how to draw more characters on my practice sheet, so you all can take that as a reference for future doodling as well. We kept this one little simple, so just more dots here, right? And we can just do our fillers here, so working with circles. And now that we have this space, all right, so I'm going to create random characters coming out from everywhere, wherever I can. Okay, so just then fill the space with lines. Okay, so even here we hardly have anything left, so just gonna add a swirl and then work with dots. Okay, so that's kind of how this is like a very basic thing. You can, like I showed you guys, you can do detailed ones, you can add color, you can work with more characters which are interacting with each other like this monster. So I'm going to just show you all some more references of how we can take this further. So maybe a few expressions. So I'm not sure if you're aware of the kawaii art, but it's the simplest form to show expressions because it works with simple shapes. So for instance, you have, like, I'm just going to draw a quick circle. Okay, so if that's the face, you can have just simple lines like this, which work, like that's one expression. So if you have another face like that, you can have two semi curved lines with the eyelash and a mouth like this, and you can always color the mouth black. It's just like how your smileys are on your phone. So something like that. Once again, I'll draw a box. And you can have the same thing without the lashes. Just the thing, and you can have a tongue here instead, and then you color the rest of it, but you leave the tongue out so that stands out white. Or if you're doing in color, then you can take like a dark maroon. You can have expressions which are more confused, so you can draw like one big circle, one like little up and down. You can draw some small circles inside, so that's a white area. And I'm just going to color the outer circles and I'm going to leave the inner ones. Okay, so you get that cutesy sad kind of a feel, so you get that as soon as I do the mouth and the eye, finish the eyes. So something like this. And if you want it to be like really sad, so you can just add like two eyebrows like this and probably a sad smiley. So there you go, that's a sad expression. And if you are very expressive and you love drawing, you can go more in detail. So you can probably work with actual shapes like this and create eye expressions like that, depending on how your character is feeling, so something more expressive, something more detailed, So you have the teeth coming like this, for instance, and just the nose, or you can have, say, eyes which are slightly shocked. See, I'm working a lot with semicircles because they are I think it's a very versatile shape. So it works with me. So just a mouth which is open like this. You'll have 2 teeth here. If you've watched cartoons, you'll be able to do this a lot more easily. So he's just shocked. So we'll color this part in dark so you can see the rest of the elements. So you have a shocked expression. Then if someone's a little angry, so you can probably have an inverted version of the eyes, something like that. Okay, and he's a little annoyed for some reason. So you draw those lines, like how you'd look when you are frowning. Okay, and you can have a simple nose, just a few lines, and a flat face. So you can experiment a lot with expressions of the kind of characters that you wish to build. It's just about observing how your face turns into when you are feeling a particular kind of emotion. Okay, so this one's happy, right? So it works that way. So now we can do a few more characters or things. For instance, like if you want a cup of coffee, so just make a simple cup. Yes, a circle, and we do that semicircle, which is your main cup. You have a holder here, any of the sides. You have the small plate at the bottom. And if you want cream in your coffee, then you draw the cream first, so that you avoid this line that's happening. So since I drew the cream later, I'm just going to make it a little black so that we avoid that line. Okay, and you can add the expressions here. That's a happy coffee cup. Same thing you can do with burgers. So for instance, you have a burger bun like this. You'll have that lettuce coming out like that. Probably have some tomato like thing. You have a patty, and then you'll have another bun at the bottom. Okay, so that's a big burger. Okay, so we have just adding some texture to the patty and some little sesame seeds on top. And this guy can have like an expression of probably being sad because he's going to be eaten. So it's anything that you feel like drawing, you can draw with this. I'm just adding little texture, right? So you can do doodles like that, and they are super fun to work with. You can have something which is maybe French fries with burger. Okay, so draw the fries here. Simple fry dabba that you get, and long elongated triangles, different heights. Okay, so that's what we need. And once again, you can add your face for the character here. And he's a little goofy and probably has legs and hands. Right? So that's how we doodle. It's a lot fun. It's a lot more fun when you add a story, like I mentioned earlier, to your characters. You can do lots of characters like this. You can add cupcakes. You can work with expressions. You can even do like cute dolphin, like if you are into fishes and things. So you can probably just quickly try a drop like this. Okay, and supposed to go more narrower towards the end. So you can add the fin. All right, and You can have two fins here. Okay, and it's a unicorn fish, so probably I'll just add the unicorn horn here and just work around that. You can add one same shape here, and you remember these eyes, so if I added that here like this, so then she looks pretty and happy. Okay, so you can work, it's all about shapes, it's all about the kind of expressions you want to add in, and you can create beautiful artworks which are like this, or you can add words in between like your initials, or just put a message or a quote, and you can even color your artworks like that. So that is how we do the doodling bit. I would love to know if you guys have any questions and if I could answer them for you while we are at the live session, and then again continue drawing if we have more time. So I'm going to check your chats while you all are continuing the drawing. All right, and I'll start answering those questions. So I've got a question from Sagar. Is it necessary to make doodle in a single color? Absolutely not. You can make doodles in as many colors as you like, using as many different colored pens also. So even if you don't want to color in, this one single thing can be done in different colors. So for example, if I must show you, let me just grab hold of my color pens. For instance, I have the blue and purple with me. Okay, so let's just go back. I'm just going to flip the page. So you can doodle, for instance, if you want one character blue with the eyes however you want. So this is just super rough, okay? Then you can doodle with another colored pen and add another character like that. Okay, and you can do so on and so forth. So you'll have a super colorful doodle which will actually look cute depending on the kind of designs you plan to do. So yeah, you don't have to be restricted to just working with one color. You want to? I've got a message from an anonymous where it's saying that I also want to sell my artwork. Can you guide me? How can I start my own business? I make mandalas and I'm not sure who can be the buyers of these kind of artworks. Okay, so selling art online is a very um, long. I wouldn't say long, but it's a job full of an effort that you have to put in building yourself as a brand. So if you're doing these wonderful mandalas, I would suggest that you start posting them online, start putting them on products like books, or you can even do it on coasters. You can work with them. See if you can work on different materials like bottles or whatever that you have, and then just start posting them online so that people are aware that you exist as a designer in the market who's doing all of these things. And then you have all these sites like Redbubble, Society 6, Etsy, where you can put up your artworks and sell them. So for instance, I've done this book. So I've just doodled onto the book, right? That's all I've done. And it looks pretty. So this can be something that you can sell. So if you do a mandala on the book and probably customize it to the consumer. So for instance, if you're making one for me, you can just write my name in between the mandala and probably buy it, right? So that's how you can work with selling your artwork. Try to go and be as online as possible with showing your work to people, but definitely make sure that you write your name at the bottom so that you don't have to worry about it being copied or stolen, because that happens to us as designers. So I hope I've answered your question. Do we have any more questions that anyone needs me to answer? No, so I think we can still continue working with the doodles in the meanwhile. You all can think if you all have anything more you all want to ask me. So since I have colors here, so I'm going to make some colored ones. Again, super cute stuff. You can make, we can make cactuses. That's something that I've recently started liking to doodle. So like I showed you all, I'll show you all another type of cactus. We'll make a simple pot. Okay, and just one semicircle on top, and then that keeps elongating through and through. Okay, so I'm just going to keep going on top because you have different types of cactuses, right? So we're just going to draw a different one here. Okay, so just something like this, and we'll have the thorns come out from everywhere. Okay, so just quickly drawing diagonal lines. All right, so something like that. Once again, just quickly going through diagonal lines to give that thorny effect. See, the whole thing about doodle is it's supposed to be very simple what you create, and you can always express your emotions through it. So you can work with doodles in terms of characters like this, or you can even work with doodles with just plain lines. For instance, if I were to show you, so if I had, maybe I'll use this paper. Okay, no, I've used all of them. Okay, so for instance, let's take this part of the sheet. So for instance, if I have like this much of space, okay, and I don't want to work with characters or anything, you know, that's not your thing. So you can just work with shapes, you can work with patterns. So you can just work with simple swirly lines, right? You can make them as detailed as you want. You can create different types of textures using the crisscross, using some kind of shading. So it's all up to you on how you want to take your doodling. So when you don't do much of characters and stuff, it's considered a little bit like line art. But when you add characters like this, when you add things like this, it's more doodle art. Okay, so just gonna quickly show you all how you all can do. So just some swirls like that. Okay, some lines like this. Okay, so that's one part. Now if you want to add more depth, you can just color in like that. For those of you who like to make your artwork trippy, you can use two colors overlapping each other. For instance, if I were to draw, say, a flower, or say just if I draw a monster in using the blue pen that I have here, okay, like that, and just give him those eyes and a mouth like this. Now if I want to make it a little more trippy and psychedelic, I'll use my pink pen, which is more contrast, and just leaving a little space, I'll just create another layer over it. Okay, so that gives you that, you know, illusion. So just adding the smile again on top. So when you keep doing this, adding more layers of color on top of each other, it kind of looks very nice and trippy. So let's just practice a little of that here. So I'm just going to quickly draw some shapes. Okay. And to show you how that effect of using two colors on top of each other would look. So I'm going to be really fast because that's my normal speed. So I'm just going to quickly just draw. Okay, and just work with some lines, some swirls. Like that. Okay, so if we have this much of our doodle which is in one color, like how we've done this, we just go over it, but a little off center. Okay, so you get to see the pink and just get that effect of something very psychedelic. Okay, so we just go over everything that we've created. Lines, swirls, okay, like that. Texture lines here, and the swirl like this. Right, so it's already starting to give you that kind of an effect. All right, so that's how you can work. If you want to work with colors, if you want to work with different characters, if you want to just work with different lines, if you want to just do something like this, you can do black and white. If you want to add color to it, you can add color to it. I'm just going to see if we have any more questions. Can you suggest which brands of fine liners are best for doodling? So I suggest, so there are 3 brands that I work with. There is Stabilo, which is fantastic. There is Microns, which are nice. They are from the Sakura brand. And then there is brushstroke pens, which are absolutely delightful because they move very smoothly onto the paper, and it's just wonderful to work with them. So those are the 3 brands that I like to work with. Kashmira, any more questions on the fine liner? If you have, you can just DM me. But these are the 3 brands that I like. Japlin Kaur, I have my Instagram page of artwork. How do I grow it? So the whole point of working with Instagram is to be very constant with your work, and you just have to keep posting. You have to keep creating. Try using the right hashtags. So search for hashtags from, like, if you're following artists who have a higher following than you, then look up their posts and see the kind of hashtags that they are using to tag their artwork, and you can use similar hashtags which will kind of give you more, like it will add more to your post, like more people will see it, and that's the only way you can grow. And then later, if you wish to put in money like an ad spend or something to promote yourself, you can. But I would suggest organic growth for artists because it's more real. Okay, so I hope I have helped you answer that question. How do you connect the highlights? I'm not sure if I've understood that, but from what you're trying to say, if something like this, just drawn a line and a dot. So if you could elaborate on that question, I would definitely help you out. Over here, if you're talking in terms of the psychedelic thing, then I've just gone over with it. Okay. Please be on standby, and okay. So I hope you all okay. I hope you all can see, and I hope you all have enjoyed this doodling session so far. Now I'll just await a few questions before we stop. Okay. So I use, like I mentioned, I use different types of papers. Like this is the brushstroke paper, which is 300 GSM thick. It has a nice texture to it. I use smooth papers like this. I have Stabilo pens, I have Microns. I even use the Jelly Roll pen for the candidate who asked me which pens I use. So these pens are also super smooth, and they work on different colored papers really well, like black, brown. They stand out really well. Okay, so that's all that we have for today. So I hope you all have done some nice fun doodlings and have a nice expression sheet with you all as well. Okay. So we'll just wait for a few more minutes to see if anyone has any questions. So you can definitely follow me on the Doodleist. So that's, if you search me on Instagram, that's what my logo looks like. And do tag us, that is the Edutainment Show and the Doodleist, with your artworks. I would love to see what you all have created along with me in this session. So that's what we have for today. So just to cover up everything that we've done, so I've worked with kawaii styles. I've worked with filling in patterns. We've done monsters and we've done super expressive.
Shefali, that looks absolutely amazing, and the workshop was brilliant.
Thank you.
I was sitting and just watching it, and I'm like so overwhelmed by the beauty of it. So yes, like she said, please do join her on her Instagram. And I think she's covered a lot of these interesting topics and questions that you had. So thank you so much, Shefali, for taking time out and joining us here for the workshop.
Thank you so much for inviting me and giving me the opportunity as well.
Great. Ladies and gentlemen, I am very sure that you've enjoyed the entire day today. This was day 4, but let me tell you that Edutainment Show Live 2020 is a 10-day education seminar with 150 plus industry stalwarts sharing insights through webinars, panels, and workshops every single day. So it's till the 20th of June 2020, and I'm going to encourage all of you to join in every single day and be a part of this. On behalf of Event Capital, I'm going to thank all of you for being my lovely audience today. And we're going to see you tomorrow at 1:30 for day 5. Thank you so much for being part of this. Have a pleasant evening ahead.